Everyone, please rise.
Sanalaiba Manipur, Manipur, Sanalaiba Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur, Lai Janungi Mani, Lai Janungi Mani, Pitak na, Pitak na. Sanalaiba Manipur, Manipur, Sanalaiba Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur. Inungbung dagi haurakpi, jinglo na palon tharibi. Inungbung dagi haurakpi, jinglo na palon tharibi.
Sanglen pijo sepi, janvi haibi. Sanglen pijo sepi, janvi haibi.
Jitna lem na man kuribi, jitna lem na man kuribi. Sanalaiba Manipur, Manipur, Sanalaiba Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur.
Kaina yang kop mawongi, sumhat yai oi bisatam ni. Kaina yang kop mawongi, sumhat yai oi bisatam ni. Orogi ahan ba kung dapam oi ribi, orogi ahan ba kung dapam oi ribi. Nachanaw yung naupon haibi, koirum umon minog laiting bi. Nachanaw yung naupon haibi, koirum umon minog laiting bi.
Sanara ithak haubalam, lupana ponggon tinbalam. Sanana ithak haubalam, lupana ponggon tinbalam.
Sangbanatiana pijang oibi, Sangbanatiana pijang oibi.
Manigum mga nailini, manigum mga nailini. Sanalaiba Manipur, Manipur, Sanalaiba Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur, Lai Janungi Mani,
Narakilayra,
Lai Janungi Mani,
Narakilayra.
Pitak na,
Mga chawbini,
Pitak na.
mga chawbini.
Sanalaiba Manipur, Manipur, Sanalaiba Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur, Poloy Nangi Manipur, Manipur.
Once again, a very good morning, everyone, respected judges, esteemed speaker, and all our distinguished guests. On behalf of National People's Youth Front and NPYF, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to the Open Debate Competition 2025. Today we gather here to delve into a critical topic that holds immense significance for our state. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Next, I request all the competitors to kindly report to the designated area. Please ensure your attendance is marked so we can proceed with the program smoothly. Thank you. Now we have the presentation of Lengyan Phi to honor our distinguished invitees. I request our team to please carry on with the program. First of all, we would like to give our honor to Sri Yumnam Joy Kumar Singh, National Vice President, NPP. National President, NPP. Next, I request Sir R.K. Rameswar, General Secretary, Organization, NPP. And Sir Laitonjam Jayananda, General Secretary, IT and Frontal Organization. Sir Karam Nabakeshwar, Secretary, NPP. And Dr. Dhanabir Laishram, Social Scientist, Speaker of today's event. And last but not the least, Sir Khaidem Shyam, Secretary, NPP. Sorry? All the judges. Now we have Sir Russell Haisnam, General Secretary, Administration, NPP. This is a token of our respect and appreciation from NPYF, and again we are extremely honored to have with us an excellent panel of judges, Dr. Dhanabir Laishram, a renowned social scientist, Dr. Arambam Noni, Associate Professor, DMU Imphal, Dr. Sriman Ningombam, Associate Professor at El Sanoi College, and Professor Okram Kunjo. It is time to begin with a symbolic gesture of enlightenment and hope. May I now invite the dignitaries to kindly come forward and light the candles, making the formal commencement of today's event. Now I request all the judges and all the participants to come up on the stage and be seated on their designated seats. I request all the participants as well as all the judges. Okay, all the participants, please come up on the stage. Now I request Professor Okram Kunjo Singh, speaker. Now I request Dr. Dhanabir Laishram, a renowned social scientist, to please come up on the stage. Next, I request Dr. Arambam Noni, Associate Professor, DMU Imphal. And for the judge number 2, I request Professor Okram Kunjo Singh. And for the jury number 3, Dr. Srima Ningombam, Associate Professor at El Sanoi College, Nambol. Okay. So it is time to begin with a symbolic gesture. And I request everyone, may I now invite Ms. Nongthombam Bidyarani, President of NPYF Manipur, to deliver the welcome address. Let's put our hands together to welcome her.
Hello. Mayambu han mamaktada Nongthombam Bidyarani NPYF President na ikai khumna buchari amadi ikokno na khurumjari. Ngasigi yaifaraba korau numit January ki tang kunmanga numit asida National People Youth Front na sinja langjariba debate competition asida asin ba kaya kaithokpiduna debate competition asibu mapung pahan na bagi damak lengbi ragliba mingoina panjarabada National Vice President Pabung Yumnam Joy Kumar amadi National People's Party ki State General Secretary Organization Yambung Rameshwar amadi State NPP General Secretary Admin Russell Haisnam amasung NPP State General Secretary IT Zayanandabu taram na ukcha bagaloinana ikai khumnaba uchari ngasigi debate asigi thawai happy gadawriba sir speaker oza Professor Dr. Dhanabir Laishram amadi judges sing mingoina hangacharabada oza Dr. Arambam Noni oza Kunzo amadi akoigi hojiki oinadi yausanbirakriba oza Srima busu ikai khumnabaga loinana taramna okchari amadi ngasigi hall asida tinbiriba ngasigi maruina debate competition asida mapung phan bigadoriba debaters sing participants sing amadi whole asida lengsen biriba mipung khuding makpusu NPYF ki maikai dagi taramna okchabaga loinana ikai khumna ba uchari amadi ngasigi Manipur gi kasin koya sin bathungna debate asigi debate asigi Yohan bigadoriba pause sing yohan bigadoriba media sing busu kai khumna baga loinana taramna okchari ngasi akoina sinjagat NPYF na sinjariba debate competition asigi maruiba akoigi NPYF na marui haibagi maruiba maram singdi akoigi Manipur sa thokliba conflict asi chahi ani phajilak baga loinana basigi solution thibada akoigi ngasigi Manipur sa lairiba naha sing Manipur sa lairiba phurup singi naha sing sina khidang basigi sida akoi youth sing sina khidang saruk yamina base darkar oena khanjabagi shu ngasigi debate competition haibadi peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue hairiba motion sida akoina sinja langjabani amadi akoigi youth sing asina ngasigi conflict asida akoigi youth sing asi akoi maruiba major stakeholder ama oi haibase ngasigi Manipur sa lariba youth sing sina kitang samam na bagumba kitang nathaiduna leiba ma akoina uba phangjai mado sigi maruiba conflict asigi solution thiba matamda akoigi youth sing ase yamna importance oiba key role amani haibase ngasigi debate competition asina akoigi Manipur sa lariba youth sing asida paujel piba ama oina su oihaning bagi damakta NPYF na ngasi maruina debate competition je sinjabani amadi akoigi ngasigi Manipur asida akoigi freedom of expression je tang phangba walabra na khanjai akoigi aduna maram oiraga akoina phongdok ningba wahai kaya ama ngasi akoina phongdok pangam dabida nungda phumaga leiba wafam kaya ama leibana maram oiraga ngasi ki conflict asigi solution je kamai torga thigani kamai torga thoklai ibano haibase phongdok pangam daba wafam kaya ama ngasi ki naha singsigi thamoida phumduna leirabra na khanjai aduna maram oiraga ngasi ki debate competition asida akoina thokliba conflict sing asi akoigi Manipur da peace amasung normalcy hanjarangna ba honaba matamda akoina samain toragadi phagani sigi suggestion sima piragadi akoi normalcy se hanjalangkani haibagi phongdok phamama Manipur da leiriba naha sing jati amata naidavida phurup sing se pulap pullaga ngasigi platform ama NPYF na pizaraga ngasigi kamain toraga akoi solution se porakadage haibase akoi aki bamta like tabida phajana phongdoaga akoi haining ba wafam kaya ama ngasigi platform sina maram oiraga phongdok piraga yamna mayam ki oiba apenba hena aphaba hena mayamna pamba adugumba solution amatang purakpa ngamgadra haibagi achetpa thajabaga loina ngasi NPYF na ngasi debate si maruina sinjabani aduga aroibada sengna haijarabada akoigi ngasi conflict asina maruina sohaliba section ji koigi youth singni haibadi akoigi youth sing asi matam mafam matam chadabida haibadi punsi kya pikham na hankhre ngasi bauta soinaraga kya ama leibasu yaure adugi mathakta ngasi akoigi asukna ma chawkhalaba modern society asida ngasi akoina like show tambagi mahuta akoigi competitive exam mayam thabagi mahuta akoi ngasi khulai paduna khulngai se maruina khoi youth singni si sina takpadi akoigi tungi generation ama akoigi purama akoi soire haibase si sina takpani maramdi kaigino hairabada akoi sise akoigi khungai se sina soire haibagi dinate adubu ngasi chakhotlaba competitive society asida akoina like tambagi mahuta akoigi job thibagi mahuta akoina activist mayam tobagi mahuta akoina khutta khulai paiduna akoigi khun ngaksariba masi singse akoigi tungda tholakadriba generation asida amuk hanna thoktanabagi damakta akoigi Manipur da laiba youth singse amuktang manarakanda akoi amuktang lingjen manarakanda amuk hanna thoktanaba akoi punna honminasi haise honaminasi haibase NPYF ki maikaidagi su akoi mayamda thamjari amadi loina na akoigi ngasi debate competition asida akoi ngasi debaters singsu ano suggestion mayama ano wakhalon mayama puthok pidona ngasi Manipur da thokiba irang singase amuktang peace oina hanjalanaba amuktang kari haina akoigi normalcy hanjalakadage haibagi adugumba wafam kya ama phongtok pirakani haibasu NPYF na chetpa thajabugo loina thagachari mayambu amohan thagachari
Thank you, Ms. Bijarani, for all the words that you have shared with us. Now, it is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker for the day, Sri Yumnam Joy Kumar, National Vice President, NPP. So we look forward to his inspiring words. Sir, the stage is yours.
Before delivering my keynote address, all present in the House today, Mr. Speaker, aduga jury judge ki jury sing, aduga participant, all of you know that we lost our state president recently, and in remembrance of him, and also in condolence for the family and the bereaved person, let's all stand and pay respect to him for 2 minutes in silence. Kindly please stand. Thank you. Dr. Dhanavi Raishram, social scientist and the speaker of today's debate, and the respected judges, Okram Kunjo, lecturer, Dr. Arambam Noni, associate professor, DMU, Imphal, and Dr. Srima Ngombam, associate professor, Yangbiriba Kwegi electronics media, on behalf of NPP Saitegi, Aduga NPYF ki Saitegi, me Amparamakpo, Aina Taramna. Welcome to Bugulena Kopna Am the Kaikun Ucheri. Mayam Panamak Kambirabani, a Kogi quite a problem Manipur she faced to see Karino Habida, me tang home the gi, Tokiba, Tokduk to the gi, Chatarkliba, Masi Ladiba, Manipurgi, Fuser Karino, Manipur the Ladiba, Koi Ladiba, Kamgi Kogi. Karmaitona Koina and Kogi, Punsilen Gadurino, and in particular, known Horiba Kogi generation, Nasigi participants, Adu Moi Makasing, Narang and the Pope with the Nariba Koliba, Panamaki, Moigi Kari Fuser no, Moina Karmaiton Legaduno, haibasi, Nasagi, Manipur ki leba phibam sida punamaki puningda wakhalda masi lo khanaba ngaktani amuga su koi gi IDP mayam ama leriba moi gi su yengadi koina bu khar phari moi gi di future karino moi macha masu singi future karino moi ne lebna krai legi no hai bin singba sumo question mayam ama masi ngasi koi face to na leriba adu phibam ni hai bu phibam sida NPYF na sinuna adu koi NPP gi patronage gi makada ngasi koi debate asi topic na peace and the normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Yam saying that peace and normalcy purakpa bise akoi damukta yamna chawa yamna important oiba aduga amma kari haini koina thadokpa yadraba adugumba issue nainagadabu issue ne haina akoi NPP na su lowi adu NPYF na su lowi apse mayam dai thamjage adu madu yengani koina si tamba sida nate koina torsi debate amasu koi organized hoy sorry essay amasu organized hoy essay ki topic tasu aina kamda the need of the hour for the survival of Manipur and its people is haraga koina number 1 a committed regional political party with its root in Manipur or a strong regional party with its base with its root elsewhere but strong presence in Manipur or a committed national party with substantial regional aspiration and rooted in Manipur or a pan-India national party with substantial presence in the center. Haina dumba kanoma su ACM su organized story. Ado they are not so much concerned, so much border. Message may thamjeninge. Ado Shiki say that neither a koi site issue maybe along the way somehow the other Nasagi Tahi any muk suzal pugim tanks some then look say that somehow the other most of the people have lost some to democracy the political party is very important. A democratic demo functions on the basis of democratic political party. Adu unfortunately high riba she the queen election lakpa she talk say the akwigi ngasagi issues karino quite important of issues karino say masi matang da party ate sing the su aina sum thamjening basi she kar issues masi confused alba or they have lost sight of it haibasi ma mayam thamjening yam saying habada akoi hogiba MP election da wazabimol mayam now with lots of expectation adu thagali we expect ko akoina thagali se mayam ki byapta hai karan thapar ga ma thena ngam habi thagapnate we expect that he will deliver ngasagi issue se kaino da adu ma gumbagi congress ki side ki leader ma hoina haraga core issue si honorable chief minister na kadai phaw chatpang abangam dabduna core issue ne na my statement thorpo che aina kam da yam laibak thining ai ne it seems he has lost sight of what should be the real issues. Real issue the ngasi ki torba ngasi ko kind of how diba how chapangam driba kind of the mori chapangam daba adegi chosampur changam daba aduga kind of even low ubo phawda nthinu ubangam daba thoiba haibidi violence tholiba adu kind of see the main issue ni see karmai dawna tawdege kari tawdege haibedu aigi wakaldadi nainfam thokpra en khali koi saidale bana thaibang moidawa mana and he should not forget that he is a lone single representative of Meitei parliament adu magi da aina kon expect to tonmasi se simple when have the geopolitics ki matang da sigi issue siga leiba phibam situation siga yamna mari lene mani ngambi gatawa adu the nganga na mana kano da chief minister adu sapra ngam de adu di ain khamda madu di it is misplaced. I mean, as far as I am concerned, I start wondering whether we have sent the wrong person to the parliament. See, koi wazabi molso khanda ningi khanda man to we abayam lay see te koi thamjege NPB na akoi governor unama tamda akoi na thanglo issue atai te akoi na kamai no solve togani haibu du akoi han haire adu na taba main burning issue Manipur gi wena lebse kari kari na da ngasai gi flight ai Imphal to Guwahati se pai da yad lo belly de adu na masa flight charge hangalakpa frequency of flight hangapu haba si issue se khoi thanami masi Parliament ta chalaga Parliament MP mo in chalaga ada concern ministry da hainarga masi lokhat pium thoi suma lokhat piu adu da sunataba recently koi survey da haiba Manipur has got the highest inflation hai no it's not a good indication since that koi economy si down cha adu India me no khwai de ki phat adom de lei re si indicator ni adu masi what are the root cause masi root cause amade kari no have the inflation le sidi ngasai gi porama essential commodities pur kan dei da mapadal pibuga koi se pibuga tin khen bagi aduni kari dei khen be mam is an open secret lambi da extortion me am naga gi su kuki gi su adui matak da koi Manipur gi maitei gi su si mayam ama khai bida khotan do ba adui matakta sidasu hojik Imphal le yole pochei khuding masi ngasai gi extortion number maga kanu si yam thin wang khat ki ba sigum gi maram si lei si karmai dong na ko control to ge haibasi su ai thamani sida khwai de important ba akoin governor su kasu akoin take up term se Manipur da yam na thuna train si phone view train phawra ge di ngasai gi kanada lambi da purakpa kan da extortion tawriba tax me am lo se masi lowo adu ge di ko khas sapagani sigumba darkar hoiba I'm just giving a few examples sigumba se da akoi leiriba koi gi sarkar sisu adu ga party khoi ma su kanu to mai ngambadu torga madu to honingi adu unfortunately ai ngasi gi debate si through ya ade amaso khoi ngasi debate si kari ro si topic si khoi peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Please note that the topic is not peace and the normalcy in Manipur can be achieved through only political dialogue. That is only I was what she can only be achieved through political dialogue. Not that can be achieved through only political dialogue happening. Sigi and she can ko. I do it. According to Pasiki topics, Thambakanda, we have really placed where we should place the word only as a Adu Torga Thamgivani. Ado Akoina, in any case, one way or the other, Nasaya do placement political dialogue is a must. Nasai normal CC, Purakna corner said Adugini. Other I Congress as hiding political dialogue is a Kanaga Tono, quite government cigarette, not a cup to Manipur, my tape presaga cookie at Tonabagi, the cow. Ado say that however MP election result Yangadi, particularly outer MP election result Yangadi. Congress has are in touch with the cookies. Kakinada, Chosampuki cookie in a plup na Thadar Pagi, outer MP Kahimni. Adu again, Adu, please. Political gain, electoral politics gain to well and the good is wisdom. Adu Madu Gisu, like the Moina Adugi labor, Nasai Tatsam Lenedo, Madugi to sin a viraga, Nasai political dialogue, say, Purakna say, one of you have said, Nasi form see through Sida, I must come up Canada Congresski party that she weapons with Tamsin. Adigi Amugi say, Quagi Manipur quite a live active. Ngai pai ba sakana honorable chief minister gi hanaki kharap mai statement khat yemga da aina sum fil to buda mai gi da normalcy la e khole as normalcy liting de yam warami khole mi ga hai ba wai kharap china bata aduna tapadi kana he thinks that Manipur gi hoji film se normalcy la e peace la e habigi maun the impression leba mali aduna ta hai poche hai ro adu saying that normalcy laba no one will agree. No one will agree with his assessment. Ngasi ba Kampok Pilan Mangamdri, Kamato Ngamdri, Mayama, I think as I can issue say the Kanosuni, economic position, condition, life issue, that's all issue woman. Nasi, why they live at the Bible 2022 gi June July, I think pension Chakiba Kamusin, pension full pension Pangdana, Nasi Babulai. Other Pesasi, deficit deficit, Damas, how to see some Sapit Chakip Tagadi, how will this state survive? I will say, that's a big issue, Amani. Aduga, Masagi, Handeki, can you say, Togodo Miduna, Gan Tadab Tagadi, how you normalcy lane, Adu Wakan Long Tagadi, a coin and a seat, the say, Athel the film or Doran, Queen, a say, competition to the Athel the film or Doran. Adu, High River, Togodo Miduna, Udab Tagadi, Adu, we have no hope. We have no hope of seeing peace and normalcy in the state of Manipur. Labor government since some labor target. Aduga, Amasu, I tamningi, Kari tamninga, Masi, I know party move Humba Kopeki Wanate, on a Nasi Kangai city, Nasai Gan Tanminasi, what are we supposed to do? Have to Adugi Dugi Matang the Kat Tambani. Handakta, Honorable Chief Minister, I'm relaunch story and carry. Go to the hills and go to the village. Yeah, I'm possible concept ni. Hana mamang story. Adumo, hanging the my issue killing swear basin. Go to the hills, fly to the hillside of Natro. And the salary, Tamil salary, cabinet cannot do by road Chakibro, Moibo. More bound the program to come out on the president, the go to hillside or go to the village. I know. I think. Kusi suicide or hybrid, carry or hybrid. Sorry. A sigi sick and can adu to begin when Gan W. Pata, I quite party cited a quite Tamzena, Kari Tami. Problems I could put no honor say, BJP aggression at the Congress aggression at the NPP aggression at the Akanga Kari Mong the health of web say, Tauraga. Normalcy and peace of work, no, honestly, Haina Havini. Adu, Labor say the Park Tabi film there, Tasing Ayangasi, Lapis, I soon calamity. See Torusina, Mayam Dona, Kanogi, Angang, European history at Tamagadi, no, Karadin Tamani, French Revolution, Ning Bra. French Revolution, the Kari, Adu King Louis IV again, or that of Louis Philippe. Mind the people thinking about Mary and night. Mind carry high. If they don't have bread, let them eat cake. I do. Situation like that, carry to get to Kangana. I do high do. As they give me the French Revolution talk it on. I do film the equipment in Pusu Tarakadobra. Have say chingly. Honorable Chief Minister, the appeal to me. Like back his situation, Munakambio. I do Lunana. Kopuno Honaminasi, cheat normalcy like Benati. Cannot talk peace like Penate, Adu to go Wally, Aduga, Sigi sit, pork say, a koi the Parico koi, Karalega, say, Halasai, Karalega, koi Shigan, Adu tung the Horiba, Noigi, at Noi Makale Udo, Adu the mother Manipur peace pork, normalcy pork, say, Yam Darkar oi, Adu, Gasai Kogi, Canona, Bidar and Suhagiba, you have more stake than us. You have more stake, you are the biggest stakeholders. How do you know in a correct Gan Tadar Cotton Noy, Nasi debate out there because Gan Taraga, no, see the Kandarga Library. How do Noy Makada, Noy Pingi, and people, Nasi say, oh, my thing I have Modica should come upon it. Knowing a she, Gan Taraga, knowing it over do not. I am more guide or more future same with doing it. I do not know you, Yam the Sober roll lay. I do not know in a sea. I am very happy. So I don't know debate say the participant, hanjanhallakpa, 48 like no, I'm saying never. Since Tapadi, no in interest lay, I do have a Manipur git labor. What is that stake for Manipur? Labor can you say, Masi say that no issue, I'm so Daitelo we have said, Matigi Yan Saw Kudamni. I appreciate and I thank all of you. I do the Sunatana, essay the Su, Queen Punataru essay. ऐसे पिखल 99 पिखले यामना मसिंग फजन यामी अखोय कनो तो अखोय ऐसे येंगे तो कामू सिंग सु हाफेट अदम कनो तो बनी करी सी लोइन पावंग मगदा बि वनर बनी एनीवे तदुन अदु अदु आइना थमदि लोइन इंटरेस्ट लौदना खोदन स्वाइन तो से मसी यामना नुंगाई अदु इन थाइगदो बाबु you will be the leader in the future noina kanata tungi kamu singsu admai to noina gimbigdawni aduna masida koi punamak honaga akoi ngakte no issue daite am chongli punamak honamina honaga manipur peace proper normalcy proper ba honami nasi haiba wafam je thamaka I try some lessons again. Thank you.
So the much-awaited debate competition is about to begin. We request all the participants to be ready and follow the instructions of the coordinators. Let's gear up for the exciting session of ideas and arguments. I'm passing the mic to Sir Dhanabir Laishram, Mr. Speaker of today.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Debate si hona torsi ko. Matam yamna chai hai tai. Koi chapchana hawi ko. Si mamang sida rules and regulation habit samlapa haige ko. Loina bagna piriba matam zi 8 minutes ni. Aduga minute tareta warning ahan ba pini. Aduga last bell na 8 ta pini. Sige matung na ngang badu ngambi daw na payam sang niyam yame ba ko. Aduga point sa piroy. Aduga yaring ay di topic sida stick to biba. Adagi de koi timekeeper laini mana time pini ko duration sige. Adagi amana ekoi gi kano si ngasigi marks he masi judging na suno to biu ko. Judging gi tabulation sheet to da jury 1, jury 2, jury 3 na laibire. Aduga ngasagi mark allocation gi to pi dam ni na judge number singdu da horen. Ako'y na pizeri si language ki 20 ko. Language ki 20. Aduga presentation ki 20. Adagi method 60. Aduna horen mark pibi matam da 8 plus 8 plus 20, 30 gain toroga total du asomda total marks from the pibi da bada I sai jury ki kalam da pibi rama bako. Horen organizers sing da tinjan ba dungai na ba. Adagi matang da thamjaning si yaring ay di why paja bahai si ko. Aduga ako'y ayamba debate move na house da motion ji move tore hai na sang maju yawi natra. Adu di nainabam di thok treba natra. Aduna move jing do gyan tabiu ko. Ade ayama tamda withdraw to honing ba adagi pass to honing ba losalakpa saruk takra dum haibiu si parliament ki chanabi amani ko. Aduni adagi paja why si nabiro lane debate amana smai hairam ba kaino ko. Adumana aduna adana to budum to bidra ko. Adagi yamaroina ako'y ngasigi jury se labu yam phaba hai tare. It is very fortunate for all the learned debaters because the 3 juries are very eminent, you know. Ako'y uza noni is very eminent person. Yam academician ni ko. Labu yam phay mana jury obiba. Adigi uza kunjo attorney writers ni. Aduga mayam gi yamna political analyst toba koi yam associate tawzaraba yam eminent ni aduga aigi uza mem uza jisu mayam popular we uza ni ko akoi srima ningombam yam toina debate uramgani yam ne hena fazana akoi gi keno lobungamba decision fazana loba the hoji maksu associate professor we no work to biriba kai khomnazarba mem ahumna noi gi juri oi be se labu yam phai ko adu noi khubam tang di khudana okay adu di supporter de kinya noi ai na sida organizer na lot to ga pira khreba ko sida noi na move to ning ba mi ahan be yaw bra ba ha nang mi kari request okay na khoi gi di noi any Minkari Sanatoy and the request ko. Yari. Adudi ahan basi ay request invite of zere manang sige house ki motion si move to bigani house ki motion na peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue ko. Kung Manipuri na Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa phibam hanjanhallakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani habani. Yeah, please take the floor right side. Mingdong tang haibiyo. Chair number di sida laitre ba ko.
Namay rakpam request.
Namay rakpam request. Namay rakpam request 18 next serial number 18. Serial number 18. Di nga move to nga doon ba. Pida di kayo. Magidi ni paano ka doon ni tareto one may ni mapan no di ba? Ni pando warning mapan the last. Makre no pigas siya. Okay, namay rakpam request Maitay from Treasury Vents.
Speaker sir, laikhok ta satpa laidi laiman challaga kele uthak ta panba uhaisu haimun bharaga kele adubu hojek Manipur da thoklibi irang asidi hai laimakti natabanina matom da loisinjaki ni shanti matom da hanjanjarakani haiduna laithokpadi oithoktraba wafam ama oibana. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Hareba motion asi Treasury bench lomdigi hak samang strongly support tawjabaga loinana honorable mover amoina ngasigi house floor da move tawjari. Speaker sir, koi United States Institute of Peace na 2015 ki October ki tang kungohumdoi irai numita phongba National Dialogue a tool for political conflict transformation hairiba paper adugi matung ina crisis ama conflict ama loisan ge hairagadi lambi ani lei hairiba lambi ani adudi political dialogue na piba lambi ama natre hairanga na military solution na piba lambi ama adubu Manipur da hojik thokliba irang asi military solution na loisan gani haibadi taseng na oithoktraba wafamni khudam khara pijarabada Manipur asi national level gi thakta khakta natana international level gi thakta per capita security adumak wangba leibak ni per capita security wangi ba leibak asidai da thoklibi irang asi sahi ani phajel lakadaro phawbada karimata loisanabagi shanti hanjanabagi mami ama phawbu uba ngamdaba sina masana takchare madudi military solution na Manipur bu mahousa gi phibam da hanjanhallakpa ngamoi asi kakta sunatana Indian Army da Manipur dagi khwaidagi wangba awang post paibiramba retired lieutenant general Sar Konsam Himalaya masamakna military officer mo oibiramba military da leibiramba mioi amana Manipur da thokliba issue asi loisan ke hairagadi political dialogue taunagadabani haiba wafam mamang sahi gi December ki tang kun go humdoi da phongba pongna pham pauchi na khudam oire asi kakta sunatana aikoi Kukijo council gi makok thongwa mioi singna koi gi chaliba sahi asi gi January tha da Indian government gi maru oiba koi gi interlocutor AK Mishra ga loinana unaba matamda makoi gi apamba wahai wata sing phongtokpa loiraba matungda aikoi political dialogue taunanaba initiative lobiu haiba wafam koi chaliba sahi asi gi January gi tang 19 da phongwa dekal heral amasung Sangai expression khudam oiri hairiba paper sing asi aikoi treasury bench na amadi hak na ngasi gi motion asi da support tawjaba matamda hena supportive oinanaba gi damakta speaker sar sinjage Maka tajara ko ina speaker sir aikoi Manipur gi issue si loisan na bagi damakta military solution choose tawbudi taseng na lan gani maramdi military solution choose tawruba matam dadi akoi kano root cause nainaroi civilian casualty yamgani adu kisu mathak ta karigung matam da strategy soi garagadi hena chawa violence ama oirakani maramasina mamang da ina panjakhriba paper adu gi matung ina lambi ani leibigi manung da lambi ama di taseng na oithoklaroi khanglabani na aikoi lemhori ba lambi asi political dialogue asini maramasina Manipur bu mahousa gi phibam da hanjana ba hona ba matam da political dialogue asi tangai phadi haibutu takcharabani asi khakta sunatana aikoi Manipur da hoji political dialogue yam darkar lei karigino haijaba taragadi Manipur thoklebi irang asi aikoi yam kupna praja singa made leiriba miyo singa sidai da root cause khanghan da ba yade तसेंगना मैतैग कुकीग यानदबदगी इरांग असे थोलकलिबरा मणिपुर की चीफ मिनिस्टर ना वार ऑन ड्रग्स कैंपेन तौरुबदगी इरांग असे थोलकलिबरा मैतैने शेड्यूल ट्राइब तालुबदगी इरांग असे ओइरकलिबरा इंडिया गवर्नमेंट मणिपुर की लालहौबसिंग लोइसनब इरांग असे तौरकलिबरा इंडिया गवर्नमेंट मणिपुर लैरिबा रिसोर्सिंग असे लौथोक याननबगीदमक्ता इरांग असे तौरकलिबरा नत्रे हरगना चाही लिसिंग मंगा हेनबगी पुवारी लैजरबा मणिपुर बु मचेन मचे ताना थुगाइबी याननबगीदमक्ता इंडिया गवर्नमेंट कुकी सिंगबु खुलाई ओइना सिजनरकांदा इरांग असे थोखलिबरा हाइरिबा मरम सिंग असे एखो याम कुपना नैनदब यारोय हाइरिबा मरम सिंग से नैननबगीदमक्ता एखोना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग दरकार लै मरम असिना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौबना रूट कोस तो कुपना नैनबा याननबा अमदी याम कन्ना मयामना हाइनरी वायोलेंस हाना लोसलो वायोलेंस हाना लोसलो वायोलेंस तुबु तहलगलिबा मकोक मरु ओइरिबा मदुबु इनसलगा तहलिबा सिंग अदुबु फमिनरकांदा तहनदनबा वारी सानगे हारगदी पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग से तौगदबनी असी खक्तसु नतना स्पीकर सार अखोई पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग से अखोई मल्टी लेवल दा तौगदबनी मणिपुर दा लेरिबा पॉलिटिकल लीडर सिंग नेशनल की ओइबा पॉलिटिकल लीडर सिंग मरक्तसु पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौगदबनी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी सिंग मरक्तसु पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौगदबनी मतांग असिदा पंजनिंगो वाफम अमना होजिक मणिपुर सरकार पाइरिबा पॉलिटिकल पार्टी असी की मखादा लेरिबा पॉलिटिकल लीडर सिंग मखोई मसेन की मरक्त फमिनदुना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौनदबदगी ngasi की फिबम असी यौरकनी मणिपुर दा लेबिरिबा ngasi की सरकार पाइबिरिबा पॉलिटिकल पार्टी असी की मखादा लेरिबा पॉलिटिकल लीडर सिंग असिना मखोइना अनिंगबता तौनरक्पा अमदी लैरिबा मरुओइना मयामना लाना सु मकोक ओइना उनरिबा फुरुप अनिसिगी माइकैदगी माना अनिंगबा पुंगांगदा गांगनरका लैबा डायलॉग तौनबगी महुत मोनोलॉग तौनरगा लैरुबुदुना मणिपुर की फिबम ngasi फावो ओइसलकपनी असिगसु मथक्ता सरकार पाइरिबा पॉलिटिकल पार्टी असिगी चपचाबा फिरेब अमा मयामना ngasi खंगहनबिदबना मरुओइना कांग्रेस की माइकैदगी नेशनल पीपल पार्टी NPP की माइकैदगी नखोइगी फिरेब करिनो हाइदुना मयामसिना हंगनरिकलरिबनी मरमसिना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौनरगा मखोइगी चपचाबा फिरेब अमा लौरबा कांददा अहानबा ओइना मणिपुर से महौसा की फिबम हंजिलक ngमगनी असी खक्तसु नतना मल्टी लेवल तौबा तसेंगना तंगाई फदे मणिपुर की ओइना लैरिबा तोंगान बा हुजिकी फुरुप सिंगी CSO सिंगी मरक्तसु पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौनगदबनी मतांग असिदा पंजनिंबा अमना अखोई सरकारना लोयरगा थंबा अचानबा हुइरोय ओइरिबा CSO सिंगी मरक्ता पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौबुदी तौनबिगरो तसेंगना मणिपुर की दमक्ता खनबा CSO सिंगी मरक्ता पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौनबियु अदुगा मणिपुर शांति हंजिलकनबा होनबियु हाइबसे थमजगे मथंगदा अखोई इंटेलेक्चुअल सिंगी मरक्तसु याम कुपना अखोई डायलॉग तौनगदबनी मरमदि कुकी सिंगी माइकैदगी जालंगम कौबा लारिक अमा फोंगलई मदु लाली सुमी हाइबा मरै तौनरिबनिना नखोइना फोंगइबा लारिक तु कराइदगी डाटा नो रेफरेंस कराइदगी लौरकनो मखोइगिसु इंटेलेक्चुअल लाक्सनु अखोइगिसु थोलक्सनु अदुगा अखोइदना सिबोक लई नोइदना सिबोक लई कनाना सुमी लाली हाइननबगी तंजा अमा फंगनबगी दमक्ता इंटेलेक्चुअल सिंगी मरक्तसु डायलॉग तौनगदबनी असि खक्तसु नतना छात्र की ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्टूडेंट यूनियन सिंगी मरक्तसु डायलॉग तौनगदबनी मरमदि चुरचामपुरदा मेडिकल कॉलेज महैरोई सिंगी मथक्ता ओटपी नैबिबा नतब लिचा चली हाइबा वारी लैखि मणिपुर यूनिवर्सिटी दसु कुकी की महैरोई सिंगी मथक्ता मपोट मचै थुगाइबिबा मांहन ताहनगिबा वारी मयाम अमा लैखि हाइबा रेकॉर्ड लैबनिना अखोइना ngasi स्टूडेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सिंगी थाक्सु फमिनरे हर कांदा अखोइना लानखिबना सिनी नखोइना लानखिबना सिनी सिबो खोंफम हंतोकना सि हाइदुना याननबगी पुरकनबा लंबी म ओइननबगी दमक्तदी स्टूडेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सिंगी माइकेदसु डायलॉग तौनगदबनी असि खक्तसु नतना याम मरु ओइना मणिपुरदा लैरिबा इंडिविजुअल सिंगी लेवल दसु डायलॉग तौनगदबनी मरमदि येलहोमी ओइबा ओइदबगी वाफमदुना नाथैरगा थमग्रे हर कांदा मेगी तांग अहुम की ममांगदा अखोइसु नखोइगी नरक्ता लैरमी नखोइसु अखोइगी इरक्ता लैरमी पुन चामिनरमी पुन हिंगमिनरमी अदुगा मेगी तांग अहुमदगी नखोइना अखोइबु याम तमथीबा सा अमगुम अखोइनसु नोइदा खल्लिबा नखोइनसु अखोइदा खनगिबा मदुदा मांगिबा थाजबादो हंजनबा याननबगी दमक्ता ngasi दे अखोइनसु नोइदा कसु तौरोय नोइनसु अखोइदा कसु तौरकनु लानगिबा सोइनखिबा ngaknasi हाइदुना फमिनरकांदा वारी सानबा याननबगी थाजबा पुरकपा याननबगी लंबीदुदि पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग नतना अतै लंबी लेते मसिगा मतंग चानना अइना पंजनिंगो वाफम अमदे ngasi अखोइ मणिपुर की दमक्ता तसेंगना खुद खुलाई पायरगा निंग तमलान हौरिबा कथोकलगा मणिपुर की वांगमदा लेरिबा अखोइगी इसिन इनाउसिंगी मफमदसु मतै मनाउ खनबदा याउसनबा नतबा मीगी मचिन मनाउ की लम खनबदा याउसनबा नतबा अमदि मीगी पैसा तोनबा थौरुरगा पार्सल लौब नतबा पीबा ngamni ngamoi khangdaba imungda demand tawsanduna leibagi mahuta akhoi ning tamlan hobiriba isin auksing ki mafamdasu akhoi nakoina tawba yaba nakoi ki level da manipur bu shanti hanjilaknaba manipur mahousa ki phibam da hanjilakpa ngamnanaba political dialogue tawnabi haiba wafam se thamjage yam maru oina अमुक हन्ना लाक्चनिंगो वाफमदा अखोई पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग सी तसेंगना मणिपुर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इंडियन गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव लौबियु पॉलिटिकल लीडर सिंगी मरक्तसु को इनिशिएटिव लौबिरा कांदा डायलॉग तौबियु मतांग सिदा पंजनिंगो वाफम अमना पॉलिटिक्स डिसाइड योर फ्यूचर सो डिसाइड योर पॉलिटिक्स हाइबो वाफम से थमजगे अखोई इपाई पुन हाइना बिरंबा पावरो अमा लै हुनरदि लैतुंग वाते हाइबो पावरो अमा मरम असिना अखोई फमिनरगा वारी सानबगी तंजादो लौमिनसि अदु नतदना मखोइना ngangbना सुमी अखोइना ngangbना सुमी हाइदुना फमिनदबिदा मान अनिंगबगी वाखलोंता अदुमक ngang लेरगदी अखोई ngasi की मणिपुर से शांति हंजलपगी फिबम अदुदी ओइबा ngमोय maram asina aina thamjikriba amadi ngangbirakadoриba akhoi gi treasury bench longgi honorable members singi observation yam kupna tabi har kanda ngasi ahakna house floor da move tawiram laba si ahaki motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue hariba motion ase hujik Manipur da leiriba mioi lising humpu hena displace oiriba sing sigi khanbi rakanda makhoibu amuktang di chak chakhom ama chaba matamda harau harau mamite gi mapi ta na chaba phanghanna bagi damakta ekoi punna amatu oina amakhatang airaba han bagi oiba asinatana atai lambi su leitraba koigi punna hingminarba yanana bagi lambi oiriba political dialogue se tawnaduna Manipur se amutang ni shanti hanjal halaksi mahousa gi phibam da hanjin hanchi haiba wafam se thamjara kanda ngasi gi motion asibu house floor dagi pass tawba yanana bagi damak speaker sar gi amadi ngasi gi house pungning jingsin jari thank you.
Thank you. Enriquez, learned debaters na move to Birama House ki motion sing asi opposer ki maikai dagi Thoksom Sanathoi Singh opposer bench set number 22 Thoksom Sanathoi Singh Sanathoi na oppose to bigani amukan na kausage Thoksom Sanathoi Singh set number 22 opposition bench.
Hello. Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi House the Pukhalaklipa motion, Iram the Manipurda, Shanti, amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjanhallakpa haibasi, political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani hariba motion asi with my heart and soul, motion asibu objection tawjari. Motion asibu objection tawagi egi relevant arguments, statement amadi facts findings pumba, Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir gi mafamda, mathang manaw naina thamjagi. Ihan hanbada ngasi Iram the Manipurda thokliba irang asigi achauba community stakeholder ama oiriba Kuki community ki migration diaspora ikuna tangkak ohum thokna yengbi yai ahanbada 1840s ta Iram the Manipurda changjapam lokiba khongjai haira khangnaba Kuki sing ani subada 1960s ta ki military junta ge regime na Iram the Manipurda refugee oikiba Kuki sing aduga ohum suba asina illegal immigrant oina sanglakliba Kuki sing haina ikuna tangkak ohum thokna yengbi yai. Honorable Speaker, sir, thamjaning wafam di ngasi Iram the Manipur da thoklibi irang asidi Iram the Manipur da khangu thakta sanglakhiba Kuki refugee amadi Kuki illegal immigrants sing na thokan bari masigi sabsaw khudam haibu 9 August 2023 da India ki parliament da Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah na thamkiba statement da the neighboring Myanmar saw a military leadership due to no fencing at the Myanmar border. Kuki brothers started coming to Mizoram and Manipur, which finally led to the clashes and security concerns in the state of Manipur. The statement of Honorable Home Minister is further corroborated by the Down report of 2023, which states that Manipur on high alert after the illegal influx of 900 Kukis, which has escalated the situation in the state of Manipur. Honorable Speaker, sir, thamjaning buwa from the ngasi Iram the Manipur da thoklibe irang asi mathakta thamjakriba statement ani asina Iram the Manipur da mitop sing na thomjalakpana maram orga Iram the Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam irang asi thokan bani maram asina ngasigi leiriba Iram dam gi lengak asina different situation demands different needs and actions have a historical and constitutional perspective to understand tawraga asylum seekers were kana makhoi da identity card issue to biba foreigners act ki matung ina makhoi deport to biba article 371C of the Indian constitution na scheduled tribe category the piriba special protection of the safeguard bu judicial review to ba iram dam gi leiriba lenga kasina NRC state population commission amadi ngasi maksan adun leiriba ILPS system bu effectively update and implement to ra matamda Iram the Manipur da mitop sing thomjilak bathing ngamgani and mind you when Iram the Manipur da mitop sing thomjilak bathing ngamlo matamda Iram the Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa ki phibam hanjalak ngamgani maram asina ihan hanbamak da ngasi ki house ki motion asi aran ba motion man ai yani suba point ta 1980s tagi Kukile nam sem bagi political design bagi makata tongan ba Kuki ge area sing the lakiba artificial population growth madi area domination gi saruk amoy na ngasidi Iram the Manipur ki reserve forest area da foba and cluster pa 2006 to 2024 foba Chuchanpur da khun 148 Kangpokpi da khun 217 hengalakpa and moreover more than 900 villages village recognition pinaba application tharakiba asina iramdam gi hanagi leijariba yellow saktam da sound singer pani maramasin Mr. Speaker sir illegal encroacher simbo forest act ki matungina forest eviction toba Manipur population commission ki matungina illegal immigrants bu detection tawraga foreigners act ki matungina makhoi bu deport tawro matamda iramdam Manipur da mahousa ki phibam hanjalakpa ngamgani maramasin motion asi aranma motion man ai ahum suba point ta Afghanistan da Taliban ki war funding opium cultivation tawbagum ngasi mak iramdam Manipur da lakliba kuki len ki movement asida poppy plantation amadi drug trafficking na a source of funding already, and hence we came to term them as narco-terrorists. And here I would like to remind you the fact that according to Director of International Bureau, Government of India, about 1,25,000 acres of Iramdam Gilenda poppy thai, and thereby producing a market value of around 50,000 to 60,000 crore in a year, and thus established a narco economy. A sugyam saw revenue mana back to riba narco economy gi mateng nang asidi iramdam Manipur gi laser by yelhowi maitai singbo ethnic cleansing tawraga zalenga mama sem nabugi political design amagi bakha separate political administration demand tarakpani. Honorable Speaker sir, maramasna NDPS Act 1985 ki matuina iramdam Manipur da war on drugs chalairaga narco economy ki every unit pu maru phungna muthan rabagidawta forest act ki matungina forest eviction tawba Manipur population commission ki matungina illegal immigrants bu detection tawraga foreigners act ki matungina makhoi bu deport tawraga narco economic chain network leiriba network asibu maru phungna thadala matamda iramdam Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa ki phibam hanjalakpa ngamgani maramasina motion asi amukhana aranba motion amani ai gi mari suba point ta 2008 cookie center amasung state lengaka cookie armed militant groups kun mangaromga suspension of operation sign tongnaki adu ngasi laklibo bafam di karino haiba matamda susana duna leiriba cookie armed militant singna ngasi iramdam gi Manipur gi irang asida instigate to batanatana perpetuate to na bahonari haiba national investigation agency gi report ki wafam si. Honorable Speaker sir, maramasina iramdam Manipur shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjilakke haiba targadi ngasi mak de facto oina leiriba suspension of operation abrogate toba aggressor singbo section 147 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita gi offense against state ki makhada legal action lokhatba political mandate amagi matungina aggression singbo military crackdown tawra matamda iramdam Manipur shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjilakpa ngamgani maramasina motion asi aranba motion am aigi maga suba point Honorable Speaker sir wathok amagi waroishin purakpa matamda waroishin adu purakadawriba arbitrator aduna wathok adugi wahodok causal factor yamna munna understand tawba darkar tai adu ngasi iramdam Manipur da thokliba irang asibu wathok asibu waroishin purakadawriba center lengakna ngaihak lerga illegal immigrant na iramdam Manipur gi irang asi thokan bani munghai ngaihak lerga ethnic classes ne munghai aduga nakal amaromda iramdam gi leiriba lengakasina the Hindu da maitai state ST demand tawrubadagi iramdam Manipur da irang asi thokan bani amunghai asigumba arbitrator oigadoriba center amasung state lenga ngasi gi double engine gi lengakasina masagi oiba chapchaba political stand ama leitaba center amasung state ani gi marakta yamda conflicting amadi contradictory of statement leiringai cheragasda matau karamna political dialogue tawraga iramdam Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjilakpa ngamgadoribina. Honorable Speaker sir, maramasina motion asi amukana aranba motion amani. Honorable Speaker sir, I get taruk suba point nasigi house na belief tawriba motion political dialogue na iramdam Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjalakani haiba targadi support bench da phambiriba members sing da songna hangjaniba wahang amadi ihan hanbada center na sem kiba peace committee karigidamta ngasi bakpakwa work tawribno again is suba point 23rd October 2023 da Ministry of Home Affairs na community ahum gi peace dialogue da violence thaduk pahana mutually decide to kiba targasu ngasi makpoba bomb of nongmai gi pau na good morning gi news on tariba karigano. Honorable Speaker sir, masigi mathakta recently Ministry of Home Affairs na cookie zo council da political dialogue to se have targadi violence hana thadu u haiba Ministry of Home Affairs ki statement karigidamta released or clip now. Honorable Speaker sir, this clearly proves to the point that political dialogue is not a solution to bring peace and normalcy in the state of Manipur. Honorable Speaker sir, maramasina by considering all the relevant arguments faction finding and the different statement which I put off before the floor of the House. Ngasigi House the Pukalakliba motion, Iram the Manipur, Shanti, amasung mahousa gi phibam, hanjanhallakpa haibasi, political dialogue khaktana. I talk bang ngamgani hairiba motion is different dimensions to gi yengma matamda yamna inclusive oidaba. Aran ba yumfam yaudo motion ama oibana. I would like to request the honorable prime mover of the House to kindly withdraw the motion from the floor of the House unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Thoksum Sanathoy. Next, from Treasury Vance. Treasury Vance tagi mathang lokat chagadoi si Waikom Bobita Devi. Waikom Bobita Devi. Magi cell number si 10 from Treasury Vance, Waikom Bobita Devi, Treasury Vance, cell number 10.
Good morning, Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir. Today's topic, peace and normalcy in Manipur, can only be achieved through political dialogue. I strongly support today's topic because political dialogue is the only solution for this furious situation in Manipur right now. Mr. Speaker, we are burning in our own state, in our own land. In the name of the religion, in the name of the minority, some are playing the victim card, yet we are the real victim in our own land, Manipur. Mr. Speaker, the complex conflict in Manipur is like a deep-rooted tree that requires nourishment and care to bloom into peace and harmony. Mr. Speaker, the progress of this conflict is unnatural, so in this conflict, we need to find the root cause of this solution. Mr. Speaker, some points to be mentioned are, what started in the May 3rd, 2023 is due to the lack of the timely action by the government. The conflict began when the court started asking about the inclusion of the Meiteis in the ST list. It is the spark that started a fire, and the weak government mechanism has been the reason for the escalation of this conflict. Mr. Speaker, but the years of disdain, planning, and guided hatreds towards the religious platform has fanned the fire to burn the bridge between the hills inhabited by the Kukis and the plains where the Meiteis live. Mr. Speaker, the progress of this conflict is so unnatural, so hence it is true to look for the root cause to solve the conflict in Manipur right now. Mr. Speaker, only the political dialogue is the solution for this conflict in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, the question is, what started and caused the planned migration of the Kukis, and what steps initiated of the pre-planning of the elements of negotiation by Kukis called Shu years before the happening of this conflict? Mr. Speaker, this question needs to be answered first, as the Manipur is under the union of the Indian government. No entity, no individual, and no journalist can take the role of answering this question, for the redressal also come only from the government only. And when I say government, I refer to the initiative of the state government. Mr. Speaker, sir, only the political dialogue is that we can bring the solution for the conflict in Manipur, and only the political dialogue with the hope and aim of bringing peace holds the key to open the Pandora box with as many secrets that we might not be aware of. Mr. Speaker, sir, the conflict in Manipur has many underlying factors, which includes the rise of narco-terrorism, the illicit poppy plantation trade, and the demand for the land and demand for the ST status. So these underlying factors has been the reason for the escalation of this conflict in Manipur that caused the violence situation in Manipur right now. Mr. Speaker, some might argue that arresting those responsible will solve the conflict in Manipur. But this oversimplifies the situation in Manipur that we are facing right now. Because political dialogue is not just a preferred way, it is the only way and the only solution that can counter the situation and conflict right now that is happening in Manipur. But some might argue that political dialogue won't be able to bring peace and normalcy in Manipur, citing its past failures and lack of compromises. But, Mr. Speaker, history itself is the proof for the success of the political dialogue. A strong and determined political dialogue and negotiation can bring and solve the complex conflict and one of the most toughest conflict maybe in the world. And perfect example is the Tashkent Agreement and Tashkent Declaration, which ended the war of India and Pakistan in 1965. Mr. Speaker, sir, in this conflict, 221 people have been killed and 60,000 people have been displaced. Mr. Speaker, this act of inhuman will continue unless the government intervene. Mr. Speaker, in order to solve the conflict in Manipur, we must look closely at the generation of the lack of awareness, which is searching for a place to belong, to call it their own, and to leave roots for their future generation. Especially, the communities that has been called refuses everywhere. What can be more challenging and struggling to fight against a community called Meiteis, small in number, live in the northeastern part of India, yet having the great history of kings and queens, of women or men, who proudly grew, which is yet unknown and unattended in the history of India. So, Mr. Speaker, only the political dialogue can bring peace and normalcy in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, India have a great history of handling the complex conflict in the world history. A perfect example is the Tashkent Declaration, where the India successfully persuaded the Pakistani soldiers to withdraw from the Indian border and territory. So, Mr. Speaker, why is that India, which is capable of handling the world complex conflict, do not able to resolve the conflict in Manipur? If India truly desires to resolve the conflict, they can do so in a matter of days. Mr. Speaker, how many lives have to be lost before they solve the conflict in Manipur? Mr. Speaker, sir, some points, and to facilitate the political dialogue in Manipur, the Indian government must first ensure a neutral third-party mediator to resolve the conflict in Manipur. And they must ensure the inclusive representation of all the stakeholders. And, Mr. Speaker, they must bring clear agenda and ground rules to solve the conflict in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, the empty promises is now over. We do not need it. What we need is action, and we need it now. The Indian government must act right now to solve the conflict in Manipur and to bring the peace and normalcy in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the relief game, even in the relief game, the families are struggling and grappling and with fear, holding and having the only chance to bring back their shattered lives. They're trembling with fear, and even in the relief camp, what unfortunate is that people are kidnapped and killed. The women in the relief camp and the babies, and even an 8-month-old baby, have been killed mercilessly. A perfect example is the unfortunate event at the Jerusalem, where some innocent woman and an 8-month-old baby have been killed without any mercy. Mr. Speaker, this is the act of terrorism, and how long will the government will just see and act like it's nothing at all? So, lastly, Mr. Speaker, I request to you that please pass today's topic from the motion to the action stage, as political dialogue is the only solution to bring peace and normalcy in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, in order to bring the peace and to solve this conflict, political dialogue is a very important thing. I repeat again, it is not just a preferred option, it is the only option and the only solution to bring peace and normalcy in Manipur and to save the unity of Manipur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Bobita. Next city, ngasigi si debater si Treasury bench opposition bench kasi tangkai men kenagar boko. Aduna 1 with 2 intervention ani magani ratio to dari ko. Next say ay opposition bench tagi ani lokhat chage an bagi si thoksom Joyশ্রী Haishnam Joyশ্ree Haisnam. Say number 5 from opposition. Joyশ্ree Haisnam. Say number 5.
Mic check. Honorable members, with the permission of Speaker Sir, I strongly oppose the motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. And let me give my arguments categorically. Speaker Sir, peace research approach by Johan Galtung, which focuses on the conditions of peace and violence, is an interdisciplinary approach, defines and categorizes peace into two types, negative and positive. Therefore, I pose a fundamental question here. What type of peace are we aiming for? Is it positive peace or negative peace? Speaker Sir, positive peace is embodiment of justice, equality, and also human rights. At the same time, integration of society, peace brought by peaceful means. And negative peace is the coercive force used to bring an absence of violence. So the motion clearly fails to identify what type of peace are we aiming for, and it misleads the House. Normalcy haibadi mahousa gi phibam haibani. Motion asida normalcy haibasi akwani yingsi. Manipur throughout its period, pre-colonial, colonial and post-colonial period, had perpetual conflict in the region. Immanuel Kant's concept of perpetual peace is lacking in the area. So what type of normalcy are we talking about in the motion? And also, the overemphasis of the word only signifies that the motion has been oversimplified. At the same time, there are many solutions to a problem. It fails to acknowledge other alternative solutions beyond political dialogue. At the same time, political dialogue is the superficial exchange of interests and ideas between opposing parties, oftentimes lacking consensus, including women too. And there is also self-serving interests and power dynamics. Example, oftentimes women are the victims of war, and there is a lack of representation of women in political dialogue. Feminists question the nature of war and its aftermath. Example, Japan, South Korea, Comfort Women, Peace Agreement 2015 face critical issues and criticization from people. Speaker Sir, peace or political dialogue can be used as a tool by state to maintain their status quo and to bring a coercive dialogue where they exclude majority of the voices and many voices. At the same time, there is an unequal power relations and elite-driven dialogues. This proves that, and this can become another reasons for conflict. And also, there are external factors influencing this conflict, in every conflict, and even in Manipur. The economic crisis, the security threats, and the Myanmar Golden Triangle. And we have to know that Myanmar is the new epicenter of global conflict. It is no longer Middle East. So this kind of impacts are giving on Manipur, and I think we need to look beyond our area and bring a regional dialogue with Myanmar and other stakeholders. Also, there are instances of failed political dialogues in Asia and Africa, etc., such as Sudanese National Dialogue 2014 faced criticism for lack of inclusivity, and also it further escalates the issues. Kenyan National Dialogue 2008, and also there are many failed peace dialogue. So what I want to emphasize is that we do not know whether political dialogue can solve or bring peace in Manipur. Speaker Sir, the emergence of modern nation state of India in 1947 changed the fate of people over its territory, population, sovereignty, and government. Now, The merger agreement of 1949 also brought many complex structural, economic, political issues ranging from ethnic conflict, land rights, ST demand status, drug trafficking, narco-terrorists, and illegal immigrants. At the same time, it also brought Armed Forces Special Power Act related human rights abuses, and there is a present Kuki-Meitei conflict which has led to 70,000 displacement of people, more than 200 lives being killed. And at the same time, there is also 4,600 houses being burned. And so I want to ask honorable members, what solutions do you think that political dialogue will be really solidify and give it? So what I'm trying to say is, political dialogue, you are overemphasizing the use of political dialogue, but you're not showing how will it bring. And then at the same time, all the issues of Manipur overlap one another, and there is also the use of coercive force to suppress and silence people, human rights violation, right to life, liberty, livelihood, and the creation of buffer zones, etc. Now, what we have to know is that there is a structural manufacturing thing in this. And according to peace research approach, there are 3 types of violence. Direct violence, it is personal violence, including war, torture, hate crimes. And then there is structural violence, also called indirect violence, including colonialism, exploitation, economic inequality, gender-based violence, and human rights abuses. And cultural violence, such as symbolic in religion, ethnicity, law, media, and it is also called the war of the intellectuals, because they use ideology to manipulate people. They justify the use of direct and structural violence and make them seem less wrong. They also intend to harm and even kill people through this cultural violence. So all these violence are present in Manipur. I would like to ask the honorable members a few questions. Are we truly free in this federal structure of India to truly have a genuine political dialogue? Are we truly equipped to have a political dialogue by ourselves, or do we need a third party or approval of deep state in Manipur? Is the federal political arrangement of India conducive to bring peace, or is it adding fuel to the fire? So there are also Western powers being influencing the present political conflict and confrontation with China, adding fuel to the fire, and they are also using it for their own interests and gains. Now, I would like to give other alternatives beyond political dialogue for bringing peace and normalcy in Manipur. Number 1, there should be higher border securities to counter this drug trafficking and disrupt the drug networkings. At the same time, thank you so much. I request everyone to withdraw the motion from the floor of the House. Thank you.
Next from opposition bench again, Angom Rajni. Next from opposition bench, Angom Rajni. Lakte. Report pyramid. La honor there. We read up. Angom Rajni, cell number 26. Angom Rajni, cell number 26.
A very good morning to the speaker, sir. So the given motion is peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. So I strongly oppose in this given motion. So this given motion is very important regarding the situation of Manipur. But why? Why did I choose to oppose this motion instead of supporting it if it is said that it is important? So for that, let's imagine there are two groups. There are two groups, let's name them A and B. So now, from group B, people from group B comes up and attack people of group A. Now, regarding this situation, a political leader comes up. So this political leader comes up and made political dialogues for reducing the conflict between these two groups. But after he has made the political dialogue, people from group B still comes up to people of group A and still attacks them. People of group A defenses but never attacks. But B still attacks. Political leader makes many political dialogues but never reduces the conflict. So now this same thing, this same whole example is this thing is really happening in our state Manipur. Two communities are still fighting with each other. Many political leaders come up and made many political dialogues, but never reduced the conflict. Even Amit Sahaji came to Manipur. He visited Manipur multiple times. But the question is, has the conflict ended? Are people not crying for their children? Are people still in their homes? Are people not in relief camp anymore? Are there no more sobbings for their children, their parents, their siblings? No. There are still, the conflict is still going on around in Manipur. Hasn't the political dialogues affect the Manipur? It has not. I would like to ask the supporting group that hasn't political leader met political dialogues? Yes, political dialogues have been met multiple times, numerous times, but the conflict hasn't been ended. The conflict has not ended. It needs concrete political action, not dialogue. Why does it need actions? Regarding the situation of Manipur, many people have died in this year. It's been a year, 8 months, and 22 solid days. The conflict has not ended here. Even today, people are crying. Even today, people are still hoping for them to go to their own homes, for them to live peacefully in their land. But no, the conflict hasn't ended. We cannot go to there. Even people who are in relief camps, they are not living their life in a peace. So why do we expect the Manipur will be in normalcy and peace and normalcy if only with political dialogues? If no one, if even today people are still suffering, then why do we expect with only political dialogue peace and normalcy can be attained in Manipur? No. Manipur needs political action, not political dialogue. Political dialogues have met numerous times, but still today, people are still suffering. People are still sobbing for their dead. People are still sobbing for their children. People are begging for their lives to be spared. If political dialogues are met, then why are people still sobbing for their dead? Still begging for their lives to be spared? This peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. I would really like to oppose this motion. Matang asida ay nathamjagadabadi peace and normalcy in Manipur. Ay na motion siya hanjanhallakpa punjajari maramdi peace and Manipur in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue haibaneba. Political dialogue khaktana akhoigi Manipur da peace and normalcy purakani haiba tardi hojik fauba kaidobagi peace puraktrinoba hojik fauba kaidobagi mi kappinoba si khana bayaba pot natra amadi political dialogue khaktana peace and normalcy pura oi adudi kaidauba yai har kanda political action. A solid is political action. A concrete political action is needed. Thank you. I would like to end here.
Thank you, Anjita. Next from opposition bench. Markta Treasury Mahapsika. Okay. Anjita Kundrakpam. Anjita Kundrakpam from Treasury bench.
With the permission of the Honorable Speaker, sir, Masigi House na thamiramiba topic, Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjanhallakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana ngamgani haibasi ne. Sir, ngasigi topic ase yamna chumbana maram oiduna aina ngasi support tawjaribane. Ngasigi topic ase charangna ani thongna yengba yai sir. Ahanbada Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam haiba ma amadi Masibu political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haibasi gani. Ahanbada sir Manipur da shanti haisina hainengidi lebaga amase wathok lanthok thok tabida ingna chingna leiba adubu khangnaganeba aduduga hanagi phibam hanjanhallakpa haisina Southeast Asia asida haina humna palamba akhoi ipa ipu singi ida nangam khai ngaklamba akhoi iramda Manipur se asibu khangnaganeba. Sir, ngasigi topic asida yauriba Manipur da hanagi shanti amadi hanagi phibam hanjanhallakpa asina tai madudi akhoi hauji hanagi phibam duda leitre haibado maram asina aina ngasigi house asida kamdong akhoi shanti ase leidribano amadi karam kari tawbudagi leidribano haibado hana haijaramge. Sir, ngasigi topic asida yauriba shanti hanjanhallakpa haisina taidi akhoi Manipur iramda mase hanadi yamna ingna jinga leirame haibaneba aduduga hojiksina amu ingna jinga leitre haidi hojikse akhoina su khangiduni madudi hoji akhoi iramda mase kangkhong chaiba idu oireba masi kamdong no hai taragadi akhoi Manipur gi identity integrity amadi demography se masi sibu akhoina ngana akhoi lengak sina ngak pirakta badagi neba amadi akhoi leba si hojikti refugee gi makol haibado adu oino oireba amadi akhoi iramdam lairibaka changdam narami ba akhoi iramdam Manipur se asisibu ani suba golden triangle amasu semgadang na bahona raieba masi singsibu akhoi na thingchai taragadi matik chaba lucingba ma mathau taeba sar khudam ama lakhatuna yengsini madudi yaw chama na lanmi oiraga amadi nongsa mana akhoi lucingba mo oibana phabra natraga lucingba sina yaw oiraga nongsa singsina akhoi lanmi oibasina pharibraba akhoi hai taragadi akhoi yaw singsina na lanmi oiraga nongsa sina lucingba oibana phayeba masi kaigin hai taragadi akhoi gi lucingba mo oiba se matik chaba ma mathau taeba. Sir, akhoi irang se akhoi na laksi hai taragadi akhoi ahanbada su se control tawa mathau taeba akhoi lengak sina hojik su se phajana control tawbidreba ahan akhoi gi 2005 ki August ki tang amadi 2008 ki August ki tang kunithoi da akhoi na sign tawnagi bra su gi agreement se asi se ongdang akhoi na khidang control tawraga yengsini lengak sina adu ai taragadi karamba terrorist na no ba akhoi hojik khulai thaba horok toise akhoi iramda masigi akhoi basida akhoi kuki terrorist singsina akhoi bada tasilaga madi nupi angang khaktan hat patu base adum toraiba masi singjibu akhoi na thingchai taragadi political dialogue si khaktana oigani amadi akhoi India gi constitution sina haye madudi lebaga madi irang ama thokba matamdana sumna dangi negotiation amadi political dialogue si khaktana akhoi gi ingtapa ma purokwa ngamgadabaneba natabida akhoi na khulai thaba base akhoi gi lengak sina di tawba yaba pona teba aduna ni mayam na so hainariba duni madudi political dialogue is the only way to resolve conflict haiduna. Sir, akhoi khudam khara lakhatuna yengsi madudi naga gi political crisis thokpa matamda madu kamdong na lusingi ke madu political dialogue khaktana lusingi bani akhoi Kargil war haidar 1971 ki Kargil war se si je lusina ba hona bada akhoi gi India lengak sina changi se sumna gi tagi tha hum khaktane ba ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯨꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯀꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯏꯔꯝꯗꯝꯁꯤꯗ ꯊꯣꯛꯏꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯊꯥ 10 ꯍꯦꯟꯖꯤꯜꯂꯛꯑꯦꯕ ꯃꯁꯤꯁꯦ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯗ꯭ꯔꯤꯁꯤ ꯀꯩꯒꯤꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥ ꯂꯩꯉꯥꯛꯁꯤꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯏꯔꯝꯗꯝꯁꯦ ꯀꯔꯤꯝꯇ ꯈꯟꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯒꯤ ꯃꯑꯣꯡ ꯑꯃ ꯇꯧꯔꯦꯕ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥ ꯂꯩꯉꯥꯛꯁꯤꯅ ꯗꯤꯚꯥꯏड ꯑꯦꯟ ꯔꯨꯜ ꯈꯛꯇꯃꯛ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯉꯥꯛꯁꯤ ꯇꯧꯗꯨꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯦꯕ ꯃꯁꯤꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯍꯨꯠꯇ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯤ ꯁꯔꯀꯥꯔ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥ ꯂꯩꯉꯥꯛ ꯑꯅꯤꯃꯛꯅ ꯄꯨꯟꯁꯤꯜꯂꯒ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣग ꯇꯧꯕꯁꯦ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯃꯊꯧ ꯇꯥꯏꯌꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣग ꯇꯧꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯁꯦ ꯁꯤꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯒꯤ ꯍꯤꯁꯇ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯑꯥꯏꯗꯦꯟꯇꯤꯇꯤ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯏꯟꯇꯤꯒ꯭ꯔꯤꯇꯤꯁꯦ ꯉꯥꯡꯅ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ FMR NRC ꯃꯁꯤꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯄꯨꯂꯞ ꯄꯨꯟꯁꯤꯜꯂꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯇꯧꯒꯗꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣग ꯇꯧꯒꯗꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣग ꯇꯧꯔꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯒ ꯄꯪꯇꯧ ꯇꯧꯕꯗꯨꯅꯗꯤ ꯅꯠꯇꯕ ꯐꯖꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯕꯥꯎꯟꯗꯔꯤ ꯏꯁꯨꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯥꯡꯁꯦ ꯁꯤꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯁꯨ ꯈꯣꯡꯒꯠꯂꯒ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣग ꯇꯧꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯔꯥꯡꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯏꯔꯝꯗꯝꯁꯤꯗ ꯊꯣꯛꯏꯕ ꯏꯔꯥꯡꯁꯦ ꯁꯤꯁꯦ ꯐꯖꯅ ꯏꯪꯇꯞꯄ ꯑꯃ ꯄꯨꯔꯛꯄ ꯉꯝꯒꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯈꯨꯗꯝ ꯈꯔ ꯂꯧꯈꯠꯇꯨꯅ ꯌꯦꯡꯁꯤꯅꯦ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯃꯗꯨꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯁꯥꯝꯗ ꯊꯣꯛꯏꯕ ꯕꯣꯔꯣꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯦꯝ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯗꯥꯔꯖꯤꯂꯤꯡꯗ ꯊꯣꯛꯏꯕ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯦꯝ ꯃꯁꯤꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯄꯨꯂꯞ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣग ꯈꯛꯇꯅ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯕ ꯉꯝꯈꯤꯕ ꯉꯥꯛꯇꯅꯦꯕ ꯃꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯃꯅ ꯃꯤꯂꯤꯇꯔꯤꯅ ꯑꯣꯏꯒꯦꯔꯥ ꯑꯃꯅꯕꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯒꯦꯔꯥ ꯏꯔꯥꯡ ꯍꯦꯟꯅ ꯊꯣꯛꯍꯜꯂꯛꯀꯗꯕ ꯉꯥꯛꯇꯅꯦ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒꯁꯦ ꯁꯤꯁꯤꯅ ꯈ꯭ꯋꯥꯏ ꯐꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯔꯥꯡ ꯑꯃ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒꯁꯤꯅ ꯈ꯭ꯋꯥꯏꯗꯒꯤ ꯐꯕ ꯑꯃ ꯑꯣꯏꯗꯣꯏꯅꯦꯕ ꯗꯦꯃꯣꯀ꯭ꯔꯦꯁꯤ ꯆꯠꯄ ꯂꯩꯕꯥꯛꯀꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯅꯗꯤ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒꯁꯦ ꯁꯤꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯉꯥꯛꯁꯤꯗꯅ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒꯁꯦ ꯍꯦꯛ ꯇꯧꯕꯃꯛꯀ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯁꯦ ꯏꯔꯥꯡꯁꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯈꯔ ꯇꯞꯊꯅꯔꯛꯀꯅꯦꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯤ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣग ꯇꯧꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯑꯃꯒꯤꯁꯨ ꯐꯅꯕ ꯑꯅꯤꯃꯛꯀꯤ ꯌꯥꯅꯅꯕ ꯆꯠꯂꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒꯁꯦ ꯇꯧꯒꯗꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯅꯤꯁꯤꯃꯛ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯤ ꯀꯥꯡꯂꯨꯞ ꯑꯅꯤꯒꯤ ꯏꯔꯥꯡꯅꯤꯗꯅ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯊꯣꯛꯏꯁꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯀꯥꯡꯂꯨꯞ ꯑꯃꯒꯤꯁꯨ ꯑꯅꯤꯃꯛꯀꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯌꯦꯡꯂꯒ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒꯁꯦ ꯇꯧꯔꯛꯄ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯔꯝꯗꯝ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯊꯣꯛꯏꯕ ꯏꯔꯥꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯕꯨ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯕ ꯉꯝꯒꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯊꯝꯂꯒ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯍꯥꯎꯁꯅ ꯇꯣꯄꯤꯛ ꯑꯁꯤꯕꯨ ꯂꯠꯅꯗꯅ ꯄꯥꯁ ꯇꯧꯕꯤꯈꯤꯅꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯨꯅ ꯅꯣꯂꯨꯛꯆꯔꯤ ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ
Thank you, Anjita. Next from opposition veins, N. Bidas Singh. N. Bidas Singh. Say number 3. Nomaitem Bidas Singh. Say number 3. Treasury veins. 7. Nomaitem Bidas Singh. Say number 3. Opposition veins.
With the permission of Mr. Speaker,
Oh,
sir.
sorry. Jury. Sorry.
With the permission of Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasi House ki motion, Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjanhallakpa haibasi political dialogue na khaktang purakpa ngamgani haibasi aranba topic ama oibana ai samak thoyak sang yauna amadi tungi yumbi oina ngasi gi House ki motion asa oppose tawjage maramdi ngasi Manipur da thokle problem asa sisibu matau karamna political dialogue ni na haigadori bano amadi immigrant migrant mayam ama atop state tagi Manipur da silaga matau karamna political dialogue oigadori bano maramdi masigi maru maramdi haijage maramdi indigenous oin lektaba haibadi immigrant migrant sing asina political dialogue to from thokda haibasine Mr. Speaker, sir akhoi gi lengak na matam gi oina yane anaba tawkiba nga ki oina yane anaba lengak na ba tawkiba du ngasidi kang khong sai ba leba ba ma ohelo leba haiba ama do ohelle masigi maru eba daita di thai kana matana ro India government amadi Manipur government makhoi na logadabni Mr. Speaker, sir akhoi ngasi thokliba present situation sin nei nage haraba taragadi akhoi history da kai thoki ga haiba darkar tai amasung history da thoki ba do nei na matung da present sema ka dong nei to gum chung future da la ka dori punchi du di ngasi thokliba present situation sin pora ka dong nei maram masina historical tama maktang lopsin jage Manipur ne India da tin khra matung inakhiba agreement major agreement 1949 da yauriba Manipur gi praja myam singda India government ne pifam tok ba hak sing amadi tofom tok pa thapak thorum sing do pirabra haiba hang se hamjage masi akhoi gi MLA minister sing asina khangba matau tai
Indian Constitution ki article number 3 amadi 335 C da yauriba ni asa semdot laga Manipuri ki boundary asi phibam amatada amadi nakal amatada kaiba yaroi haibana singba singasa semdok pa mathau tai natrabadi natrabadi hanagi akhoi gi hana ningkha tamna leiramba adugi punsi da leijarage haibana singba kholaw lawrok darkar tai Mr. Speaker sir akhoi gi lengak na boundary fencing ningthina khaduna thamdabana marum oira haraga atop lam sing asidagi immigrant migrant sangogi phibam singasa sum hengale sina maram oira kanda ngasagi kena ngasagi leiriba kendra gi MLA minister lusing sing asina makhoi gi vote kanaba haidona makhoi gi indigenous people sing asibu na kanamda thamakanda immigrant migrant sing ase pusilak laba matung da electoral roll da hapsin kiba mase atai tai phibam da increase tawza kiba taraga so koi gi demographic phibam da asoki mati kahale Mr. Speaker sir अब तविगम सुं मणिपुर थोकलिबा प्रेजेंट मणिपुर थोकलिबा सिचुएशन से असे से पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग न पुरक ngमगदि ai ngasi supporter bench ta phambiba isli naw singi phando phung am khak tang thamjage ngasi relief camp da laiba mi gi masing sum hengal iba sa political dialogue na warosin purak ngambadagi ra haiba phangse ai ngasi supporter gi phanda phambiba isli naw singi phanda thamjage amasung Manipur da tholiba waroisin asi pulusila ke harabadi akhoi gi MLA amadi luchingba minister sing ase puksel sing basangi mathongna phabatai amadi lingjel manabatai sab sana thengnaraga tungi Manipur ama sema matamda hujik laiba lengak si daite amna sauna lai haidona ai haijaningi amadi akhoi tungi lehugadurba Manipur gi indigenous people sing asita akhoi sinaram gadurba Manipur se kari karamba Manipur haiba phumda ai Mr. Speaker sargi phumda thamjage amadi lebak myang phumda thamjage tawigum sung lisang sina lakpana ngasi Manipur da amasung ngasi Manipur da ningkha tamna leiramba punsi dagi akhoi India da tinsila India disni da akhoi se kaidora ge hama tamda akhoi se Indian Constitution amadi India ge law act article leirama sing se akhoi masi sing se akhoi na at least kharama khiti akhoi na follow tawna hamna sangi adorega di amasung panjaram ge ngasi political dialogue Manipur da practice toriba political dialogue sidi karino hama matamda violence ne Mr. Speaker sir ngasi masi Manipur da makhoi na political dialogue ningthi jana tawda badagi amadi akhoi ge lengak na matam ge na yana tawgi ba sing sina ngasi di Manipur da makhoi na political dialogue tawgi mahutta balance on sangsile Mr. Speaker sir akhoi tungi Manipur ama semla matamda koi gi leiribe indigenous people singse punsinduna amadi tungi mapangal kanba Manipur ama lehongna bohna matamda indigenous people sing ase gi dai tayamna sauna le Mr. Speaker sir Assam Rifle na Manipur Assam Rifle na 2004 da Manipur lalhoba counter terrorist ki damakta su suspension of operations sa maram sade asi se kari maram dagi amukta India government amadi Manipur government na 2008 ta su suspension of operations sa asi inari bano amasung immigrant migrant oina changlakhiba sing asiga indigenous people sing asigi mathakta India government amadi Manipur government tawigum chung ngasagi immigrant migrant sing aduga su suspension of operations sa tawba matik sabra Brahmana Manipur piu haraga India government Manipur ne hekta pithoka duribra Jawaharlal Nehru na Cabo Valley pithoki bi wari su leida banate leidi tawigum sung ain haisen inglibadi indigenous people sing asi na thairam la kanda immigrant migrant ne changlkiba cookie militant sing asina cookie militant sing asina makhoi gi lam talak pasa masi matik sade amadi maram sade Mr. Speaker sir aina mathangi point am haizarake mo ngasigi Sau kraba samas asida ngasi political dialogue na khaktam waroisin purakani haibagi matau sidi kaisulai taba sengbang masana samudra tauni na lakpaneba tawigum sum supporter phanda phami ribese naw sing sina aranba topic sida kari maram dagi support tori man haibisi thamjage makoi si lamhui ki tata nongsana guha da songthabodo adumakni nai pakak tawjage masi sing se hajarba matung dang asigi house ki motion da mutang galak jage Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjanhallakpa haibasi political dialogue na purakpa nganguni but mahana haramni ba only haram ba sa masi sina topic asa lalhan bani Mr. Speaker sargi phanda thamjage tawigum sung political dialogue na ngamba taragadi if tawigum sung amasung parliament da makoin house act law pass tawning ba tawjaki sanoba tawigum sung praja miyam gi influence da mado loina na decline to banga me amadi makoina ek law article sema kaduri besa praja mayam gi apam badaneba tawigum sung makoina matam gi na yane anaba sem ki bada mado kuina long lasting or have Mr. Speaker sargi phanda thamjage amasung amutanga topic talak chage Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjilakpa haibasi political dialogue na purakpa ngamgani hariba sa mase aranba motion ni na Mr. Speaker sage pham da thamjage topic sung si sing maram oraga ngasi house motion Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam da hanjilakpa haibasi political dialogue na hatang purakpa ngamgani hariba sa Mr. Speaker sage puning sing jaraba matung da ngasi gi motion ngasi house motion asibu withdraw tobi on Mr. Speaker sage puning sing jage. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Bedas. Next from opposition bench, Vidya Lakshmi Singh Shubham. Vidya Lakshmi Singh Shubham, say number 18. Vidya Lakshmi Singh Shubham, say number 18 from opposition bench.
With the permissions of Honorable Speaker, sir, today's motion, Manipurda Santi amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjanhallakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani. Today's motions. First of all, I know Honorable Treasury members sing the hangjaningba question khara thamjage. First questions. Karamba makhal gi political dialogue tawraga kana political dialogue tawraga Manipurda peace haibadi physical, mental, emotional ahum asina punba peace asi phangba ngomgudoribano. First question. Second questions, Manipur da hauzik irang santi lehendriba asi cookie narco terrorist singnani makhoi adudi kanano ayhangna mu haijadraga su makhoi adudi drug tharaga yolaga separate administration ama taliba laibak thugaiba mioi sing handak tasu ikui dribada drug farmers sing da 1 per person da 1 kg drug khaigalaga khulai leiraga separate administration tanbagi pau aikoina tariba haiba narco terrorist sing adu nupi da angang da aduki matik torture tawduna nupi angang haleng balaitan haliba terrorist ki thawong chathariba adugumba terrorist wari thanabagi like oidraba wari thaba yaroidaba adugumba makhagi terrorist haiba terrorist sing siga government ka wari thani aduga peace purakpa ngamgani society da peace purakpa ngamgani hai taragadi political dialogue tawgani haiba taragadi madugi government adu karamba makhagi government no haibasi second question no ya thamjage. Jungle dagi tholokpa kharo group amaga wari saraga political dialogue tawni hai taragadi madu akhoi gi laibakta laglakpa haibase masana tabani Honorable Speaker sir. Wari sabagi value yaudraba makhoi sing adudi political dialogue tawgadaba nate military crackdown tawgadaba ni haiba wafam ase masi pukhachage sir. Maram asina ngasi pukhapirangliba motion asi house asida thambiriba motion asi mayek sengna lali haibadu aihakoiba valid arguments mathang sitna house asida pukhachage Honorable Speaker sir. First point, there is no one golden method of conflict resolution. Conflict resolution ki no one golden method laite. Conflict resolution ki golden method laite. Society amada hekta use tawba pot adu society amada fulfill tawsalaga madu fulfill tawgani haiba suklai laite. Adugi sumathakta aikhoi Manipur da hauzik thokliba conflict asi mamangai da thokiba conflict sing aduga content aduki matik hene. Masidi in haibadi aikhoi da hana thokidaba aduga soft tawbada yamna first travel oraknaba honaba adugumlaba soft tawbada ngamoina ngamdanaba honarakliba adugumlaba context amani haina aikoina lobe adubu mado aikoina leiringai matamdadi mado oithoanba yade. Second point da laksaning base Honorable Speaker sir. Conflict resolutions ki matangda contemporary evidence studies ki matung inna maduda piba group to ki report to ki matung inna blood ties haibadi ethnic conflict na class conflict tagi aduki matik luba hele aduga muksu ani asi sum of haibadi ani si samjanna khiba taragadi mado resolutions purakna bhonabda aduki matik awaba moy haiba resolution asi purakna bhonabda conflict of interest, conflict of values ani ase distinction tawdaba amuk yade Honorable Speaker sir. Third point, conflict resolutions haibadi masida amuk court political dialogue khaktana. Political dialogue khaktana haiba asi masi redistributive perspective ni haina aikhoina lauba yai. Maramde masina kanaba pigadori basi masida sandoktori basi makhoi sing aduda sandoktori basi conflict parties to adu khakta ne conflict parties to adu khakta da conflict parties to the some periods long term oiba process na tabida some matam khara khatangi oiba aduga stay mana kanaba phangdoi si supna tangi issues khara khaktang da particular issue khara khatung da satisfaction purak pangamani maduna long term process oina satisfaction purak pading amloi masigi mayek laraba khudam haiba United Nations na piba United Nations ki political dialogue lay na hozik global gi oina active armed conflict aduki matik hengalakli ba asina global gi miyam na political dialogue asibu criticize torokli ba asina may laraba khudam ni honorable speaker sa fourth pointer conflict resolutions haibataragadi underlying issues universal values democracy haibasi human rights haibasi state aduda yamna satisfaction oina state aduda puthokpa ngamgadabani adubu haibasi political dialogue na di kaidong nungda political dialogue khakta na di kaidong nungda shungam ngamoy honorable speaker sa. Fifth point, response notes ki matung ina contemporary oiba response notes ki matung ina conflict resolutions ki matang da thamni basi society mada peace puthoke haibataragadi shanti puthoke haibataragadi maduda political dialogue khaktana yade maduda social psychological and cultural ahum masigi importance aduki matik lay haina masida no sida mayek lan iriyo na bas speakers. Sixth point, a political scientist John Galtung na 1996 ta introduced away karambatam peace haibasida positive peace negative peace hairiba positive peace negative peace asida political dialogue khaktang tawba taragadi negative peace fangani frozen conflict oigani adugi shumathakta conflict sing do suppress tawraga thamgani hairiba suppress tawbasina aikoina negative peace soidana phangani adubu anaba speaker sa ayana thamjaning badi aikoina talibasi positive peace ni haibasi honorable treasury member sings to soidana yaningam haina thamjaning maram asina political dialogue khaktang tawragadi political gi representative singdugi kanaba makhoi khaktang gi oiba afabado laigraga aikoi gi oinadi haibadi praja singi oinadi madugi long lasting oiba mathakta panjakri ba universal value do puthopa ngamloi haibase thamjaning. 7 point, Manipur gi oinadi khwaidagi afaba approach ama ahaki mota thamjaba taragadi multi-track dimension multi-track apology haibasi masi akhoi gi oinadi khwaidagi best approach ni haina ahakna thamjaningi maram asi aduga muk 8 points khwaidagi important oiba khwaidagi angle important oiba angle ama panjaba taragadi hoi geopolitical angle ase panjaba yai hoi akhoi chumme geopolitical angle asi geopolitics angle asi koina puthokpa yai adubu masigi matanga thamjaning bas aikoina political peace dialogue khaktang tawba taragadi masina influence de bad phatabarom da sapu hena pirakani aduga karigumba multi track se koina pushinba taragadi masi aikoina negative oiba do lokthokrakanda positive oiba influence soidan lakani. So I would like to our honorable prime mover and speaker of the house to kindly withdraw the motions from the floor of the house. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, from Treasury Veins, Umar Nongjai. Say number 9. Umar Nongjai. Nongjai hay là không thể. Nongjai. Okay. Say number 9. Treasury Veins.
With the permissions of Mr. Speaker, mahousa na Mr. Speaker, opposition bensi laibak miyam nungsiba treasury dagi hena nungsiba bench amadawna democracy chat palaybakta dumak thoi ngasi su opposition bench na honorable speaker aikoi gi treasury bench ta piri ba allegation mayam asi yamna aikoi gi chat na ba yadaba allegation na pik thalaba adugumba wafam ngaktane honorable speaker leader of the opposition na peace amasung normalcy lakna bay damakta military crackdown tawgadabani haiba amuk nakalamarom dana member amana mukana peace and normalcy retain tawna bay damakta aikoi peace means na negotiate tawraga sagadabani haiba yamna sarak sahing na ba members singi marakta pau ipau pauna dabay mawong da tawbase masi ahan makta thadok piyo honorable speaker gasi house ta puthok pirak liba motion karamba motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue hariba wafam ase megi tang ahum dagi ngasi phawba tha kun helaba irang asina maram oirakanda lamdam sida pokpa lamdam sida sauba mioi lising humpu hena nampu da relief camp da lehalaba matam amadi mioi chani ga kunmathoi hena thawai thakraba matam sida India gi state punomaktagi Manipur na pot khwaidagi tangba high inflation labor state ama oiringai gi mathak asida honorable speaker state ki armories tagi nongmai lising taruk huralaga nongmai lising taruk lut tawrakanda micham myangi punsida onsilaktuna senkhai thungkhai na chahalaba khunai madugi chaibi chaitheng khangba ngamdraba miyam madugi voice tu nengasi represent tawraga house taikuna motion namana puthorak levse honorable speaker aikuna haine the basic premise of democratic setup is freedom haina bai chaukhat pa democracy da haine tawatabu Manipur kunai da honorable speaker ning tambagi wahan thok leiribra micham miyam gi chimbal da phibul namiba achumba ma tholak bagi damakta wangang ubam batamta warak watim bineba mine helaba micham miyam dagi ngasi khunai asida political dialogue natana nongmai kap na ragal loisan se hairibra ngasi peace and normalcy purakpuse honorable speaker ngasi head of the state na amasung ngasi gi opposition bench ki leader of the house na illegal immigrant na ngasi gi irang ngasi ga haurak phamni hairame honorable speaker illegal immigrant takthuk pam matamda micham miyam hanadagi leijarak pamayam asogapan asiana mayum makai mai thari ba mayam sa masina pin da bagi kholao amoina political demand ama tawre karamba a political dialogue na loisan se hairi bano habase opposition bench na mayek singna house ta thambio honorable speaker masita nate aikoi ngasi gi ethnic conflict asina maram oirakanda aikoi da achauba constitutional oiba crisis mayam tholei ngasi gi khunai da ngasi gi laingak asida article 355 of Indian constitution chanari bra chanada bra aikoi khangti masigi mathakta honorable speaker governor la aga shanti la ani haibungam ba state amane masigi mathakta Indian constitution ge 7 schedule of Indian constitution ge state list ki entry number 1 amasung 2 da Manipur gi law and order public order police haibasi state na payada bane na mayek sing na yauze adubu head of the state amasung home minister na intelligence na pau pirakte haiba khunai adune honorable speaker ngasi khunai ase honorable speaker yam sati na chahal laba aikoi masel gi marakta onjan naraga yam balkanized oiraba society amani ngasi Manipur khunai na hingise laita lairaba puki ichilinau maitai ichilinau do chapmane elite kharana sanaba langda opposition bench thubigano athu matam da political dialogue toraga peace purakna bhonasi honorable speaker aikoi na ngasi yengadaba sidi kairino haitaragadi India haiba laibak se semgalakpa matamda masagi identity mayik singdaba princely state samga humpuga mangana punjal lagas nation making ama tawrakiba colonial character chenba colonial nature na halaba yamne ambitious oiba laibngak amane honorable speaker yamna laibak thiribadi 1949 da Manipur asi India da annex tawraba matungda madudagi semlakhiba legislation mayam Article 371C, Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reform Act 1960, Manipur Hill House Tax Act 1966, District Council Act 1971 asina Manipur ase hill amasung valley ani ase dichotomy ani thukto aga thami masigi mathakta legislation sing asigi marum dagi honorable speaker aikoigi ethnic army mayamang khak semgalaga ethnic entrepreneur na luchinga kanda ethnic homeland demand taurak lebo honorable speaker hairiba mayamase phamin narakanda India ko leibak tuna aikoi se lang thak pane aikoi masel nungsi nadragadi punmin nadragadi wari san nadragadi aikoi at the end aikoi masel loinarani haibo wafam se nongmai na paukum pina se hairibra table da pura aga wari sa se hairibra haiba se opposition bench na kumpio honorable speaker aikoi United Nation ki General Assembly na aikoi 18 December 1992 da Pigiba declarations on the rights of people belonging to national or ethnic, religious or linguistic minorities ta asum na hai minorities sing asigi right ase I could protect tawiga dabane discriminate tawroi dabane adubo minorities sing na right tan bagi marumda ethnic homeland gi demand tawrak labataragadi territory adugi khal adu kaihallak na bo honna bataragadi chronic oiba conflict ki haurak pham oigani haibasa declaration adu the mayek seng na palli hairiba declaration mayamase honorable speaker through reconciliation through dialogue ta aikoi na pura akanda aikoi masel nungsina gadabani aikoi gi idea of Manipur se uphill tauba matamda hingminnariba purup mayam gi historical oiba responsibility lay haibasa ningsing nadraga CSO tampaki CSO ga singi CSO ga hunnaraga peace and normalcy purakpa yagadra honorable speaker hangjani wo hangde yamna ethnic oiba identity da wakalon da pukala kanda ngasi Manipur se mache tanabu honabiganu ethnic homeland gi father oiba pan nationalism gi mapa Hitler do Lebenstam politics do maithi karabane honorable speaker I go in a Kangadabadi Karino Haitaragadi. Honorable member of Swabirame, Article 3 of Indian Constitution, sir. Manipur the San Hala Tambej, Tampaki Mina, Article 3 exception Tau Hairaga Yagadro. I could ching the ladyba, Tampak the ladyba, Apun Bagi, unanimous oiba, consensus of a later candidate. Article 3 ado in Manipur the exception Tamase Hairakadurise. Honorable Speaker, aduna House tagi motion na si passed over you, Manipur kunai punna kanmin na si haibo wafam si thamjara. Thank you.
Next from opposition bench, Saikom Rohan Singh. Saikom Rohan Singh from opposition bench. Set number 2. Saikom Rohan Singh.
First of all, a very good morning to respected speakers, sir, esteemed judges, and everyone present in the room. Today I stand before you today not just as a debater, but as someone who feels deeply connected to the roots of my homeland, Manipur. I'm here to voice a concern for those who have been through pain, suffering, and lost, who has shaped the life of my own people. It is with deepest respect and sense of responsibility that I argue against the motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. The people of Manipur have seen much more deeper than this. The fact is the pain of Manipur can never be, the truth is that the peace of Manipur can never be seen or heard from the sterile words of politicians. It is felt in the bones of those individuals who have been the victim of violence, whose dreams have been shattered overnight, whose homes are burned out. So they are the ones who are facing the real problems, not just the politicians. The promises are made, but were never meant. Agreements were signed, but never turned out into the actions, and which has led to the violence till this far. The sad reality is we have seen this before. We have seen the violence again and again, and history has proven again and again that somehow it doesn't work. Why? Because it lacks the main roots behind it: social, economic, and cultural division. They lack to deepen these wounds when they try, it's like trying to plaster a wound which is much more deeper than this. So somehow, and the next, the very important topic would be the youth. The youth and the civil societies has always played an important role in bringing the justice towards the normal people. For example, Mayapais of Manipur have always been one of those social society which have always bring justice towards its people, understanding the main cause and understanding in the grassroots level. And the youth, we as youth hold the power to bring justice towards its people, not just politicians, because I believe that peace is a melody sung by heart of all, not a script dictated by few. So, in order, it is Aristotle once says that it is during our darkest moments where we must focus to see the light. We are the light. The politicians and every citizen of this nation is the light, which will create a history of peace, which will leave behind a legacy of peace, which my homeland Manipur has never seen before. It will create a legacy to leave behind for the generations to come, and it is the main motive is to create a safety for the people of Manipur and the generations to come. We want to secure them because we never felt that personally. Next would be, there will be never peace in those societies where there is poverty, lack of education, and unemployment. Manipur has limited opportunities when it comes to youth, and sometimes it leads to frustration and sometimes to extremism. By developing infrastructure, or by simply by organizing skill development program, or by simply organizing an educational purpose program to educate the youth, I think it will be much more effective than any bureaucratic discussions out there. Because I believe that the harmonious society is not built in the conference hall, but in the heart of its own people. My opposition have stated again and again sanctimoniously that the political dialogue is the only solution to the problem. If it's the only solution, then why the peace is not there in the Manipur till today, and why people are being killed, their homes are being burned out, the families are torn apart. Why is this so? Political dialogue is necessary, but it's not the only solution to undo the immediate action that has been taking place right in front of our eyes. The balance of Manipur is not something which we need to look at the past. It's happening right in front of our eyes. Houses are being burned out, people are losing their lives, families are torn apart. How long will we wait to change this reality? Will words be enough to a mother who has lost her child? Will words be enough to a community whose life has been set up on fire? It will never be enough. The wounds of Manipur is much, much more deeper than any policy debates. The words of politicians will just be a promise to win the elections and their personal motives. As we have seen it, at the end of the day, we all know the ground reality of what's the real game they are playing behind their cards. And we must focus on ourselves as we as youth hold the power to change the revolution and bring the revolution to the same pattern which has been followed for years. And we as educated youth have that power to break the chain of the circle which has been repeated over for the years. And for now, a very complex things like peace requires community involvement, cultural understanding, and much more. It oversimplifies the complexity of a problem which has been us with for decades. If it was that simple, I really wish that as the citizen of this nation, it was that simple that political dialogue can only achieve peace will be achieved only through political dialogue. I really wish it was that simple. I really wish that the politician will be that responsible enough of this nation, and I could proudly be in the side of supporter and say that yes, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. But no, history has proven us again and again. Let's take the prime example of 1997 ceasefire agreement which was made on Manipur. It was supposed to solve the violence, it was supposed to bring peace, but somehow it wasn't the situation. Why? Because it failed. It has failed again and again. The most basic human rights has been taken away from us, and how can we? The freedom of speech is not here, and the most basic human rights has been taken away of us. So how can we expect of development? We want to see the change, but we need to be the change. We don't, it sounds really cool saying theoretical that it can be the only solution, but we need to be more practical and see towards what's happening right in front of our eyes. My next argument would be that after several years of the trial men to bring peace in Manipur has been the only discussion which has been carried on for years and years, and you might have heard thousands and thousands of politicians say that it's the only solution, and they might given thousands of words and promises to you, but was it ever fulfilled, and was it ever gotten to a tangential solution? I don't think so. The balance in Manipur has been taken from third May, not just Meitei Kuki War, it has been Naga War and everything. The history have shown us again and again that it's not the only solution. Politician, from the politician, farmer, or every job or unemployed youth. Do you know that 50% of Indian youth are unemployed, which is, and 50%, around 50% of Indian government school lack infrastructure, which is the main cause of the balance in the nation. Extremism, which when a student or when someone who is responsible enough for their own judgment takes something for their own, they have to be focusing on the development of the nation. They are focusing on protecting their own land and their own, they are taking their frustration out on this. Because if we truly want something extraordinary, if we truly want an harmonious society, it's not just made in the discussion, but it's made in the hearts of its own people. Come on, we all know that reality behind everything, and we just need to work harder and focus on something which is in our hands and something which we can bring peace towards the people. And yes, thank you everyone, that's my...
Thank you. Thank you, Rohan. Next is also from opposition bench, Moirang Them Amarjit Singh. Moirang Them Amarjit Singh from opposition bench. Chair number 21, Moirang Them Amarjit Singh from opposition bench.
With the permission of Honorable Speaker, ngasigi House the Pukatpiriba motion, Manipur da Shanti amasung mahousa ge phibam da hanjanhallakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani. Hariba motion asi lanbana in oppose tawjari. Motion asi lali ustanabgi dawa ai ke oiba logical argument masa khaina thamjage sir. Ahanbada sir इखोने येंग बया बसे मालेम द थोक के बथौ दो वाथो कया दा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग ना वरोय सिन प्रोकी हाइबदी याई तबतबो पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग खक्तना वरोय सिन प्रोकी हाइबदी याब ngamo amadi ngasi gi house ji pukhali ba motion si yauri ba peace sai ba wafam se 3rd May 2020 gi mamang da Manipur da peace leiram rai bo hangsi leiram dis sir masi ge maram di India na Manipur ni India gi fiwal nung da 1949 da tin gra matung da Manipur da thoka ning da ba thau do watho issue kya problem kya na fiktali issue kya amasung ngasi pa ba wari sin pro pangam da leiri Maramaduna peace ki wafam masa makata na nabi ki tangai fataba lei hai badai thamjage amade mahousa ki punsi hai basa 3rd May 2023 ki mamang da leramba punna hingbina ba punna samine ba chathok chasin tawbada ayat lapal leitaba akhoi ge wakhan da normalcy na khanba adugum badu oigadoriba hari basing asa nauna na hanjilak na bhona bra tonga tonga method sin tonga tonga mechanism sing hai badi social responsibility lenga ki oba sab chaba fire abadi rule of law se ningthi jana chan han ba kaya masangi basigi mayam je punna mo kan thuwa kan ngasigi motion si da political dialogue khaktana one man army tawni ek tawbasina ngasigi motion si lalisa ani subada sir Manipur thoi ba conflict asigi waroi silama poroke haiba tari conflict asi thok gi maroi ba maram sing khang bagi tangai fataba lei adu ba laibak thibadi ngasi phawba India lengak no oigera Manipur lengak no oigera Manipur thoi ba conflict asigi sab chaba white paper on puthuaga prajam yam ta khangan ba leiti amadi conflict se kamari rena honorable chief minister na phongdo ki wafam se thokli be rang ase intelligence lapses amadi security failure oi bagi ni thokli be rang ase mapalam gi khut jawi thokli be rang ase poppy plantation sing buthan na bahona rupa amadi reserve forest kan na bahona badagi thokli be rang ase suicide tong na badagi ni to thokli be rang ase mapan da ki jang lakpa mioi singa Manipur lenga ki marak tani machi ithri conflict na te ana phongdogi adu live activity 14 December 2024 da aaj tak vi ki be interview da Honorable Union Home Minister Amit Shah na phongdoki basa Manipur thoi ba irang ase tonga tonga maram amri terrorism ko bari amat lena te masi ithri conflict ni ana mayak sinatan thamjani wa fam di Honorable Chief Minister amadi Honorable Home Minister ani na thamli wa fam se di ko tawra yeng ba matam da ai khoi da samom nam na pikthal kana gi marak ta political dialogue tawdi no political dialogue ase karamba wafam da jumpham warga tawduino haibani singba singa se pik thana thoi masina maram wara kanda ngasi di awabagi ipak ta Manipur Iraq na re lekang di na ba khunai am khoi amadi tha kulena sathai ba ngasi gi conflict asida drone bombing amadi RPG na singba sing sijina duran landarak pa tar so Indian gi army gi top official sing na phungdo ki basa badu ko masijina ki be proof and evidence amata leite na phungdo isa masina tasing na takudi sir India lenga na national interest kan na bahona ba Manipur di bali ge hamiang wara bali ge hamiang wara balai bak sida leir balai ngak sina maya jau to kai ge pangkha wara sa thamjani ge wafam di masida matau kam ta na political dialogue khakta na political dialogue na ing tappa Manipur amo porokani haibi ri bano mosale sta sing na lali sa ahum subada sir aikoina nainaba yabasi conflict ama thokpa matamda ngasi thogiba conflict asigi waroisin porokpa matamda koina political dialogue ta changibja peace first solution later aiba no condition laibasi yamna maru oi tabu laibak thibadi ngasi tha kulena chathariba ngasi ke conflict asida kuki ke honorable MLA sing CSO sing aduga student body sing na prime minister office da union home minister da tongan ba amadi governor of Manipur da pising ki biseron da handak ta sui kui da palija solution first peace later haisa solution first haiba target sir condition demand tawre condition demand tawra gadi matau kom do nei khona political dialogue tawgani haiba wafam che yamna ruba mo oi aduga Manipur hairib lamdam se akhona mutang nei na matamda UT posi detis juris UPJ logi makha da Manipur se kai ba yadam lamdam am khan adubu Indian constitution ki article number 3 na matam supada by force singna dona lagi amadi ngasi di Manipur bu sing tam ani bu khaibok ta na khaitu aliba Manipur land revenue and land reforms act 1960 aduga Indian constitution ki article number 371 c hairib sing sin maram wara kan resource allocation ai gi lam ma ki lam bai bi tong atuan bo khalon po ka na ngasi di khurak hang da saure phana ngak se liba singi lamja environment bar border paring jungak sen bigi daita sauri fana laura kada masida singilam in terms of acre da poppy plantation tha sin takpadi takai sen political nexus asobo ma lei rai to mek singa tais political nexus asobo ji manung ji da karamba political dialogue tawra kanda ikoi gi leibak se hen asak pumbai da gi hei bona thokni sir moselesi ta sengna lali thamjani gi wafam di makhoi gi demand da so handak mek sengna palle madudi Indian constitution gi article number 239 a gi makha da Podisori modern the unit territory ki doctor demand tore India lena kaim ta haide aduga Manipur ga jumthang nari ba Mizoram ke honorable chief minister Lan Domana 4 September 2020 for the United States phongdo ki statement se yamna maru ai masida haibe se tongan ba leiba ahum tongan ba administrator ahum ki makha da lei bai khoi ki furup se no mano traga no ngadi administration amagi makha da khoi pulak khini haibe wafam thame masida khoi da leibak thire se 484 US dollar million oi riba kala dan project mai pak na boda national interest na maru oi kibna Mizoram chawan bi ya dai ba wafam na mang thara kan Mizoram da kaim ta haide thamjani gi wafam di lak leba si ki phibam jida ngasi phaw thoi ba conflict asi gi waroi silama porok ke haiba gi India lengak na Manipur lengak na framework ama adu road map ma yat ba chulete aduga masi gi marakta maitai amadi kuki gi mareksa India lengak na sanaring ba mong da sanaba ngamba satrang gi po ani mksi pairing mong da pai ba ngamba adu aragri India lengak na irang ji loisinningen khale loisin ba ngamme loisinning dra dum loisin da taw adu adati si gi phibam sida khoi gi maya yaw da ba kai ga pakhak oi ba Manipur lengak se amuktang mikap thokpi wai ba sai ngasi thamjage amadi masina maram wara kan da khoi gi leibak se karamba mong da khona political dialogue si kadai da chatkani haiba gi khoi da sabam na ba kya na pik than ba adu gi phibam amada lai maram madu mo sele samuka su lali sa Mari su wata star Manipur thoi ba conflict asigi waroi sin porok ke haiba tara ga de khoi rule of law asa ning thi jana chana batangai fate adu ba live activity 1 August 2023 da Supreme Court na pi ki statement da Manipur da law and order the constitutional machinery se totally breakdown tawre haiba thame the Ministry of Home Affairs na sila kanda maitai amadi kuki MLA ani gi marakta unaraga waroi sin porok na ba gi peace initiative lokhat ki ba leire madu gi heklo ngan bada kuki gi honorable MLA sing nai ba sa moi gi ba tongan ba di man ma leite su sign tong na ba loop sing duna haiba demand duna makhoi gi di loire haiba wafam thame thamjani gi wafam di hairi ba su sign tong na ba loop se Manipur State Assembly na resolution pass tawra kanda mado abrogate tawga na center tha ki ba leire madu gi paukhum so mat leite thamjani gi wafam di hairi ba democracy chat pa leibak ta democratic oina khongjang jangchin ba aduga demand tawba kaim ta kaide adubu ngasi di mi hat pa mi tu pa tongan ba thabak thawang terrorism gi oi thabak thawang chathara kanda demand tawrei ba basak mi sing sida Indian constitution gi sabian chedun state list ki entry wall amasung tu da yawri ba law and order se state ki subject ni ma se state lengak na India lengak na rule of law chat pa leibak ni India lengak se law chat pa leibak ni na moi gi mathak ta chap chaba action lokhat la ka da moi bu neutralize tawba moi bu chap chaba paratam bi bahai ba simak su normal sita lak na mathaba amani sa madu India lengak na ngasi phawba Manipur lengak na paikhat pa leite aduga tambaki lamda amani singi lamda tongan bada ngasi Manipur gi ing tap na leiba tongan mafam singda amaga wathok wera kanda amaga demand tawba extortion tawba tongan thabak tawri basing ja lawless leiba am oi ba pangkhak oi bini hari basing asi jo sab sabe action lor kanda ngasi dagi Manipur lengak action lekta lokhat piu yakta rule of law se nithi jana sijina biu normal sita lakna gi lambi do aduma ugani thamjani ba wafam di Manipur lengak na haiba wafam center lengak na ta de aduga demand tawriba demand pi gadabana India lengak na oiri hairiba paradox ya ahum jigi paradox se nei daba matam da political dialogue khaktana solution puro oi haiba du mayak senge maram maduna lalaba mosalasidi house ki floor dage withdraw tawna ba honorable speaker sa ki kutang da honorable prime mover amade honorable member singi puning chingchinjeri thank you
Thank you. Next, see from Treasury Events, Benita Hism. Britina Hira. Britina Hism, supporter.
Good afternoon, everyone presented here. Mr. Speaker, sir, respected judges,
Chair number
audience,
17.
and my dear brother and sister. I am Britina Hism of class 9, and today, with the permission of Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to support today's motion. That is, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. To understand my point of view, let us summarize the whole situation. It's been almost 2 years now. Still, peace and normalcy has not been restored in the northeastern state of Manipur, which witnessed ethnic riots between the Meiteis and Kuki zones. Meiteis-dominated hills have become free of Kuki zones, while Meiteis are forced to flee from areas dominated by Kuki zones. Well, so the State Security Advisor, Mr. Kuldeep Singh, stated press on the 22nd November 2024, confirming official report of at least 258 people dead and more than 60,000 people displaced from their homes. And more than 288 companies are deploying in Manipur, apart from Manipur State Police and Indian Army. So, this center, which is in command of the Unified Command, through its appointed security advisor, Mr. Kuldeep Singh, are deploying companies to check with the violence. But the activities of the militant groups trying to revive, taking advantage of the situation, however, continue in the state. The expansion of the violence in Jiribam, untouched by last year violence in May, shows that how the militants have strengthened themselves in the state. The state is so polarized that the security forces are seen through polarized lens. The Meiteis elects the Assam Rifles of being biased toward the Kukis, while the Kukis possess a similar vision towards the Manipur police. These allegations on the security forces are not going to help the administration in recovering peace in Manipur. This allegation needs to be addressed. Well, it is true that effective security measures is crucial to check the violence. But Mr. Speaker, sir, let's not forget that these measures won't be able to resolve the deep chasm between the Meiteis and Kukis. The peace achieved through effective security forces can be more fragile. So, well, it seems that the center do understand this problem. In last year, October, there was a peace meeting in the absence of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, of legislature from Meiteis, Kukis, Nagas, and with the officials of Union Home Minister. Well, however, the legislature of the Kukis those reportedly refused to sit together with the legislature of Meiteis. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, this only defeated the main purpose of peace meeting. So, these failures does not mean that political dialogue cannot bring peace in Manipur. So let us all understand what is political dialogue and how to achieve it. So political dialogue refers to a wide range of activities, from high-level negotiations to conciliations. And the main purpose of political dialogue is to achieve practical and peaceful solutions to the problem. Political dialogue, called multi-level dialogue, is more applicable in Manipur crisis, where dialogue takes place at various regions of the society, in an effort to engage citizens in building trust and consensus, etc. So, let me highlight some of the political dialogue points. The first is adequate preparation, conducting an objective and reliable analysis of the conflict, and understanding both sides' interests and their fears. Point number 2, facilitators. It is crucial to have skilled facilitators that both sides agree and feel comfortable with in order to continue this process more fair and even-handed as possible. Point number 3, sustainable political commitment. Well, a strong political will is important for this conflict. It is the strongest if the participating community shows a sense of ownership of the conflict. Point number 4, a collective capabilities of a leader. one of the most important factors of achieving a political dialogue is the capabilities of the leaders to form coalitions across political dialogue and social divides. And the last point is strategies of the facilitators. Well, it is necessary that the facilitators have a deep understanding of the conflict, both side interests, communities' interests, etc. So, shortly, neutral professional dialogue facilitators is very important, includes experienced facilitators with the different ethnic groups and gender, etc. And lastly, but not least, if political dialogue could not bring peace in Manipur, last but not least, if peace and normalcy in Manipur can be brought without the political dialogue, then the 288,000 personal militants will have already brought it, but unfortunately not. So I would like to request Mr. Speaker, sir, to pass for the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Benita. Next from opposition bench, Lorembam Avinash Maitei. Lorembam Avinash Maitei from opposition bench.
With the provision of the Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, Ngasi Honorable Movement House move to Viramaba motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Haiba motion asida paliba Manipura shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjanhallakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haibasi da yauriba khaktana haiba mos wahai asina ngasi gi motion asi arama motion haini haina house of thamjage. Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasi Manipur thokliba irang asi karai dagi hauraga tholakpa irang no habasi manungtana yengba matamda akhoi amra khatana wafam ni karina matamda ngasi Manipur tholiba irang asi illegal immigrants sing kai gi sang padajum memaro gi sang pa illegal immigrants na main factor loraga Manipur gi ngasi tholiba irang asi tholiba ne habasi yapun khana wafam ni amadi ngasi gi me gi 2023 dagi hauraga tholokiba irang asi na Manipur da adugumba asi anagi nesar amadi hana sunabagi thong kyam aba thogre masigumba situation habadi bulletin of situation asida peace amasung normalcy hanjanhallakpa baje oidaban amadi masigi matang asida basic security amadi order yaudana peace ki dialogue asi sanaba yaroi Mr. Speaker, sir amadi masigi matau karna peace ki lambe asi lahana bagi lambe di hana pakatana political dialogue habasi otomam thokti amadi political dialogue tawna ba hona matamda yakata lambe do hana yase duga matungda political dialogue tawsi habani ba saboya base ki member get thomjani mudi maduna aina han lambe do yatna aina saninge haduna ju lambe do ke susa payaroi ba lambe sapa mama semdana kedonungda sapayaroi aduna hajaninge badi laiba Manipur issue asida nakanani ge magda kuthana ba amadi hana suna ba lepti makai Manipur biski dialogue to ba yaroi madu to ba taragadi maduna hena decisive ba meaningful oida ba political dialogue mo oigeni maduna ngasi gi motion asi arama motion ani subta Mr. Speaker, sir hogi ba irang asida center amadi state government ani magta gi makai ma borungi dialogue thamgre ke system matang da khar ko tawjara bada honorable home minister Amit Shah ji na August ki tarik ku manga da thamam statement there will be no separate administration in Manipur and center has firm stance all form of inflation in Manipur have statement thabira me message natana makha tarak bada ko komi gi mute amaga honorable home minister Amit Shah ji ga unaba matam da honorable home minister na thamak wafam there will the largest illegal immigration of Manipur from Kukijin community from Myanmar to Manipur, and actually the red road is haiba pola mama thabirami ba masi statement ani je phongto kam matungda ikui dana mu honorable minister home minister na phongto ki wapam maji Manipur gi issue asi ethnic group ani gi maga thokpa issue ni haidana mahang na yam idana na phongto ki ba amadi union home union cabinet minister oibri ba kiran rijisuna phongto ki wapam maji hauji thori irang asi political dialogue na hamada sop to ngamni phong maga ikui dana hadak November ki tarik kunda phongto ki ba wapam da man hari madudi masigi hariba kalup ani ki irang ni masina maram waraga notice ki state sing da yam saung thol sole hadana man statement phongto ki ba masi sing ba awai khum am tong nari ba saraga sida political dialogue purakpa ha ba se kasu oi da wapam ne ba Mr. Speaker, amadi political dialogue as insufficient oi ha ba ki kudam khar pajara bada hau ki thura ki ba Sri Lanka Tamil ilam gi put passenger abada sirkan government ga tiger travel ilam ltd ga wari sana ba lekre but adubu 1980 1990 ke magta wari ka hung sana jena jo disable military solution pro amana irang ado nimtha mangam ki amadi Afghanistan ga mari Taliban ga ani gi mada thona ri irang asida su hojik phawba nakal ani gi magta warosim propangam kiti mase sunatana sahi lisa sina leraba Jammu gi isu bhasara bada Indian government na Anjamadi Pakistani ki marta 17 years na Jammu gi conflict si demta na bani haidana wari sana kre but madu bunga si oibangam de but suguma situation kara ji yengma matamda Manipur da peace amasu normalization sala baje political dialogue khaktana oigani habasi aramba wafam ni Mr. Speaker sir amadi hojik Manipur tholi ba irang si yengma matamda masina lillo lawri ba BJP ki MLA mingona panjara bada nemsa kip gen maning ba mukoi yawri MLA singa je kadai de ki sanglak panu habasi myam punna khana wafam ni amadi makoi lillo lawri haraga atamna maitai community da lantarak pani masida yawri ba kaino wafam amadi masida makoi na Union Home Minister gi mi kangu ga unagi matam da phungdoro ba article number 239 clause E gi matung ina Union Territory Puducherry da pigi ba atumaina akoi gi Manipur se jo separate ammunition phangma yarani habage manglan mangi bane ba keno kangu da hoji kuki so kangu na madu ba tar ga di madu da wari sang ki ba amadi memorandum kya honorable prime minister represent ba lai khram ne ba adu ba tar ga di ai khoi na ngasi BJP da phong ju support tori ba makhoi na irang asi thimsen magi mawata makhoi na separate administration phangti ma makai akoi political dialogue toroi hana phongjo ba statement su lai khram ne adu ba tar ga di ngasi Manipur government na amadi sentence gi gabi ani mangna double engine hai ba government asina Manipur ki issue ase makoi gi lotion ga ba tar ga di nahana BJP da support tori MLA sing asiga makoi hana wari sana ba yada bra ba madu sum makoi na phong na support tori ni ko adu ba tar ga di madu bo irang ase ka phikilo samangam dri bane ba aduna Manipur ki irang ase ba to kram na pisna mu taro to ga lotion ga dri no ba amadi message natna nakan Manipur ki honorable chief minister na peace hanjale hai ba wafam ka ro phongdo kre madu gu na phongdo ki ba matung ne ngase Manipur da अखोगी लेमकोंगी आर्मी कैम्प दगी मांखिबा कंबल कंबुगी मेसी होजिक मागी हक्सांग फाबा होजिक सीरी नतगा हिंगी फमी हाबजे होजिक फंगमंगमद्री अमदी मोरेगी एसडीपीओ आनंद हाकिबदा सेनरीबा फिलिप क्ले खोंसाई मदुजु हा माना मखोय अरेस्ट तोगी पोते लेगरे अदुबु मखोयदा करम मखलगी सबसाब ददी पीपल लाइखबगे मसे सिंग असे नते ब दरकार ओरिबदी मणिपुर गवर्नमेंट इरान सिबु लोशनबनी हाजन कॉर्पोरेशन पीबदा नते ब दरकार ओरिबदी पोलिटिकल हाई पीस असे पुरक्नबगीदमक्ता सिंगदब पोलिटिकल की दारू की लालोंगदो पुरक्पदनी दरकार ओरिबसी मसे सुनतना नाकन अनिबक्ता क्याम थोकम मतुंगदा ngasi हौकिबा मेगी थागी तारिख मेगी तारिख 2023 दा हौकिबा इरांग असिदा इबोब तोरिबा ताइबेन सोइतरी मास अमा जसिनरे हारगा मणिपुरगी दा अतमना इति तोरपदा यावरिबा कोकिजो असिना मणिपुर गवर्नमेंट की तालिब लिबरेट जोन जे ऑपरेट तोरि हारगा मखोना तोरिबा जोन की एरिया सिंग सिदा ngasi स्टेट फोर्स अमंगम दिबनेबा अमदी सेंट्रल पैरामिलिटरी फोर्स के ना अगर लेरिबा बफर जोन अमदी रेड जोन की एरिया दा पुपी पारेशन तौबा अमदी कानी सुमुई थबक कैमरो म चथरे हाबजे मेक्शन वाफाव नि मिस्टर स्पीकर सर मसे की सब खुदम हाइबाबो बारे वीडियो मो रखिबा 1 kg ओपीएम कुकी लेंगे दमत पिखलकनी हाइबा बारे वीडियो से मेक सेंगे मदुदी मसे की सेंट्रल पैरामिलिटरी फोर्स की मथौ म तौद्रि हाबा अमदी इंडियन मालेम की मिलिटरी की रैंक दा मालेम की मरी सुबलाबा त लेबा इंडियाना मणिपुर की इरांग से करी मरम की लोसम ngam दिबनो सिनेबा सीआरपीएफ कंपनी सामगा कुन हामा थाजंगरे अदुगा नवेम्बर दा सीआरपीएफ कंपनी 70 बिस थाजंगी क्या मनोम लेगे बट अदु मुंगसे की इरांग से मुखन अतमना सोलिबने अमदी कुकी हाइबा ग्रुप से इंडिजिनस कम्युनिटी ट्राइब बांगा लान सोनबा लेखरे अमदी मखोयना ngasi सोनबा लादुना नेबा ngasi मखोयदि अदमक कल्लगा लेखिबने मिनिस्टर पेसा अदुना ngasi मणिपुर की म्यान पामलेबदी लाना से लोसन बिउ हाइबसिनी अदु अमदी ngasi सोलिबा इरांग से अतमना मणिपुर का मेगी खुद जावे हाबसिदी अखोय बके क्या मंत्री फंगना वाफमनी अमदी विशेष का ngasi मणिपुर होलिबा इरांग से मणिपुर की प्रजा म्यान पामलेबा इरांग से करिनो मतमदा लांगे मरीना सुखलाबा अमदी काथेलबा म्याम जिना पामलेबा वाफमदी करिनो हाबा मतमदा श्री जगत की मबुंगो कृष्ण श्री रामना जगोय बागी केनो तोमागी मखोना तोंगा फजरबा बासिगी सुर खोंगलपदो नते अमदी मणिपुर की फजरबा चिंगना कुशलिबा तपाक्सिदगी खोंगलपा कांसीगी मखोंदो नते अमदी लेरिबा अममंगा सिदरदा खोंगलपा ꯀꯥꯡꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯈꯣꯟꯖꯦꯜꯁꯨ ꯇꯥꯕ ꯄꯥꯝꯕ ꯅꯠꯇꯦ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯄꯥꯝꯂꯤꯕꯁꯤ ꯀꯔꯤꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯄꯤꯁ ꯍꯟꯖꯤꯜꯍꯜꯂꯣ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗ ꯄꯤꯁ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯅꯣꯔꯃꯦꯜꯁꯤ ꯄꯨꯍꯜꯂꯣ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯦ ꯔꯤꯂꯤꯐ ꯀꯦꯝ ꯃꯁꯥ ꯃꯁꯥꯒꯤ ꯔꯤꯂꯤꯐ ꯀꯦꯝꯁꯤꯡꯗ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯏꯚꯦꯟꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯦ ꯃꯁꯥ ꯃꯁꯥꯒꯤ ꯃꯌꯨꯝꯗ ꯍꯟꯖꯟꯕꯤꯔꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯋꯥꯐꯝꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯣꯁꯦꯜ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯄꯤꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯊꯛꯇ ꯄꯜꯂꯤꯈꯤꯕ ꯀꯟꯐ꯭ꯂꯤꯛ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯤ ꯅꯩꯅꯔꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯤꯕ ꯏꯔꯥꯡ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒ ꯈꯛꯇꯅ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯟꯕ ꯉꯝꯂꯣꯏ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤ ꯊꯝꯖꯔꯒ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯍꯥꯎꯁꯇꯒꯤ ꯃꯣꯁꯦꯜ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯋꯤꯗ꯭ꯔꯣ ꯇꯧꯕꯤꯌꯨ ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ
Thank you, Abinash. Next is also from opposition bench. Koronganba Thokchom. Koronganba Thokchom. Say number 25.
Honorable Speaker, sir, imagine waking up tomorrow to find out that the conflicts in Manipur have deepened or worsened, not because of the lack of the governance, but because of the same cycle of blame, inaction, and shallow remedies continues. Picture communities growing more and more divided, laws failing to bring justice, and the cries of peace being drowned out by empty promises. This is the danger we face if we rely solely on political dialogue without addressing the deeper issues. Today, we debate the motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. I rise to oppose this motion. Political dialogue is important, but it cannot be the only solution. The crisis in Manipur demands systematic reform, community healing, and real action. Let me explain why. Mr. Speaker, sir, political dialogue often prioritizes short-term agreements over long-lasting solutions. Histories have shown us that without genuine commitment and action, dialogues can become stages of political parties to showcase their intentions without truly addressing the root problems. Leadership is not about words, Mr. Speaker, sir, but about results. In dialogues, political parties often focuses on assigning blame rather than finding the solution. Let me draw an analogy. If a fire breaks out in a house, does the adult present spend time blaming on others, or do they focus on putting out the fire? The answer is obvious. Blame does not restore peace. Action does. Mr. Speaker, sir, I oppose this motion as prolonged conflict can become opportunities for political parties to position themselves as saviors. This tactic does not resolve issues, but creates a cycle of dependency on future promises. True peace comes from addressing the core problems, not delaying them for political advantages. Mr. Speaker, sir, economic hardships worsen divisions. During crisis, relief funds and resources are sometimes misused. Instead of addressing the real needs of the people, these funds are exploited for political or personal benefits. Manipur's challenges cannot be solved through political dialogue alone. Economic development is crucial. Without economic stability, peace achieved through political dialogue will be very, very fragile. Mr. Speaker, sir, I oppose this motion as prolonged focus on dialogue can shift public attention away from other critical failures, such as poor governance, unemployment, or lack of infrastructure. Political dialogue should not be a smokescreen to avoid accountability for these issues. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is one more big concerning reason why we should oppose this motion. Political instability is often used as an excuse to impose restriction on freedoms. Measures like curfew and internet ban may be justified in the name of safety, but they often suppress voice demanding real change. What is even more concerning is that the very political party imposing these measures are the ones violating the laws they themselves established. For example, when internet is banned, it directly violates Article 19A, which guarantees the freedom of speech and expression. Similarly, curfew disregards Article 19B, which protects the right to assemble peacefully. Moreover, these restrictions can impact Article 21 as people's right to life and personal liberty is compromised when they are confined in their homes, unable to access critical services or express their concerns. So, how can we trust, how can we believe that peace will be brought by those who don't even follow their own rules? True peace does not require only dialogue, but a genuine respect of freedom, fairness, and the principles enshrined in our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, I oppose to this motion because the arrival of immigrants is a very, very sensitive issue in Manipur. But political dialogue often treat this as a tool for gaining support rather than addressing community concerns. Solution requires fairness and sensitivity, not just words in discussion. Mr. Speaker, sir, programs like South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission offer us a valuable lessons in healing divided communities. Manipur needs similar effort driven by local leaders and communities. Mr. Speaker, sir, civil society organization, local leaders, and non-political groups plays a crucial role in building peace. Their independency allows them to address issues without political bias, and partnering with neighboring regions can also promote stability and growth. Mr. Speaker, sir, as my closing statement, I would like to mention that political dialogue is a tool, not a solution. The crisis in Manipur requires a holistic approach: judicial reform, economic progress, social healing, and the active involvement of communities. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mahatma Gandhi once said, "Politics without principles is a sin." Let us not depend solely on political dialogue without addressing the deeper issues like unity, justice, and equality. Mr. Speaker, sir, true peace is not the absence of conflict, but the ability to resolve it with understanding and meaningful action. Let us build systems that can deliver us lasting peace beyond the boundaries of political dialogue. Mr. Speaker, sir, I truly request you to withdraw this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. The next competitors from Treasury Veins, MD Ishrat Ali. Opposition.
Lasigi House ki motion Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjanhallakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haibasi. I stand strongly support this motion, Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, Prithibi gi maming leraba Nobel laureates Albert Einstein na haibirami. Peace cannot be given by the force, it can only be achieved by understanding haidana. Masimaktanani Prithibi ki conflict kuding mak political dialogue kutniti khaktana waroishin purakpa ngami amasung walwar phawada negotiating table da loishin bangamki. Masina tai madudi Manipur gi charang na ba phibam asisu political dialogue khaktana shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam da hanjalakpa ngamgani maramaduna motion asi kakninga yaudana chumlaba motion na mani Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjalakpa haibasi hiram kharada ikhoina political dialogue toba mathau tai. Masigi manungda Khwaidagi maruoibadi Megi tang ahum 2023 dagi thorakliba hingsa gi irang asina haina khoina lobya. Hiramasigi matangda ngasi phawbada formal oiba political talk natraga dialogue tawdamana irang asi loishin bangamdana misi mina lanthum amadi tangdu leita daba lawlessness ki phibam ama oirakliba sa matam chana political dialogue tawhudabana ohen bani Mr. Speaker, sir. Maramaduna nakanani makki maike digi political talk ki damak wari sanapam thoi masigi damak party khuding magna whip jari duna MLA khuding mak state assembly lakna ba madi khanna bada saruk yana ba sinpam thoi masina political talk tawdringai gi ahan ba khongthang ni haina lobya masina shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjalakpada achauba mateng oigadori bani Mr. Speaker, sir. Maramaduna motion se chumme Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjalakna bagi damakta political talk toba matamda kana ga karamba criteria amadi condition da wari sagada ge habese munna khan thaba amachang ahan bada
Manipur government ga cookie singi mi hudoriba MLA tara asiga political dialogue to bagi tangai phada badule masina cookie praja sing na taliba dimana madi aspiration sing adu official oina khangbat ngamgani masi tanatana ani subada India government amadi Myanmar government ani gi marakta political dialogue to bagi tangai phada badule masina boundary gi chain ba amadi illegal immigrant ge wathok asigi warushin purak patanatana lamdam masida shanti purak pada achoba mateng wai gedori ben Mr Speaker sa maramadana mausana se chome Mr Speaker sa Manipur gi irang asida season nariba highly sophisticated oiba weapon sing asa kanana kamdona kadai dagi supply amadi funding tawribano haibasi munna thidok patanatana suspension of operation suda lainariba militant cadre sing asiga nauna dialogue tawduna review tawba machang masitana misi mina thokpa kuchu khulai kaya misuse tawbadagi kan matatana militant cadre sing asige surveillance su khangbangam gadori bene masina drug ki samasya su khara makai handan batanatana wathok asige warushin purakpadasu achoba mateng oigadori bene Mr Speaker sa maramadana motion asif chume Mr Speaker sa Manipur da tangdu leita daba singi manungda India Manipur gi conflict asi hena complex asu moise lagli yawoloi singna hanadagi pre merger status demand tawduna lakpa do handaki irang asida India government na lawriba role ase pena dabadagi amuk hena issue asi cancel lagli masigi response oina India government apaspa reimpose torok pasina tangdu leita daba mo helagli masigi charak chahing na basi kok na nabagi tabak India government amati Manipur government ani gi marakta merger political dialogue tawduna merger agreement asa review tawpa machang masitana shanti masung mahousa gi phibam hanjanhallakpa achoba mateng oigadori ben Mr Speaker sa maramadana motion ase chome Mr Speaker sa NRC free movement regime ILP base year ST issue district boundary gi wathok amati ADC mikhal gi wathok kuding maksing asa negotiating table da purup kunthra manga phamin aduna yanadriba kuding maksing asa dialogue tawduna waroshin purakna ba hona bana lamdam masada shanti amadi mahousa gi phibam da hanjanhallakpa ngamgadori ben Mr Speaker sa adubo akoina political dialogue tawba matamda Manipur gi interest integrity apun bagi saktam na mang da thamduna hiram si karigumba madata compromise tawroi dabane karigumba political dialogue aduna Manipur khunai gi interest ki on atai na ba oiragrabati hena shanti thugai bai no thokani Mr Speaker sa maramaduna political dialogue tawba haibasidasu hena metyang sana wari sana gadobani Mr Speaker sa prithibi gi achauba wathok wariba Israel Palestine gi war phawbada ceasefire deal tawnakraba matam masida Manipur na asum political dialogue tawdana leiba haibasa irang asi hena complex ocean kiduna civil war phawba tholakpa ya irang asi external actor kaya gi lanbung oi kibisia masa central government na haksin lofam thoe masa central government na lumna lauduna tripartite talk tawgada bane Mr Speaker sa masidi nongmai na waroishin purakpa ngamoi masidi political dialogue khaktana waroishin purakpa ngamgani Mr Speaker sa in Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjanhallakpa haibasa social harmony hanjanhllaklaba matam do oiba ngamgadori bane Mr Speaker sa adubo kanglup purupta based over vested interest yumpham oiba kanglup purupta based over civil society organization NGO singna Manipur gi puwari masak munna khangdana ngangning ba mong da ngang ba sina Manipur da social harmony hanjanhallakpada achoba khura oigadori bane Mr Speaker sa maramaduna CSO NGO amadi dharma gi luching basing asina political dialogue tawba yawhanbada wakal tamina ba machange masina social harmony hanjanhallakpada achoba mateng oigadori bane Mr Speaker sa maramaduna motion ase chume Mr Speaker sa Manipur da mara leichadraba chamjaraba misam praja kaya no makangdana sibagi pautari ba madi tattana kanglup masel onsen aduna hana suna basina Manipur gi tungi laibak ase kadom dano haiba phibam amada lakli Manipur gi naha sing asina education da onsen duna career sem jagada ba matam asida khutta khulai paiduna lanthing na basina karam na manglom da sangsin bangam gadage haiba se achobu wahang moide masigi paukumdi political dialogue khaktan oigadori bane Mr Speaker sa kuki praja sing na tattana taliba dimana ma separate administration ki wafam ase lenga ki karamba thausil thaurang da pen da badagi talakli be dimano haibasi munna thijinduna lenga ki governance ta asoiba leramba taraga sumadu matam chana implement tawduna good governance amadi law and order gi ithil ase Imphal Valley khakta da confine tawduna Manipur gi kachin koya thungna yohan ba machange masigi su matakta kuki praja sing na Manipur gi lenga asida thajaba piba machange masina negotiating table da lakna ba amadi tung koina nungsi sana na hingmena bada achoba tauba mating oi ga dori ben Mr. Speaker sa maram aduna motion asi chom Mr. Speaker sa haina ba lay if there is a will there is a way haidana ngasi Manipur gi tangdu lai ta da ba piba masisu political will what pan oi ben Mr. Speaker sa India se prithvi gi super power manga gi manung chali ben Mr. Speaker sa India government na irang asu loishin da ba ya dekhanna political will ma yaung approach tauba matam da minute kuntra da loi bia ba irang masi gi sumatakta Manipur government na political will ma yaung na ngasi phawbad irang asu loishin da ba ya dekhanna thausil thaurang amata yatana pham ko laga lai ba hai ba sa apat bada thum thak pa chap mane Mr. Speaker sa masidi political dialogue tawduna yanadribe hiram adugi matangda debate discussion home ministry level da tawduna waroishin purak pangam ga dawri bene Mr. Speaker sa masidi loijing loya da aikoi masel onchin aduna nomai kap na ban waroishin purak pangam hoy masidi political dialogue kaptana waroishin purak pangam ga Mr. Speaker sa loishin lakpada aina haizaning badi Manipur da shanti purak ke harabadi prajai khoi ama toiba mathau tai ani thokpagi hainabi si tawroi tabani nunti oina one voice one apex body ma toina changsin menero matamda lengak su political dialogue tawbada kharma kai mateng oi ga dawri bani masigi su matakta lengak ki thausil thaurang da pendrabadi leadership body magi makhada pen daba do phongdo kadabani kanglup amade tainaroi dabani purup amade tainaroi dabani political dialogue tawgudabani masina ningthau khage amba matamda laiki balaiga amadi tangdu leita ba punsiro lado hanjalakpa ngamgadawri bani Mr. Speaker sa masimak tanani Manipur government consultative committee ki member Lieutenant General Konsam Himalayana political dialogue is the only solution haidana phongdo kribasina tai madudi Mr. Speaker sa Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjalakpa haibasa political dialogue khaktana warushin purakpa ngamgani haibasana Mr. Speaker sa maramadana house the motion asi yena ba yaudana pass to bina ba honorable Mr. Speaker sir gi pungning chinjare thank you Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next from opposition bench, Ayekpam Benas Singh, Seat number 7 from opposition bench. Ayekpam Benas Singh.
Tinbiribam ahan makta da tinbiribam yambu aina economic kurimjari. Aigi iming Ayekpam Benas Singh. Amadi ay ngasi debate competition asida opposed to lipjari. Mr. Speaker sir. Ngasi debate competition asigi oina thamlalbiba motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue haibasa ay ajaningde topic asida only haiba wahi asi yarambana ay ngasi against le pangamjabani topic asi peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue haibagi mahutta peace and normalcy can be achieved by knowing the core issues together and then political dialogue haina hanjaningi Mr. Speaker sir political dialogue main principle di government amasung praja gi marakta political gi wari sana ba haibani political dialogue asina ngasigi democracy asidadi yamna muru oi masina leba ama ngakpa matamda amasung leba adugi afafata achumara nainaba matamda achawu thodang lawi Manipur dadi political dialogue ki fajarba masak mangala si mang khibaga pangkha oire especially koki dominated areas da administration da sobe laikre amadi achumara matam chana well hodabana ngasi Manipur gi history da amambo awaina lehurgadaba method incident si thokre thokiba incident asidagi hauna ngasi phawda more than 60,000 people were displaced from their own homes and they have been staying at relief camps. More than 200 people were died and 1,700 buildings were damaged. Mr. Speaker sir, supporting my issue retired army amana peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue has a haina thambasina chumbani haina thambikre tabudabu army retire adugi intention of core issues thamiramdre Mr. Speaker sir shanti puruk tabaya shanti puruk na bana gadabni shanti labor sing the hijacking budi core Manipur da tholiba core issue Manipur da tholiba violence sigi core issue se kaino khangmena ba mathungda solution ama puruk bangamnabagi damakta one way one voice amadi one agenda da focus tawba action laput pa mathau tai core issue sing sikari no khra pallabada kugi violence sibu tholiba asi the real issues si kana na khongtok pinaba ani subada kuki terrorist na central forces ki bunker dagi ꯑꯔꯥꯟꯕ ꯂꯥꯜꯂꯣꯡ ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯤꯕ ꯐꯦꯛ ꯕꯪꯀꯔ ꯁꯤꯁꯇꯦꯝ ꯑꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯥꯡꯗꯁꯨ ꯈꯪꯃꯤꯟꯅꯕ 1969ꯒꯤ ꯒꯦꯖꯦꯠꯁꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯨꯡ ꯏꯟꯅ ꯆꯨꯔꯆꯥꯟꯄꯨꯔꯗ 200 ꯚꯤꯂꯦꯖꯦꯁ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯃꯤ ꯇꯦꯡꯅꯧꯄꯜꯗꯅ 68 ꯚꯤꯂꯦꯖꯦꯁ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯃꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯨꯒ ꯀꯥꯡꯄꯣꯛꯄꯤꯗꯅ 179 ꯚꯤꯂꯦꯖꯦꯁ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯃꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ 2023ꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯅꯤꯁꯇ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯄꯟꯆꯥꯌꯠꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯨꯡ ꯏꯟꯅꯗꯤ ꯆꯨꯔꯆꯥꯟꯄꯨꯔꯗ 892 ꯚꯤꯂꯦꯖꯦꯁ ꯇꯦꯡꯅꯧꯄꯜꯗꯅ 326 villages amadi kangpokpidana 700 plus villages lere masi kari dagi oirakliba no haibasi khangdokminaba amadi soikraba administration asigi matangdasu khangdokminaba mathautai pungama ngasi khangminaraba matungda one way one voice ta focus tawraga solution amang puroknabagi damakta honaminaba mathautai honaminaba solution khradi karino khra pallabada ahanbada central government na military ga intervene tawraga buki terrorist sing se neutralize tobiba ani subada mabung phana su se abrogate tobiba ahum subada NRC gi cut off year se 1951 da oibiba asini machi tawraba matam da Manipur da shanti amasung normalcy hanjalhalak yanabagi ahan ba mami ama oirakani haina su thamjanenge Mr. Speaker sir tabu government se ngasi babu tawde topic so nong magi frequently changes tawe even the union home minister Amit Shah na su tholi birang se historical background na influence tawraga thoan ba itne class ne haina su thambi khre citizen gi mai kai da su unity we begin masak yamla wale masina kor issue khangmina bada tengte hali amadi political dialogue ki mangala ma phangna bhana ba matamda panta hali citizen sing ne tawya bada thabakra pallabada ahan bada kor issue se karino khangmina ba masigi solution ama propada mateng pangba amasung one way one voice one agenda da lemina ba sini ani subada akhoi gi damakta libiriba regional political parties da focus tawba especially the NPP which is the most political forward than rest of the regional political parties in Manipur. Mr. Speaker sir supporter sing da ai kayong khradang thamjanenge madudi Delhi da 15 October the Ministry of Home Affairs ka three major communities ki representatives sanga negotiation tawba wari utai sanaba laikhre masigi matung da violence dum thoi koi su khangmina ba supporter sing su yaugre makoi na koi su khangna ngasi fawba da supporter laibri basi thokriba violence si amasung tholakpa yaba violence asigi equus ama oibiraba haibasu hangjaningi Mr. Speaker sir Mr. Speaker sir political dialogue ti tawna bhana da yade tabudabu first step se koi su je khangmina basini koi su sigi Peter Seeker in Kangminaba related actions consequences as he Kangminaba Matautai Kangminaba Matung the one way one voice one agenda the focus of action Lokot Minaba Matautai Aduna Piram Liver topic peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Benesh. Next is also from opposition bench, Navrek Yumnam. After that, we have these debaters from Treasury bench. Then 10 or 15 minutes will be House will be resumed for 10 Pambra, 15 Pambra. Okay, 10. After these debaters, House will be resumed. House will be adjourned, and after 10, House will be resumed. Okay? Yes.
Good afternoon, respected speaker, sir, respected juries, and everyone else. My name is Maverick Himnam, and today I will speak against the motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. And here are my points for it. Firstly and foremost, there is a lack of conducive environment in Manipur for proper political dialogue. There is violence and instability in Manipur, which undermine trust and the political dialogue process. There is a essential need for law enforcement, strengthening of law enforcement, and this banding of illegal groups, as well as creating safe space for every community for proper political dialogue to happen. Secondly, there is resistance from insurgent groups as well. In Manipur, the Manipur government grapples with lots of and numerous political and insurgent groups which may or may not see political dialogue as a threatening to their objectives. Sometimes not all insurgent groups may see political dialogue as a good initiative for their own. So my third point would be that some influential groups in Manipur may also misuse and misinterpret the political dialogue process to advance their own interests, thereby squashing the interests of other smaller influential groups. Thus, I would like to end my speech here. Thank you.
Next from Treasury Bench, Ronali Lorimbam. Ronali Lorimbam. Chair number 4.
Good afternoon, respected jury members, Mr. Speaker, sir, and everyone present here. I am Ronali Lorimbam, a student of Business Administration in DM College of Commerce and a part of the Treasury Bench. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the National People's Front Youth Front, NPYF, for organizing this debate competition and giving us a platform to discuss a much-needed political situation of our Manipur and also a chance to build public speaking confidence. I stand here today in front of all of you in favor of today's motion of the House. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be restored through political dialogue. Through my performance, I would like to convince each and every one of you, and especially Mr. Speaker, sir, so as to pass on the motion of the House. All of us present here has been a victim of the war, directly or indirectly affected by the internal conflict started on the 3rd of May of 2023. Some of us affected worse than the others. All of us wish for peace and normalcy to be back in Manipur once again, but we know it is never going to be the same again, and we are all in confusion, dilemma, and doubt regarding how the peace and normalcy will be restored again, and today's topic gives us a platform to discuss a much-needed situations of lately. As I stand in the favor of motion of the House, my very first point on how a relevant political dialogue is the solution is because we as a society and students have learned and read about many wars that have happened even before we were born in history and political science chapters. Many great wars, including the First World War, the Second World War, the Cold War, the South African apartheid, and many more wars more severe than what we are facing today have been solved through political dialogue. The great tragedy of the Second World War, which was much tyranny than what we are facing today in Manipur, has been solved through the dialogue at the Geneva Convention in Switzerland, 1945. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think it's high time we actually start using what we have learned and end the war in an educated way. Violence can only start war. It can never bring peace. So as I begin my next point, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think all of us present here have at least once heard the quote of Mahatma Gandhi, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. I, for one, believe that in terms of Gandhi's word, almost the whole of Manipur is blind. Almost, because I haven't lost the hope to recover yet. My second point is that normalcy can return if only the over-militarization, the armed violence, and the gun culture is reduced in Manipur, which is all dependent on the political scenario. It is not in the capacity of a layman to demolish gun culture. If the other party has strong military, it only makes sense for us to defend through our military strength. So it is time we pressure our government and the pressure group to rise strongly towards a solution. A much needed political dialogue is long awaited. It is time we start seeking out for a proper solution instead of wishing fatalities against each other and think outside of just violence and strong military for a way of conversation to be our only option. Lately, there has been too much violence and too much gun culture over the citizens, where we are slowly coming to a situation where people with guns are taking the law in their hands instead, and their words carry more volume than the law of the country right now. The way our government has been silent regarding this is an act of nourishing this. This is a direct act of political dictatorship, which is the biggest challenge and threat to a political dialogue. If this continues, soon the constitution will be overpowered by gun in this state, so there are worst possible outcomes if we do not put a halt on this issue soon. I understand some might say because I'm not one of the internally displaced and I haven't actually seen the actual war scene, but Mr. Speaker, sir, I am no less devoted than anyone present here about the welfare of our state, and I'm very concerned about what is happening and what might come next after this. Excuse me. I strongly believe that the only reason Manipur is suffering is not because of the absence of a proper solution, but because our government doesn't care enough for us to enforce the implementation of the solution. For my third point, there is an old saying that goes, a great ruler thrives of the happiness of his subject, but a disgraceful ruler thrives of the misery of his subject and land. Our government has nothing else but been disgraceful about the matter in the situation of going on in Manipur for almost 2 years. 2 years is a very long time of suffering for a state. The economic situation of our state has declined, so did our lifestyle, but much worse, it has put on a hold of the lives of the students of Manipur. We as the pillar of our nation, of our society, need a strong foundation to fully achieve our potential, and it is not simply the loss of our generation to be unable to continue our studies smoothly, but it is a great loss for our state, our country. So I strongly urge the government to finally open their eyes and see us as living beings for once instead of their vote banks. If this conflict continues till the 4th year, it is going to be very shameful for our current government of India for letting such a small matter such as this one go even longer than the First World War itself. I really do wish our government finally settle on a political dialogue, one where they properly discuss whose demand is relevant and whose is not. Which is also my fourth and last point. Peace and normalcy is only possible when both sides are put on the table through dialogue. The most disrespect we feel from our government right now is that we do not feel seen, we do not feel heard or even acknowledged. At the moment, to earn our favor back once again, we need to feel acknowledged and we need the respect and value we were given during the time of vote. There is a very popular saying in our state right now, which I'm sure everyone has heard and everyone knows who have said it. Action do dumyeng biyo. It had been a while and any action haven't been acted out yet, so it only makes sense if we reply, action do yang zarege kaday no. Last but not the least, all of us present here, the treasury team and opposition team, we might be sitting against each other with different opinion, but there is one thing we have with each other in common. We all wish for the war to end and the peace and normalcy to be restored once again. But I am confident in my opinion, and I strongly believe as I have ever that it is the political dialogue that is going to mend our state, Manipur, also known as Sanalebang, to be able to shine like gold again. So here I stand, hoping to have convinced Mr. Speaker, sir, to pass on the motion of the House. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ronali. Now the House is adjourned, and after 10 minutes, House will be resumed.
We hope you and everyone enjoyed the debate session. As a part of your experience, light refreshment has been served at the front entrance. Please proceed to it.
Koi sargi ming le phang ongtak habi ba.
Yai pok ke ku konjemo mana.
Konjemo mana. Yar pok ke ku de ober ko. Sar isa gi hojik ji sai kya sure sar.
Sai yang kai doi sure.
Angkai doi. Okay sir. Sar isa da hana kari kari naram ge isa da naram ba ge engtal habi.
Ai isa da naram ba je liver oirami kidney kitang somi. Adagi isa sikpa sadna ba khar torami.
Hoi hoi. Masi ho da torme ko sar. Ada sarna Sigi naramba kan kage treatment kage topir kage hana naring adu.
Ai gote da chalo matung thani gi dak thare adu matung da amukka se tha amukka set pakan amukka se thani gi dak thare adu gi kana bu hongi doctor ilaina.
Hojikti sarade hojik akoi hidak je therapy je man company gi therapy to budi hojikti sarade kage result ka kamai to bira.
Sadu budi am khena hojikti pura pha bu mo re.
Kari phare sarade ta me amna.
Ai hana liver naramba phare kitni naramba phare isada ayun ni chikto sada nadan toramba phare
ade bp ning bi
bp su phare
bp jo je doctor na bp goli sada ba yare hai abas
hai le
haji ji khoi le jeri basi yai pok tulhel mayai le kai deni haji pesel amaga wari saraba mayang mangna thamjeri medam gi madam medam gi ming amadi le pham tang habi
sida kawe tulen me lekai degi ne ai sa se adukki matik narame sugar lai betegi adu yeng basu doctor da so amata so tum yeng ore adu kana pamsi khang de adu sigi hidak se maming
stem cell mayon gi
sigi si saba degi adu sa se kara kana ba phange nungai adukki matik aduga mit si hana di yam na ngangam me alu si gi dak si saba de gi ngang ba khot ba di ka stau te adu ga isa so adu hana khara son tharam ba de gi pangan jaw da ba du si gi dak si saba de gi adu ki matik nu ma
hakchang nuar tri ba koi gi narak pa che sahi kya su bu de gi no ko na sahi kya su re na bi ri
sahi tarit mukti chura
ado atei tegi koi laing pa thapi medam na sathabi ramne ba tei jaga ta ko ado medam adu kana ba phangmung ngambar kamai toi
phangba ngamde chi da ke jaba de ge adu phangme ai tari cha de nungai bi to phaw
ado haji ji medam na masigi hidak se kos kaya haji gi packet to kaya sabire
packet ahum sure
ado di akoi gi pandam di tha om haibani packet hom di tha ma khai ne ba ko adidi masidi medam akoi gi course sunaba mathang da sabi yo aduga amu unasi aduga phabasu webiu haina akoi gi mai gi nungai ba phongdo
ojagi isagi ming laifam ong ta bi o sai
ai gi ming si thomas singai kawi laifam na lisamlok village tegini
hoje je ojagi isagi sahi kya sura
aigi chahi se humfu go mari
sore ko ozara hoje hana naramba na ba sang da nungayam da kai ke no naram
han ai hachang da na ba se hepatitis B haina doctor na habi matungin na akoi ken jenims da yeng jerure adu doctor duna masidi cancer ta do re haibade ki ichani pi na as yaroi cancer ta ba naina na ti haidna private ki to apre hospital na puraga aise moigi doctor duna yeng matung da hojik se aise wana hauka ka khap ngamde adubu hojik ki haire ba hida sarkhoi ne pirok pa hidak se khara ummaga charaga aise khara kankhat pa duda masigi hidak se aingon da pagna bagira natragana karigino masi hidak se aingon da khara pagnai भाभी अमा खंग्रे हिदाक से चाब ताए हिदाक से चाबदी हजी ये रिपोर्ट हजी सरखोग उनब लाइसने खंग फाउदे चाबदी खर चाय थबाक नाब पुक सौगप कई तारे डॉक्टर हंगा चखाव यादबनी चखाव की हिदाक चाय फजन फब लेते हिदाक से चाबद चाखावसु साब नाबसु खर नेंगो खोरबसु खर फै थबाक नाबसु खर फै अदुगा हक्चांग दा कोइबो खोरबा थोगान बो थोगबो ngamnomde से ꯑꯗꯨ ꯁꯤ ꯆꯥꯕꯗꯒꯤ ꯀꯣꯏꯕ ꯈꯣꯠꯄꯁꯨ ꯉꯝꯃꯦ ꯋꯥꯀꯤꯡꯁꯨ ꯆꯠꯂꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯏꯆꯥꯅꯨꯄꯤꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯃꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯆꯥꯗꯕ ꯌꯥꯗꯦ ꯆꯥꯎ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯅ ꯁꯤ ꯆꯥꯔꯒ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯂꯩꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯀꯤ ꯗꯥꯛꯇꯔꯅ ꯄꯤꯔꯛꯄ ꯃꯣꯏꯒꯤ
ꯑꯣꯖꯥꯅ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯆꯥꯏꯁꯦ ꯊꯥ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯁꯨꯔꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯦ
ꯊꯥ ꯑꯍꯨꯝ ꯁꯨꯖꯔꯦ
ꯊꯥ ꯑꯍꯨꯝ ꯄꯨꯔꯥ ꯁꯨꯔꯦꯕ ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯣꯖꯥ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯣꯖꯥꯒꯤ ꯀꯝꯄ꯭ꯂꯦꯛꯁꯟ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯖꯔꯦ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯃꯌꯥꯡ ꯀꯪꯕ ꯁꯣꯟꯊꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗ ꯀꯩꯝꯇ ꯎꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯦ ꯏꯝꯄ꯭ꯔꯨꯚꯃꯦꯟ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯖꯅ ꯂꯥꯛꯄꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯑꯁꯦꯡꯕꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯊꯥ 3 ꯆꯥꯎ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯅꯦ ꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯕꯔꯂꯤ ꯒ꯭ꯔꯥꯁꯇꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯊꯥ 3 ꯆꯥꯒꯗꯕꯅꯦ ꯃꯥꯗꯤ ꯆꯠꯊꯣꯛ ꯍꯣꯡꯕꯅꯦ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯃꯊꯪꯗ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯇꯦꯁ ꯇꯧꯊꯣꯛꯄꯤꯔꯒ ꯌꯦꯡꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯔꯤꯖꯜꯠꯁꯦ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯔꯕꯅꯦ ꯒꯨꯗ ꯔꯤꯖꯜꯠ ꯂꯥꯛꯑꯅꯤꯀꯣ ꯑꯩ ꯁꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯒ ꯑꯩ ꯊꯝꯖꯔꯒꯦ ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ ꯑꯣꯖꯥ
ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯎꯅꯖꯔꯤꯁꯤ ꯄꯦꯁꯦꯟ ꯑꯃ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝ ꯃꯤꯡꯒ ꯂꯩꯐꯝꯒ ꯑꯝꯇꯪ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯤꯔꯛꯑꯣ
ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯣꯝ ꯄꯤꯡꯀꯤ ꯗꯦꯕꯤ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯐꯝꯅ ꯅꯝꯕꯣꯡ ꯀꯥꯃꯣꯡ ꯇꯣꯝꯕꯝ ꯂꯩꯀꯥꯏꯗꯒꯤ
ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕꯁꯦ ꯀꯔꯤ ꯀꯔꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯤꯔꯕꯅꯣ ꯑꯝꯇꯪ ꯊꯝꯕꯤꯔꯛꯑꯣ
ꯑꯩꯁꯦ ꯈꯅꯥꯎꯁꯤꯁꯨ ꯈꯣꯟꯖꯦꯜ ꯊꯣꯛꯇꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯒ꯭ꯌꯥꯁꯇꯤꯛ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯐꯦꯇꯤ ꯂꯤꯚꯔꯁꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯦꯀꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯊꯕꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯁꯥꯔꯒ ꯆꯥꯛ ꯏꯁꯤꯡ ꯆꯥꯅꯤꯡ ꯊꯛꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯄꯣꯛꯇꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤꯠ ꯆꯠꯂꯨ ꯌꯥꯗꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯦꯝ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯃ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯩ ꯁꯥꯔ
ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯆꯥꯕꯁꯤ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯀꯌꯥꯝꯗꯤ ꯀꯨꯏꯔꯒꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯤꯁꯦ
ꯑꯩꯅ ꯆꯥꯖꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠ 10ꯅꯤ ꯁꯨꯕꯗꯗꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯀꯩꯁꯨ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯐꯪꯉꯝꯗꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ 15 days ꯁꯨꯕ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠꯇ ꯏꯁꯥꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕ ꯑꯅꯥꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯁꯝꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯕꯗ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯈꯣꯡ ꯇꯦꯛꯈꯤꯕꯒꯤ ꯑꯅꯥꯕꯐꯥꯎ ꯂꯩ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯄꯣꯠꯁꯦ ꯃꯊꯟꯇ ꯉꯥꯊꯕ ꯌꯥꯗꯕꯗꯣ ꯉꯥꯊꯕ ꯌꯥꯔꯛꯄ ꯈꯣꯟꯖꯦꯜ ꯊꯣꯛꯇꯕꯗꯣ ꯈꯣꯟꯖꯦꯜ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯛꯄ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯁꯥꯒꯠꯄ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕ ꯐꯨꯜꯂꯛꯄ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕꯗꯨꯁꯨ ꯐꯔꯛꯄ ꯑꯁꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯩ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯕꯔꯣꯏꯗ ꯁꯥꯔ
ꯑꯗꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯏꯑꯣꯟ ꯀꯝꯄꯅꯤꯒꯤ ꯕꯔꯂꯤꯒ ꯕꯔꯂꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯂꯁ ꯃꯣꯔꯤꯡꯒꯥꯁꯤꯒ ꯁꯤꯕꯣꯊ꯭ꯔꯣꯟꯒꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗꯗꯤ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯃꯤꯕ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯦꯝꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯐꯪꯉꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯁꯤ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯕꯁꯦ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯊꯥ ꯀꯌꯥꯃꯨꯛꯇꯤ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯈ꯭ꯔꯒꯦ
ꯑꯩ ꯊꯥ ꯐꯥꯗꯔꯤ
ꯊꯥ ꯐꯥꯗ꯭ꯔꯤꯕꯀꯣ
ꯑꯩ ꯕꯔꯂꯦꯗꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯕꯗꯒꯤ ꯊꯥ 2ꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯁꯨꯖꯔꯦ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯁꯤꯕꯔꯇꯣꯟꯗꯤ ꯑꯣꯟꯂꯤ 5 days ꯀꯨꯝꯕ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯗ ꯉꯥꯏꯔꯤ
ꯁꯤꯕꯔꯇꯣꯟ 5 days ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯕꯗ ꯉꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯛ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗꯗꯤ ꯑꯍꯣꯡꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯂꯩꯔꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯅꯦꯕ
ꯍꯣꯏ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯒꯦ ꯑꯩ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯂꯨꯝꯃꯝꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯨꯝꯃꯒ ꯊꯪꯒꯠꯂ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯀꯣꯛ ꯆꯤꯛꯄ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯏꯁꯥ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯋꯥꯈꯜ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯃꯤꯅ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯉꯥꯡꯕ ꯁꯥꯎꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯑꯀꯤꯕ ꯄꯣꯛꯄ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯑꯀꯤꯕ ꯄꯣꯛꯑꯦ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯄꯣꯛꯑꯦ ꯑꯀꯤꯕꯁꯤꯁꯨ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯀꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯁꯤꯕꯔꯇ꯭ꯔꯣꯟ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯖ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯁꯦ ꯊꯛꯄꯗꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯑꯀꯤꯕ ꯐꯥꯎꯕ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠ 5ꯅꯤꯁꯤꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯥꯟꯊꯣꯛꯄ ꯉꯝꯃꯦꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯅꯤꯡꯉꯤ ꯁꯥꯔ
ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯤ ꯐꯔꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯒ꯭ꯔꯥꯝ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯁꯤ ꯚꯤꯗꯤꯑꯣꯁꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯊꯪꯒꯤ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯂꯧꯖꯔꯛꯈꯤꯒꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯃꯈꯥ ꯇꯥꯅ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯆꯥꯊꯕꯤꯀꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯗꯛꯁꯤ ꯆꯥꯕꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯀꯣꯔꯁ ꯍꯥꯏꯁꯤ ꯊꯥ 3ꯗꯒꯤꯅ 4 ꯐꯥꯎ ꯑꯗꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯄꯦꯁꯦꯟ ꯑꯃ ꯅꯥꯔꯕ ꯄꯦꯁꯦꯟ ꯑꯃꯗꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯤꯖꯕꯁꯤ ꯊꯥ 3ꯗꯒꯤꯅ 4 ꯐꯥꯎ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯄꯤꯖꯩ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗꯗꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯑꯇꯦꯟꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯑꯗꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯒꯠꯂꯛꯏ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅꯁꯨ ꯃꯈꯥ ꯇꯥꯅ ꯆꯥꯕꯤꯀꯣ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯃꯇꯥꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯇꯦꯟꯁꯤꯟꯖꯔꯒꯦ ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ
ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯡꯒ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯐꯝꯒ ꯑꯍꯥꯟꯕꯗ ꯑꯝꯇꯪ ꯊꯝꯕꯤꯔꯛꯑꯣ
ꯀꯛꯆꯤꯡ ꯁꯨꯃꯥꯡ ꯂꯩꯀꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯁꯨꯃꯝ ꯄꯔꯦꯡ
ꯑꯣꯀꯦ
ꯃꯌꯨꯝ ꯔꯟꯗꯣꯅꯤ
ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕꯁꯦ ꯀꯔꯤ ꯀꯔꯤꯅꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯨꯝꯗ
ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯊꯣꯏꯗꯣꯛꯅ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯣ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯇꯧꯗꯦ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯆꯨꯝꯅꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯠ ꯎꯗ꯭ꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤ ꯈꯛꯇꯅꯤ ꯊꯣꯏꯗꯣꯛꯄꯗꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯂꯩꯇꯦ ꯑꯩ ꯃꯤꯠ ꯈꯛꯀꯤꯗꯅꯤ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯒ ꯂꯩꯍꯧꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯃꯤꯠ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕꯒꯤ
ꯑꯗꯣ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯊꯥ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯁꯨꯕꯤꯔꯒꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯗꯛ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯥꯏꯑꯣꯟꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯗꯛ ꯆꯥꯕꯤꯔꯛꯏꯁꯦ
ꯊꯥ 2 ꯁꯨꯖꯔꯦ
ꯑꯗꯣ ꯊꯥ 2ꯁꯤ ꯁꯨꯖꯤꯜꯂꯛ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯑꯍꯣꯡꯕ ꯂꯥꯛꯄꯗꯣ ꯑꯝꯇꯪ ꯊꯝꯕꯤꯌꯨ
ꯍꯣꯏ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯑꯩ ꯁꯦꯡꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯒꯦ ꯑꯩꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯍꯥꯟꯅꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯁꯨꯝ ꯌꯦꯡꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯏꯊꯣꯡꯗ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯣ ꯑꯩ ꯃꯌꯦꯛ ꯁꯦꯡꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯈꯪꯗꯦ ꯃꯤꯠ ꯅꯥꯇꯣꯟ ꯑꯩ ꯆꯤꯝꯕꯥꯟ ꯄꯥꯟꯕ ꯑꯩ ꯃꯌꯦꯛ ꯁꯦꯡꯅ ꯈꯪꯕ ꯉꯝꯗꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯑꯍꯣꯡꯕ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯂꯥꯛꯄ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯦ ꯑꯩ ꯁꯨꯝ ꯌꯦꯡꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯥꯏꯊꯣꯡꯁꯤ ꯄꯨꯔꯥ ꯂꯥꯛꯁꯤꯟꯕ ꯉꯝꯗ꯭ꯔꯒꯁꯨꯀꯣ ꯃꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯠ ꯅꯥꯇꯣꯟ ꯄꯥꯟꯕ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟda ꯏꯝꯄ꯭ꯔꯨꯞ ꯂꯥꯛꯄ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯦ ꯑꯩꯅꯁꯨ
ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯃꯤꯠꯁꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯁꯦ ꯃꯤꯁꯦ ꯎꯕ ꯄꯨꯔꯥ ꯉꯝꯃꯝꯗꯕꯅꯦꯕ
ꯃꯤ ꯎꯔꯒꯁꯨꯀꯣ ꯎꯕꯨꯗꯤ ꯎꯕ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯎꯔꯒꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯅꯦꯒꯦꯇꯤꯞꯀꯤ ꯏꯁꯇꯥꯏꯜꯗ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯃꯤꯁꯤ ꯃꯌꯦꯛ ꯁꯦꯡꯅ ꯈꯪꯗꯕ
ꯃꯤꯁꯤ ꯀꯅꯥꯅꯣ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯈꯪꯗꯕꯅꯦꯕ
ꯉꯧꯕ ꯃꯨꯕ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯆꯞ ꯃꯥꯟꯅꯩꯑꯕ ꯍꯣꯏ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯉꯧꯕꯅ khitang ꯉꯥꯟꯊꯣꯛꯄ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨꯗꯤ khitang ꯌꯥꯝ ꯊꯣꯏꯗꯣꯛꯅ ꯈꯪꯕ ꯅꯠꯇꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ khitang ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯃꯤ ꯑꯃꯒꯤ ꯁꯛꯐꯝꯁꯤ ꯄꯨꯔꯥ ꯂꯥꯛꯁꯤꯟꯕ ꯉꯝꯗ꯭ꯔꯒꯁꯨ ꯃꯤꯠ ꯅꯥꯇꯣꯟ ꯆꯤꯟꯕꯥꯟ ꯁꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯈꯪꯕ ꯉꯝꯃꯦ
ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯗ ꯏꯝꯄ꯭ꯔꯨꯚꯃꯦꯟꯁꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯖꯅ ꯐꯪꯉꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ
ꯌꯥꯝ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯖꯕ ꯑꯃꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯗꯥꯡ ꯆꯠꯄꯗꯀꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯝꯕꯦꯟꯁꯤ ꯑꯀꯨꯠ ꯑꯇꯣꯡ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯀꯔꯤꯝ ꯈꯪꯗꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯑꯀꯨꯠꯄꯒꯤ ꯑꯇꯣꯡꯕꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯈꯪꯗꯦ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯔꯦ ꯑꯩꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯗꯤ ꯆꯥꯈꯤꯅꯤ
ꯑꯗꯣ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯊꯥ ꯑꯅꯤ ꯈꯛꯇꯁꯨ ꯉꯥꯏꯔꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯆꯥꯔꯛꯏꯁꯤ ꯊꯥ ꯑꯅꯤ ꯆꯥꯔꯛꯄ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯎꯔꯝꯗꯕ ꯑꯗꯩ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯗꯕ ꯄꯣꯠ ꯑꯍꯣꯡꯕ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯎꯔꯛꯏꯅꯦꯕꯀꯣ ꯑꯣꯏꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯊꯥ ꯃꯔꯤ ꯆꯥꯔꯛꯄ ꯇꯥꯔꯗꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯀꯌꯥꯝ ꯏꯝꯄ꯭ꯔꯨꯚꯃꯦꯟ ꯂꯥꯛꯀꯅꯤ
ꯑꯗꯨꯅꯤ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯤꯁꯦ ꯍꯟꯗꯛ ꯊꯥ ꯑꯅꯤ ꯁꯨꯔꯦ ꯊꯥ ꯑꯍꯨꯝꯁꯤꯒ ꯂꯣꯏꯔꯛꯄꯗꯗꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯈꯤꯇꯪꯗꯤ ꯍꯦꯟꯅ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯂꯥꯛꯑꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯑꯩ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯕ ꯑꯃꯅ ꯑꯩꯁꯦ ꯇꯨꯝꯕꯗ ꯑꯌꯣ ꯂꯥꯏꯍꯦꯔꯝꯅꯤꯅ ꯇꯧꯕꯤꯗ꯭ꯔꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯝꯕ ꯄꯨꯔꯥ ꯀꯤꯌꯣꯔ ꯑꯣꯏꯒꯦꯔꯥ ꯐꯔꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯇꯧꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ
ꯇꯨꯝꯕꯗ ꯆꯤꯛꯄ ꯁꯥꯕ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯇꯧꯔꯝꯕꯁꯦ
ꯏꯁꯥꯁꯦ ꯇꯨꯝꯕ ꯌꯥꯗꯕ ꯑꯍꯤꯡ ꯇꯨꯝꯗꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯈ꯭ꯋꯥꯡ ꯅꯥꯕꯒꯤ ꯂꯦꯡꯕ ꯈꯣꯠꯄ ꯌꯥꯗꯕ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯀꯩꯝ ꯇꯧꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ
ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯅꯥꯔꯝꯃꯤꯕꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯠꯀꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯦꯝꯁꯤ ꯈꯛ ꯅꯠꯇꯕꯤꯗ ꯈ꯭ꯋꯥꯡ ꯅꯥꯕ ꯇꯥꯡ ꯆꯤꯛꯄ ꯁꯥꯕ ꯇꯧꯔꯝꯃꯤꯅꯦꯕ
ꯇꯥꯡ ꯆꯤꯛꯄ ꯑꯃꯨꯛꯄꯨꯗꯤ ꯇꯧꯗ꯭ꯔꯒꯁꯨ ꯀꯣ ꯈ꯭ꯋꯥꯡ ꯅꯥꯔꯒ ꯏꯁꯥꯁꯦ ꯂꯦꯡꯕ ꯈꯣꯠꯄ ꯌꯥꯗꯕ ꯇꯨꯝꯕꯗ ꯁꯨꯝ ꯂꯥꯍꯦꯗ ꯀꯩꯗ ꯇꯧꯔꯝꯕꯁꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯇꯧꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ
ꯆꯤꯛꯄ ꯁꯥꯕꯀꯣ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛꯁꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯂꯣꯏ ꯐꯪꯉꯦꯕ
ꯑꯗꯨ ꯈꯪꯕꯅꯤꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯆꯥꯈꯤꯕ
ꯌꯥꯝ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯖꯔꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝ ꯃꯊꯪꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯇꯦꯁꯇꯤꯃꯣꯅꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯚꯤꯗꯤꯑꯣ ꯃꯇꯦꯛ ꯑꯃꯇꯪꯒ ꯂꯧꯖꯈꯤꯒꯦꯀꯣ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯃꯇꯥꯡ ꯑꯁ꯭ꯋꯥꯏꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯇꯦꯟꯁꯤꯟꯖꯔꯦ
ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯁꯥꯔꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯡ ꯂꯩꯐꯝ ꯑꯃꯨꯛꯇ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯤꯕ
ꯌꯥꯏꯐꯣꯛ ꯀꯦꯀ꯭ꯔꯨ ꯀꯣꯟꯖꯦꯝꯕꯝ ꯃꯅꯥꯎ
ꯀꯣꯟꯖꯦꯝꯕꯝ ꯃꯅꯥꯎ ꯌꯥꯏꯐꯣꯛ ꯀꯦꯀ꯭ꯔꯨꯗꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯤꯔꯕꯀꯣ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯏꯁꯥꯒꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯆꯍꯤ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯁꯨꯔꯦ ꯁꯥꯔ
ꯆꯍꯤ 52 ꯁꯨꯔꯦ
52 ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯀꯔꯤ ꯅꯥꯔꯝꯒꯦ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯅꯥꯔꯝꯕꯒꯦ ꯑꯝꯇ ꯂꯣꯏ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯤꯌꯨ
ꯑꯩ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯅꯥꯔꯝꯕꯁꯦ ꯂꯤꯚꯔ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯝꯃꯤ ꯀꯤꯗꯅꯤ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯁꯣꯛꯑꯝꯃꯤ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯏꯁꯥ ꯆꯤꯛꯄ ꯅꯥꯕ ꯈꯔ ꯇꯧꯔꯝꯃꯤ
ꯍꯣꯏ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯍꯣꯏ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯇꯧꯔꯝꯃꯦꯀꯣ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯑꯗ ꯁꯥꯔꯅ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯅꯥꯔꯝꯕ ꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯇ꯭ꯔꯤꯠꯃꯦꯟ ꯇꯧꯕꯤꯔꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯅꯥꯔꯤꯉꯩꯗ
ꯑꯩ ꯒꯨꯋꯥꯍꯥꯇꯤꯗ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯆꯠꯂꯕ ꯃꯇꯨꯡꯗ ꯊꯥ 2ꯒꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛ ꯊꯥꯔꯛꯏ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯃꯇꯨꯡꯗ ꯑꯃꯨꯛꯀ ꯆꯠꯄ ꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯑꯃꯨꯛꯀꯁꯨ ꯊꯥ 2ꯒꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛ ꯊꯥꯔꯛꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯐꯪꯈꯤꯅꯤ ꯗꯣꯛꯇꯔꯒꯤ ꯂꯥꯏꯟꯗ
ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯁꯥꯔꯗꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯊꯦꯔꯥꯄꯤꯁꯦ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯀꯝꯄꯅꯤꯒꯤ ꯊꯦꯔꯥꯄꯤ ꯇꯧꯕꯗꯒꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯁꯥꯔꯗꯤ ꯔꯤꯖꯜ ꯀꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯒꯦ
ꯑꯁ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨꯗꯤ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯈꯦꯠꯅꯔꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯄꯨꯔꯥ ꯐꯕꯒꯨꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯦꯗ
ꯀꯔꯤ ꯐꯔꯦ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯅ
ꯑꯩ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯂꯤꯚꯔ ꯅꯥꯔꯝꯕ ꯐꯔꯦ ꯀꯤꯗꯅꯤ ꯅꯥꯔꯝꯕ ꯐꯔꯦ ꯑꯗ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯑꯌꯨꯛ ꯆꯤꯛꯇ ꯁꯥꯗ ꯅꯥꯗꯅ ꯇꯧꯔꯝꯕ ꯐꯔꯦ
ꯑꯗꯩ ꯕꯤꯄꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯕꯤꯗꯤ
ꯕꯤꯄꯤꯁꯨ ꯐꯔꯦ
ꯕꯤꯄꯤꯁꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯗꯥꯛꯇꯔꯅ ꯕꯤꯄꯤ ꯒꯨꯂꯤ ꯆꯥꯗꯕ ꯌꯥꯔꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯕ
ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯦ
ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯂꯩꯖꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤ ꯌꯥꯏꯄꯣꯛ ꯇꯨꯜꯍꯦꯜ ꯃꯌꯥꯏ ꯂꯩꯀꯥꯏꯗꯅꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯄꯦꯁꯦꯟ ꯑꯃꯒ ꯋꯥꯔꯤ ꯁꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯡꯗ ꯊꯝꯖꯔꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯑꯍꯥꯟꯕꯗ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯡ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯂꯩꯐꯝ ꯑꯝꯇꯪ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯤꯌꯨ
ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯡ ꯔꯥꯁꯤꯗꯥ ꯀꯧꯏ ꯇꯨꯜꯍꯦꯟ ꯃꯌꯥꯏ ꯂꯩꯀꯥꯏꯗꯒꯤꯅꯦ ꯑꯩ ꯏꯁꯥꯁꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯅꯥꯔꯝꯃꯦ ꯁꯨꯒꯔ ꯂꯩꯕꯗꯒꯤ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯌꯦꯡꯕꯁꯨ ꯗꯣꯛꯇꯔꯗꯁꯨ ꯑꯃꯗꯁꯨ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯌꯦꯡꯉꯨꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯐꯝꯁꯤ ꯈꯪꯗꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯃꯃꯤꯡ
ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯝ ꯁꯦꯜ ꯃꯌꯣꯟꯒꯤ
ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯝ ꯁꯦꯜ ꯃꯌꯣꯜꯒꯤ ꯁꯤꯒꯤꯁꯤ ꯆꯥꯕꯗꯒꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯏꯁꯥꯁꯦ ꯈꯔ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯐꯪꯉꯦ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯃꯤꯠꯁꯤ ꯍꯥꯟꯅꯗꯤ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯉꯥꯡꯉꯝꯃꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯤ ꯆꯥꯕꯗꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯉꯥꯡꯕ ꯈꯣꯠꯄꯗꯤ ꯀꯩꯁꯨ ꯇꯧꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯏꯁꯥꯁꯨ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯈꯔ ꯁꯣꯟꯊꯔꯝꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯄꯥꯡꯒꯜ ꯌꯥꯎꯗꯕꯗꯨ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯤ ꯆꯥꯕꯗꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏ
ꯍꯛꯆꯥꯡ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯔꯛꯇ꯭ꯔꯤꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯅꯥꯔꯛꯄꯁꯦ ꯆꯍꯤ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯁꯨꯕꯗꯒꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯆꯍꯤ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯁꯨꯔꯦ ꯅꯥꯕꯤꯔꯤꯁꯦ
ꯆꯍꯤ 8 ꯁꯨꯔꯅꯤ ꯅꯥꯔꯤꯁꯦ
ꯑꯗꯣ ꯑꯇꯩꯒꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯂꯥꯌꯦꯡ ꯄꯊꯥꯞꯇꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯆꯠꯊꯕꯤꯔꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯇꯩ ꯖꯒꯥꯗꯀꯣ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯐꯪꯕ ꯉꯝꯕ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯀꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯋꯤ
ꯐꯪꯕ ꯉꯝꯗꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯁꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯆꯥꯕꯗꯒꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯐꯪꯉꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯕꯗꯣ ꯐꯥꯎꯋꯦ
ꯑꯗ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯀꯣꯁ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯤ ꯄꯦꯀꯦꯠꯇꯨ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯆꯥꯕꯤꯔꯦ
ꯄꯤꯀꯦꯠ 3 ꯁꯨꯔꯦ
ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯄꯥꯟꯗꯝꯗꯤ ꯊꯥ 3 ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯅꯤ ꯄꯦꯀꯦꯠ 3ꯃꯗꯤ ꯊꯥ ꯃꯈꯥꯏꯅꯦꯕꯀꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯤ ꯃꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯀꯣꯔꯁ ꯁꯨꯅꯕ ꯃꯊꯪꯗ ꯆꯥꯕꯤꯌꯨ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯎꯅꯁꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯐꯕꯁꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯤꯌꯨ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯏꯀꯩꯗꯒꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯕ ꯐꯣꯡꯗꯣꯛ
ꯑꯣꯖꯥꯒꯤ ꯏꯁꯥꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯡ ꯂꯩꯐꯝ ꯑꯃꯨꯛꯇ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯤꯌꯨ ꯑꯣꯖꯥ
ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯡꯁꯤ ꯊꯣꯃꯥꯁ ꯁꯤꯡꯔꯥꯏ ꯀꯧꯏ ꯂꯩꯐꯝꯅ ꯂꯤꯁꯝꯂꯣꯛ ꯚꯤꯂꯦꯖꯇꯒꯤꯅꯤ
ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯣꯖꯥꯒꯤ ꯏꯁꯥꯒꯤ ꯆꯍꯤ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯁꯨꯔꯦ
ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯆꯍꯤꯁꯤ
64 ꯁꯨꯔꯦꯕꯀꯣ ꯑꯣꯖꯥꯅ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯅꯥꯔꯝꯕ ꯑꯅꯥꯕꯁꯦ ꯍꯛꯆꯥꯡꯗ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯔꯝꯗꯕꯁꯦ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯅꯥꯔꯝꯃꯤ
ꯏꯍꯥꯟ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯍꯛꯆꯥꯡꯗ ꯅꯥꯕꯁꯤ hepatitis B haina doctor na habi matungina akoi ken Jennings da yengjarure adu doctor duna masidi cancer ta dore haibadagi ichanpi na as yaroi cancer ta ba naina nati haidana private ki to pre hospital na puraga aise moigi doctor duna yeng matungda hojikse aise wana hauka kakhapa ngamde adubu hojiki hairiba hida sarkhoi pirokpa hidak se khara ummaga charaga aise khara kankhatpa duda masigi hidak se aingonda pakna bagira natragana karigino masi hidak se aingonda khara paknai bhabigira amagira khangdre adu masi hidak se chaba tai han masi hidak se chaba dagi hoji aise yeri pokta hoji sarkhoi ga unaba laisini tani thangba phaude adu chaabi dum khara dim chai adu thabak nawa adigi pok saugatpa adu kari haibtare doctor da hangaga acha khau ya da bigini haibugumba acha khau gi hidak tum chai adu phajana phaba du lete adu si hidak se chaabada chakhau so saba nawasu khanne ngo khorpa ka phai thabak nawasu kara phai adu hakchang da koiba khotpa thogan bo thokba ngamnom de se adu si chaabadagi koiba khotpa su ngamme walking se challe adu janpin ai masi chadabi ade chao hadna si charga dum lere adu hojiki doctor ne pirakpa moiki
ज़रा सी साइज था क्या सुरा है जी
home sujare
था होम प्रा सुरा है जो के हो जाओ जे हो जाए कम्प्लेक्शन या बजारे शादा मैं कंबा सोंदा बे पता कम तो उठो जे इम्प्रूवमेंट या बजारे लाख बजे कोई ठेंगना रे अदे असेंग बगी हिताक से था त्रुक जाओ है ने से पान खुद पारे बर्डी क्रॉस तो कोने हो जे था त्रुक चागा दबने मा दुक सा तो गोंग मने अदो मुक मथंग दम टेस्ट तो फिर का यें का दे शादा रिजल्ट से या फरा मने रिजल्ट गुड रिजल्ट लानी को ऐसी है गाई थैंक यू हो जा
हजे कोइन उनजरसी पेशेंट अमा अदु मैडम मिंगल लाइफम गंतंग हान हाइबियो
आइगे मिंग असोम पिंकी देवी आइगे लाइफमना नामों कामों तो बमने काय दगी
ओके अदु मैडम दा हाना नुंगाइ दब लेरम बसे करी करी ओबिरो नोंतंग थमिरो
आइजे खनाव जु खोनजेन थोक्तबा अदगी गैस्ट्रिक लेबा फैटी लिवर सु ओरेको अदुगा थबाक से सारगा साइसिंग चानिंग थानिंगबा पोक्तबा अदगी नुंसि चलु यादबा अदुगुंबा प्रॉब्लम याम मा थेंगने सर
ओके अदु तागदी हबिसि हिदाक से साबसि मतम क्यामदि कुइरगे मैडम दा सिनरै
आइना सर्जरी जे निमि तरानी सुबुदादी आई कई सुकाना फंगमदे अदुगा 15 days सुबु निमिता इसादगी लेरंबा अनाब सिंह हाय तारे समना हारबदा आइगी खोंग टेखिबगी अनाब बोलै अदुगी पोसे मथंदा ngathaba yadabado ngathaba yarpa khonjen thoktabado khonjen thoklakpa isara sagappa leramba phulakpa lebusu pharakpa asukimiti kana hai tare barisa
वाओ अदु हुजि मैडम ने सिनरी से कोगी मायोन कंपनी की बर्लीगा बर्ली प्लस मोरिंगा सिका सिबल फ्रोन गनेबो
औ सर
अदु हुजि से मैडम ददी हाना लेरमिबा प्रॉब्लम सिंग सी कानाबा फंगी हैबनेबो अदु हुजि से मैडम से सिनेबसे मसिगी हिदाक से मैडम ना था के अमुक्ति सिनेगगे
आई था फादरी
बको
आई बर्लेदी नुंगाइबदगी था अनिगुंबा सुजारे सिजनबा अदुगा सिबरटोनदी ओनली 5 days कुंबा सिजनदा ngai
सिबरटोन 5 days सिनबदा ngai रिबो सिनर मतम मैडम ने अहोंबो दुकमतिक याम लई हैबने
ओय सर हाइजगे आई इसादा लुममबा दगी लुममगा थंगला लेबा कोक सिकपा अदगी इसा नुंगाइदा वाखन नुंगाइदा मिनि खितंग आंगनो साउनिंगबा अदगी अकीबा पोकपा इसादा अकीबा पो याम पो अकीबा सिजो अदो आइगी जिकी हारिबा सिरोचोन हारिबा ज्यूस से थकपदगी आई अकीबा फावबा निमि मंगानी सिदगी लांथोपा ngame na haijani musa
थैंक यू अदुदी फरे मैडम कोगी अखोई प्रोग्राम कैनो सी वीडियो सी मैडम दा कोगी मथंगी अमुक लौजरखिगे होजिक मैडम की मखा ताना दum चाथबिको कोगी प्रोडक्ट सी साबसि कोइना कोर्स साइसि था अहमदैना मरी फोदाना पेशेंट अमा नारबा पेशेंट अमददी कोइ पिजबसि था अहमदैना मरी फोदum पिजै हैतारे मैडम ददी होजिसि यामना अतेबा मतमदा अदुमदि याम फगलै अदु मैडम ने सुबह खाता ना सभी को नसी की मतांग सारे टेंशन जरगे थैंक यू
मैडम की मिंगा मैडम की लाइफंगा ꯑꯍꯥꯟꯕꯗ ꯑꯝꯇꯪ ꯊꯝꯕꯤꯔꯛꯑꯣ
ꯀꯛꯆꯤꯡ ꯁꯨꯃꯥꯡ ꯂꯩꯀꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯁꯨꯃꯝ ꯄꯔꯦꯡ
ꯑꯣꯀꯦ
ꯃꯌꯨꯝ ꯔꯟꯗꯣꯅꯤ
ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕꯁꯦ ꯀꯔꯤ ꯀꯔꯤꯅꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯨꯝꯗ
ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯊꯣꯏꯗꯣꯛꯅ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏ
Debaters from Treasury Veins. Sorry, it should be from opposition veins. Wahengbam Langlen Thubi Langlen Thadoi Koksalaga dum korge Wahengbam Langlen Thubi Ngako Langlen Thadoi it's very lovely. Langlen Thadoi Mazaibi Manine Ngako Timekeeper am taling sin biro. Yare Langlen Thadoi. Oh, horo yare.
Ngasi House of Pukat Pirakliba motion Manipurda Santi amasung mahousa gi phibam da hanjanhallakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haiba motion asi mayek sengdaba amasung aranba motion amakakni Mr. Speaker aduna haiba motion asi mayek sengde haibagi ahanba wafam khara ai Mr. Speaker sa mafam da thamjage madudi motion asi da panbiriba santi hariba si kadamba makhagi santi oibigadribano amasung masigi wahan tho asi karai fawba hanba yabagi Mr. Speaker haibadi ngasi fawba Manipur na inata tillaba matung lamdam asida makhal makha kayagi santi gi kholaw kaya ama law bale paletri Mr. Speaker aduna motion asida panbiriba santi asi kadamba makhagi santi oibigadribano amasung asida sunatana ani shuba pointa motion asi yamna maru oiba ama oiriba political dialogue khaktana hariba asi kadamba makhalgi kadamba level gi rajniti gi wari oibirabano Mr. Speaker masi kana gi marakta legaduriba rajniti wari oibirabano haibadi lamdam asi gi rangna sohalaba victims singi marakta legaduriba stakeholder ama oina makoina represent tawraga makoi gi marakta legaduriba rajniti wari oibirabra natragana leaders singi marakta legaduriba rajniti wari oibirabra Mr. Speaker asumna kana gi marakta legaduriba rajniti wari no haiba adu fawba mayek sengna pandabaduna takli madudi motion asi mayek sengde mifam asida pukaduna khana naina riba asi mifam asi are matam han boina thogadabana mara moiraga house agi motion asi withdraw to winabagi dama Mr. Speaker haiba famna ningsingzari asumna motion asi mayek sengde haibagi ai wafam khara thamjakraba matung motion asi lali Manipur da santi purakpa haiba asi political dialogue khaktana ngamloi haibagi wafam khara so ai mathang rana thamjaraki madudi ahan bada democracy chaliba lamda mamagi manungda leiriba apikpa community amana sugi mamna chatharagliba thawong sing asi communal riots natragana communal conflict na define tawba yaroi Mr. Speaker masidi terrorism gi thawong ama khakni aduna terrorism gi thawong ama bu kadamba ground da kari madam gi rajniti gi wari sanagadribano Mr. Speaker amusa khana duna yengminasi madudi constitution gi article ama tada terrorism gi thawong ama bu rajniti gi wari sanaraga solve tawba gi wari panba leite Mr. Speaker ningsing ba fai madudi 9/11 gi Osama bin Laden gi terrorism gi thawong da US gi response rajniti wari sanabana oikhide asumna mang batak ba kaya loi khraba matung lamda mamada tholi birang ambu rajniti gi wari khaktana sol tawba ngamgen haina pukhalaliba ngasi gi house asigi motion asidi ai tasena ngaktaba ngamjadi Mr. Speaker mayam so muktan khanduna yengbiu madudi irang asina mang tahan khraba kaya ama matu macha kaya ma mamang maktra tamthina hatok pikraba punsi kaya pikhamna khraba mayung makai kaya ma mang tahan khibana maram moiraga ngasi phawba laifam laituda kangauna duna leiriba makhogi thamoida chakiba mairi adubu rajniti gi wari khaktana sob tawba ngamgadra Mr. Speaker karigumba rajniti haina leire khallasi madu iba taragadi makhogi thamoida chahoriba mairi aduna nongma natraga nongbari soidana mairik pidagi maijau otuna pumnamak chakla khigani matamdo dana kadamba makhalgi kadamba level gi shanti purakpa ngamloidaba rajniti wari oibirabana Mr. Speaker asumna haiba mosanasi lali haibagi ai han wapam thamjakraba matung ani suba pointa hena pakthok sakthokna lamda mamagi irang ambu rajniti gi wari khaktana sob tawba ngamloi haibagi world gi history khara sumayang mafamda thamjagi madudi ahanbada Sri Lanka amasung the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Eelam ani sigi marakta rajniti wari lekhraba matung ani subada Colombia amasung the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia 2015 ani sigi marakta su rajniti wari lekhraba matung hena irang kaya tholaki civil war phawa thorakpagi wafam lekhrabani Mr. Speaker masina su loiba nati madudi Nigeria amasung Boko Haram 2013 ani sigi marakta su rajniti wari leiduna mifam phamkhraba matung Boko Haramna makhogi apamba dimana du fangnaba amu hanna irang hauraki amasung mara leijadrabi satri mahiroi kaya amasu kidnap tawduna makhogi demand phangnaba honaki Mr. Speaker aduna ngasi lamda mamada thogleba irang amabu rajniti wari sanaraba khaktada solve tawba ngamloi haibagi world gi history khara sumayam gi mafamda thamjaraba matung ahum suba point da muning singjaraki madudi community amana taliba demand separate administration asi phangna ba chathar liba thawong sing asi terrorism gi thawong ama oibana mara moiraga masi rajniti wari na sanabagi mathau tadi Mr. Speaker masi artha thoktaba ma khakni mataw karam na haibadoi ningsing jaraki madudi 2nd August 2024 haiba nominasida mar amasung maitai community ani yauna Kasar district ta phamkiba mifam adu aremba taki haibadi mifam adu gi mathangi nomita amu hanna irang hauraki amasung yung kai kaya ama mang takibana mara moiraga thawon deba thawdo kaya ama tholakwi wafam lekhrabani Mr. Speaker masina su loiba nati madudi 2nd October 2024 haiba nominasida su honorable home minister na koba mifamda community ahumgi MLA yauna haibadi maitai kuki amasung naga yauna phamkiba mifam adu aremba taki mataw karamna 20 October 2024 hariba nominasida amu hanna irang hauraki amasung yanna si adugi Tayona bada hena irang horaktuna 2024 gi November thada Jiribam district hena irang kankhalaki maralaiza draba mama macha nupi kaya buso tamthin hatokpai wari lekhrabani Mr. Speaker aduna ngasi house of pukat pirakliba house asigi motion asida panbiriba political dialogue haibasi asingwa makhangi shanti purakpa ngamloidaba matam khara phawba ninthina chanaba ngamloidaba asingwa makhangi political dialogue asi oibirabra Mr. Speaker asumna motion asi lale haibagi ai wafam khara thamjakhraba matung laifam thoktaba political dialogue amana lamda mamagi apunbagi saktamda kairakpa yabagi achouba mami kaya ama sutaduna lai haibasi akoi khangminasi madudi mari suba point da panjaraki laifam thoktaba political dialogue amabu terrorism gi thawong amabu political dialogue na sob tokhiba haibasi akoi gi sarkarna masida terrorist ki thawong amasung makhogi phatraba wakhalona sibu akhogi lona chanaba ya haiduna ayaba pibaga chap mane Mr. Speaker aduna terrorism ki thawong amabu political dialogue na sob to bahaiba asi akhogi sarkar asi mapangan soli amasung makhogi makhada lai takpani aduna terrorist sing na taliba demand asi achamba araiba demand oidaba na mara moiraga madu phangna bo honaba matamda hena tamthiba thoning deba thodok ya tholoi hainingai leche Mr. Speaker aduna hariba asigi terrorism gi thong amabu rajniti wari na sob tawkiba taragadi maikai amadagi su makhoi wa tade makhoi wa thawoi de haiduna amu hana irang hawraktuna thuning ba thongdo kaya amasu tholoi hainingai leite Mr. Speaker aduna terrorism gi thong amabu rajniti wari na sob tawba haibasi akoi prajana सरकार दा थनम थाजबदो मांखिगनी अमसु थाजबदो अमु हना फंगना बहनबा मतमदा हेना थोनिंग दबा थौदो कयामा थोलकप याबगी ममी कयामसु साउना तादुना लेइ मिस्टर स्पीकर अदुना मसीदी शांति पुरकपदि लायदना कुरुक्षेत्र लानफम तादुना तोकनी मिस्टर स्पीकर aduna ngasi house of pukalaliba motion asi mayek sengna lali manipur da santi purak bhaiba asi political dialogue khaktana ngamloi masidi नियोंगी वामना सथरगली बा थोंग सिंग असिबु टेररिज्म की थोंग ने हना लौथोक्तुना लौखट फम थोकपा एक्शन लौखट पिबा इलीगल इमिग्रेंट सिंग मसक खंगतोक्तुना मखोय बो तकथोखिबा बॉर्डर फेंसिंग निंगचिना मेंटेन तौबिबा लीडर्स सिंग दे पिरिबा पावर अदुबो मिचंग मिखाय नायदना निंगचिना एक्सरसाइज तौबिराबा अमसुंग इंडिया गवर्नमेंट मणिपुर सानरिबा जियो पॉलिटिक्स असि लेपिरगा मणिपुर सु इंडियन अमनि खनबिरगा मानबा मिने यंगबिरबा मतमदा खक मणिपुर शांति पुरकपा ngamgen haiba wafam kharasi thamjaraga ngasi motion asi hak sagi withdraw to wina bagi dama Mr. Speaker sai mafam da nengsing zari thagachari
Thank you Langlen Thadoy. Next is also from opposition bench Maisnam Chanathoi Chanu, cell number 31. Maisnam Chanathoi Chanu, cell number 31.
Mr. Speaker sir, ngasigi house ki motion nasi Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa phibam hanjanhallakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani. Motion asida kanaga amadi karamba party ga political se hanjanhallakani haibasi mayek sengna pandabana motion asi aranba amadi mapung phadaba motion amani. So I strongly stand against this motion and let me share my valid arguments categorically. अहानबदा मणिपुर 1947 की 14 अगस्त की नोंगाई चबुक्ता ब्रिटिश लोरम शासन की मखुतगी निंगतंबा फंगलबा मतुंग मसागी ओइबा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ना लेंगाक चरमलबा मतुंग दा मुक 1949 की अक्टोबर 15 दा इंडिया की एक्सपांशनलिस्ट पॉलिसी ना मलेम की लेबाक क्या की निंगतंबा की चन्ना कांगोन क्याबु खोंगांग नरमलगा डोमिनेंट ऑफ इंडिया ना मणिपुर बु मखोय की फिबानुंगदा नमतिन सिनखी Annexation asigi mayokta 1949 की 28 September da form kiba Manipur Assembly session na yaning da ba fong na utuna condemn tau kiba 1949 to 51 da hizam irabona sanction kiba ningtam ihau 1960 da Maitai State Community amadi Manipuri National Community ki ihau 1964 da UNLF amadi 1978 da PLA amasung tongan ba lukayana India gi mayokta political violence sathaduna ngasi phawba lamdam sida tangdu laita daba mihat mipuntana thallaba leibak ama oiduna ngasi phawba lakli phibam sida kanaga amadi karamba party ga political dialogue tongnaraga Manipur da peace and normalcy hanjanhallakador banosa ani subada 1947 की 10 अमसुंग इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की आर्टिकल 30 370 की मतुंग इना मसागी सोवरेनिटी पिथोक्तबा सुमनतगी एसोसिएट स्टेट अमा ओइना मसागी स्टेटहुड पर्सनालिटी हंड्रिबा लोइनना यूएन की मेंबर ओइद्रबसु कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के आर्टिकल 35 की क्लोज 2 अमसुंग 3 की मतुंग इना क्लोज 35 की क्लोज 2 अमसुंग 3 की मतुंग इना International Court of Justice ta masagi maning tamba hanjinjanabagi hak phawba lairiba wakat pagi hak phawba lairiba Kashmir phawba ngasidi Indiana supai passion kre adunadi missing shriam jadaba duga India ki divide and rule policy na maram oiraga lamdam sida khunda minirba phurup singi marakta ngaya kangdana hatna sunariba lamdam sigi micham yam singbu ngasi su Indiana ira laina thamai duna thamli Masida political dialogue ki wafam de tayona banisa ahom subada khunai amabu maru phangna muthat kya hairagadi khunai dudo khunda minaiba phurup singi apun bagi saktam wakhalon machet thongna thugaiba amadi semilon bu lekhata na manghalaba matam da oithokani masimak Indiana Manipur da ngasi phaba sathaduna lagli ngasidi lamdam sigi chief minister phawa chingi lamda changba ngamdre masina taglibadi Manipur masitana kairak haibasi masina mayek laraba khudamni masida kanaga karamba party ga political dialogue tongnaraga Manipur da peace and normalcy hanjanhallakador manasa maristobada Manipur na India ki phibanungda hek tinsin khibaga lamdam sigi micham myam amadi lalhauban namthanaba yanabagi namada Opspa 1958 chalaiduna lamdam sigi micham myam singda mihan mipun misi mina sathaduna lagli 1992 dagi 2017 phawada misam 2284 lalauba 2790 security 1023 ki bunsi pikam nakre ngasi somuk lamdam sigi Tampaki district manga police station tarung na konba mafamda MHA na 14 November 2024 da Opspa re-impose tawragli basimang na taglibadi ngasi su Manipur na India ki colonial rule gi makhada lairi haibasi mayek sing na tai masiday ko na po India natraga kanagumba party amataga political dialogue tongnaru ba haibasi hingna khoi gumbir ke khata sungshin baga pangkhak oiganisa mga subada 2023 gi megi tang ahum dagi ngasi phawba sangshi lagiba tha kun henze laglaba irang asishu Indiana Manipur masetana thugaina bagi lalongi saru amani karigumba Indiana Manipur bu makhoi gi leibang manung da leiba state ama oina uramba taragadi ngasi thogliba lanasi thoglam da bayai kuki narco terroristing na missile amadi sophisticated oiba khulai kya sizinaduna landarakpa maitei singi yung kai kya mai thadokpa nupi angang yauna micham kaya abo minung silaitana hatok pikraba phawada lamdam sida changsi lagliba masing yamlaba central forcing na kuki singbu laksin bagi mahota ahoy adum makhoi gi mateng pangshin ba pumna maksina Manipur da peace and normalcy hanjanhallakna ba hotna bada political dialogue tongna ba haibasi iroi ba haitaba mi amabu aruba ipag amada langthabaga chapmanagani masidi Indiana Manipur bu thugaina ba hotna bada atamna na kuki sing insin banisa taruk subada asumna sahili sang shina Manipur da tangdu laita daba mihan mi puntana thalaba aki akhang yaw daba hanagi punsiron da hanjinma ngamdribasi Manipur na India gi phibanungda namtin sinhan kibai mahaini Manipur da peace and normalcy hanjanhallakna ba hotna bada Manipur na India gi phibanungda tindringai mamangda leiramba lamdam sigi political status da hanjinma ngamlaba matamda ta oithokani kaigumba Manipur na peace and normalcy hanjanhallakna bani haiduna India natraga kanagumba party amataga political dialogue tongnaruba matamda Haudong uchiga wari sanabo na thokanisa asam na mathakta panjakriba facts and figures sing asna mostana se mayek sing na lali haibo labanina yena bayaw na house ke floor dagi withdraw to binaba speaker sagi pungning chingshinjari
Thank you, Senator. Next from Treasury Vance, Yumnam Difes Singh. Yumnam Difes Singh.
Good afternoon, everyone, respected juries, honorable speaker, honorable members of both benches and the audiences. With the changing time, there is a need to change the outlook of the people in order to participate in the global race of development, and any movement needs to adapt to the changes. Several precious lives have been lost in the movements and conflicts that began since 1960s and 1980s in Manipur. Many women have lost their dignity, many promising youths killed, and the society lost uncountable academicians. However, several such movements and conflicts across the world have been resolved through political dialogues, and as such, a strategy in this line is needed to resolve the prevailing conflicts in Manipur too. With this notion, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to extend my firm belief and support for today's motion, that is, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Essentially, to get the right context of conflicts in Manipur, we need to look back at the history of Manipur. The first democratic constitution of Manipur, as the Manipur Constitution Act 1947, was promulgated by the King of Manipur in July 1947, even before the transfer of power by the British in the midnight of 14 August 1947. Following these, the king became a constitutional monarch, but shortly Manipur merged with Union of India following the infamous Manipur Merger Agreement of 1949. Youths who opposed the manner in which Manipur was forced to merge with Union of India rose up to form several organizations and started undertaking movement. The movement turned into an armed revolution during the 1970s, which marked the beginning of an armed conflict with the government of India. Clearly, the insurgent movements in most states of northeast India had their roots in search for forceful inclusion in India. However, in Manipur, the post-independence insurgent movements had their roots in However, in Manipur, the post-independence insurgent movements had their roots additionally more in conflicts of ethnic identity and demand for self-determination. Increasing ethnic clashes between the three major communities, Nagas, Kukis, and Meiteis, over land and political power could be witnessed during 1980s and 90s. Mr. Speaker, sir, coming to the ongoing conflict between Meitei and Kuki-Zo communities of Manipur, we have already witnessed how much destruction this violence has caused on both sides and in fact the whole of Manipur. The suspension of operation agreement signed among the central government, state government and the two Kuki umbrella organization, Kuki National Organization KNO and United People's Front UPF appear to be the foundation of this balance. Signed on 22nd August 2008, this agreement was taken as an opportunity by the Kukis and as a consequence. Illegal immigration, illegal drug trade and arms smuggling came to arise across the international border in Myanmar. This shows active involvement of the two groups, Kuki National Army KNA and Zomi Revolutionary Army ZRA under this agreement. While this agreement serves as a foundation, Mr. Speaker, sir, the present conflict seemed to emerge as a protest against Manipur government's eviction drive for illegal occupants in hills, reserve forests, and protected areas. And the war on drugs campaign led to successful destruction of poppy plantation. However, the immediate triggers for this balance, which has been 1 year, 8 months, and 22 days as of today, were Manipur State Cabinet's decision on 2nd January 2023 reapproving the delisting of any Kuki tribe from scheduled tribe list, a case scheduled tribe list. Another important decision of State Cabinet Subcommittee on January 19, 2023 to identify illegal immigrants and to take up strict action against the influx across the porous Indo-Myanmar border. These two major steps fueled up the Chin Kuki-Zo communities for this violence. Coincidentally, to their advantage came the order of Manipur High Court on 14 April 2023, directing the state government to sign a recommendation for the inclusion of Meitei or Meitei under scheduled tribe list, a case which has been pending for nearly 10 years. With this approximate cause, the crisis started as a protest against the order on 3rd May 2023 and later turned violent in Kuki-dominated areas. After a deep analysis of this balance, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have come to the conclusion that political dialogue is the basic need of the hour. Proper transparency of government policies and programs should have been provided to the concerned communities to avoid misunderstandings. The sooner we initiate proper political dialogue between the concerned community with the state and the central government, the sooner we can resolve this conflict with a long-term solution. So I would like to request the Honorable Speaker to please pass the motion from the floor of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Dipesh. Mathang sidi opposition bench tagi ahum lokatare. Treasury bench ki kano si debater si amak treko. Next from opposition bench, Mayang Lambam Mangal Singh. Serial number 19. Mayang Lambam Mangal Singh, serial number 19.
With the permission of the Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Mover ngasi House to move to remove motion,
Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi primniba topic aste yauriba peace haibasi ga normalcy haibasi ga anigi kenabasi mamangda supporting bench ki sinaw sing na mayek sing na thamiram da bumna uzai Mr. Speaker. Aduna ngasigi topic asigi main point oriba peace haibasi ga normalcy haibasi ga anigi kenabasi Mr. Speaker sagi from the masakha na thamjage. Mr. Speaker, sir, peace haiba taragadi shanti haibani hauji hauji oriba Manipur asida yengba taragadi hauji hauji thokliba irang asi loiba matungda haiba peace ase phangadabni Mr. Speaker, sir, aduga normalcy haiba taragadi mahousa gi oiba punshon aduda hanjalakpa adubu aikoina normalcy da hanjalakpa haraga khangnagani Mr. Speaker. Masida akhogi wakhala samam nariba ase mahousa gi oiba punshon haiba sida irang asi thoktringai haibadi third megi mamangi mahousa adu oigadoribra natragana mamangai nithau palingai haktak to oramba ching amasung tam ani gi mrakta leramba nungsi chanaba madugi oiba punshon aduda hanjalakpa adubu mahousa da hanjalakpa hargidribra haibasi akhogi wakhala samam naba ama leiri Mr. Speaker. Hariba samam nabasi koknabagi damakta Mr. Speaker sagi from the wafam khak thamjage. Mr. Speaker, sir, mahousa gi punshon hanjalakpa haibadi normalcy da hanjalakpa haiba taragadi mamangai mahurol da leramba ching amasung tam ani gi mrakta yenaba yaudaba nungsi chanaba na thalaba madugi oiba punshon aduda hanjalakpa adubu aikoina normalcy da hanjalakpa harga khangnagani Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduga hariba normalcy asidi Manipurda matam kayagi mamangdagi hanjalbang ngamdana laklaba wafam amani Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduga masida ngasigi topic asida political dialogue khatana hariba peace asiga normalcy asiga masida political dialogue khatana ngamgani hariba ngasigi topic asidi khannaruba matamda thoiding haidoga khunma sanabagum thokadaba topic ama oibna ngasigi motion asida yana oppose tawjiribni Mr. Speaker. Aduna ngasigi primble topic asi mayek na lale habadu unnabagi damakta ai gi obe strong build argument khartang Mr. Speaker sagi phomda mathang manang na masa khaina thamjage. Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi primble topic asi yauriba political dialogue haibasi karino haibasi ana munna khana ne na yeminasi political dialogue haiba taragadi party ahum punsalaga reconcile tobagi process adu bu aikoina political dialogue harga khangnagani Mr. Speaker. Masida yanadriba party ani du balarani aduga atopa neutral oiba party amana mediator oigidabni Mr. Speaker, sir. Adubu hauji hauji thokliba Manipur gi current situation asigi haibadi conflict asigi mediator asi India government oibagi mami yamna sauna tari Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduna India government asidi kanagi favor da leibano haibasidi mipum tingna khangnaraba wafamni aduna ngasigi topic asi langina ne Mr. Speaker sai phone thamjage. Masigi sumatakta political dialogue asida yawadriba party ahum se kyamuk yamna political dialogue asi sinabada satisfy oirabano haibase masi amu khanane duna yemina Mr. Speaker, masida wafam amakak thamjarumge madudi maya thongna phenglaba thang ama hariba thang ado sizinaba haitabadagi thangnamna haiyale haibugum thokada wafam amaka pangkhakni Mr. Speaker, sir. Political dialogue haibase yamna afaba khulai amani adubu masi sina kadoriba leingak sasun asida yauriba leingak pasing asina political dialogue asibu sizinaba haitabadagi political dialogue asigi mayak samhangadori Mr. Speaker, sir. Amasung mase mai papagi lambilomda pusinma ngamloidaba ngasigi topic asi lale haina thamjage. Masigi sumatakta political dialogue asi phaba khuluina sizinaba haitri aduga masida political dialogue khaktana haibadi can only be hariba wafam masina ngasigi topic asi hena lale habadu mayek sengna uli Mr. Speaker, sir. Makatra pada Mr. Speaker reconcile tawgodriba party ahum sigi marakta ama oriba terrorist party sigi makhogi slogan da sumna palli Mr. Speaker, sir. Solution first, peace later haina paliba makhogi wafam masina takli madudi kaidonungda Manipurda peace amasung normalcy ase hanjalake haiba taragadi political dialogue ngamlo haibasidi masina marik larba khudamni Mr. Speaker, sir. Masigi sumadakta Manipurda peace amasung normalcy ase hanjalaknabagi damakta aikoina khana sabani masida aikoina karigi damakta terrorist ka wari sanagadribno Mr. Speaker, sir. Masida political dialogue to haibasidi haiba terrorist group asiga aikoiga reconcile to haiba pangkhakni Mr. Speaker, sir. Masida leader change phanamna tawba taraga su kaidonungda Manipurda peace ase hanjalakpa ngamoi Mr. Speaker, sir. Manamdi Manipur ki chukli se India government adum pai haibasidi mipum tingna khangra wafamni aduna ngasigi topic ase langin haina Mr. Speaker, sir gi mafamda thamjari Mr. Speaker, sir. Manamdi political dialogue asle yaugadiba party ahum se satisfy am fabo oidaba ngasi ki topic ase langani, sir. Makatra pada Mr. Speaker, sir, Manipur peace ase hanjalhalake haiba taragadi there is only be one solution, there is military solution khatana ngamgadabni Mr. Speaker, sir. Indian Constitution gi section 15 the yauriba unlawful activity prevention eki matung ina haibadi refugees sing relief camp ta lariba miyoi sing amasung civilian sing na faniamna arm rebellion natragana civil war lapa matamda makoi asi sokpa yade Mr. Speaker, sir. Adubu hariba group asidi masigi law asibu break tori Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduna prithibida lariba mipum khudimangna amasung prithibida lariba country khudimangna makoi ase terrorist ni haina yanraba wafam mani Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduna terrorist ki di hidak like Mr. Speaker, aduna makoi sidi mapangan sontan mama mathok tagani ana Mr. Speaker sagi phumna thamjage akoi na ngasi thokliba Manipur gi conflict asida politically kayuma solution porkiba taga su matam kharagi matungda sungso chodina magi atop irang ammo holkani Mr. Speaker, sir. Manamdi hariba terrorist group ase mapangan yamna kalli Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduna ahan bamada makoi ase mapangan sontan mama mathok tagani ana Mr. Speaker sagi phumna thamjage
Maka tapata Mr. Speaker sir, Indian Constitution ki 7th schedule ki Union list ki number 1 da yauriba amasung state list ki number 1 da yauriba haibadi Mr. Speaker sir, Manipur ladiba central forcing kudam oina haribada BSF ladiba CRPF ladiba Assam Rifle ladiba hariba central forcing ase under the Act of Civil Power ki makada makoi se state government ki command makada laigiram ni haina mayek sengna palli Mr. Speaker sir. Aduna Manipur da hauji ji thokliba conflict asida akoina military solution ase nainatriba si hariba ek ase akoina mayek sengna khangdabagi ni haina Mr. Speaker sir from the thamjige military crackdown natragana military solution asigi mayek laraba oithokani haibagi khudam haibu Mr. Speaker sir 1984 da Punjab ta chathagiba operation blue star na masigi mayek laraba khudam ni Mr. Speaker sir Punjab ka Manipur ki yengba matamdadi paklaba samudra amaga piklaba pukhi masa amaga tangdamba pangkhakni Mr. Speaker sir July ki date 1 da chatagiba operation blue star do numit tani da Punjab ta terrorist mutat pangam gi Mr. Speaker sa aduga picture piklaba khujin man pakpa Manipur se di kari gi damakta terrorist mutat pangam noi duri no haiba wafam je Mr. Speaker sa from the thamjari aduna Manipur da pisa se handla ke haiba taraga di athuba matam da military solution asina masigi solution ogini na thamjege aduga makha tara pada Mr. Speaker sa Manipur da normalcy ase hanjanhallakpa haiba taraga di yamna long term oiba process ama changani Mr. Speaker sa ahambada legislative council ama lingduna linga ki oiba tongan ba thabak thoram singda tongan ba furup singi magi oiba representative sing thagatuna magi oiba community singi grievances sing ready sel tohongedabni masina ahan ba Manipur peace amasung normalcy hanjakna bagi ahan ma khumthang am organi haina Mr. Speaker sa kim funda thamjege makha tara Mr. Speaker sir, MLR and LRA haibadi Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reforms Act of 1960 amend tawbiduna haibadi chingda lariba lamsingda tampakta lariba miyoi amana lam leiba amasung khundahan ba yahan biduna hill and valley divide ase lehendana unity and integrity ki oiba saktam ama sakat biduna hana lairam liba Manipur gi mahousa haibado hanjalakna bada machine achauba thodang ma logani habasi Mr. Speaker sa gi fun thamjari aduna Mr. Speaker hajning ba wafum kaya amadi leijari adu matam sina yamna limited oikibana matang sida lotion jege sir aduna mamanda panjaki ba wafum singa sina ngasi gi topic ase mayak singa lale habadu uli Mr. Speaker sir aduna mayak singa lale khanglaba motion asdi house gi yenaba yaudana withdraw to wikinaba Mr. Speaker sir gi langtak ngarba punim businjari thank you
Next is also from opposition bench, Dineshwar Purit. Cell number 13, Dineshwar Purit from opposition bench.
Kasige bibirba topic haitare Manipur ta peace and normalcy se political dialogue na purakani haibasi hana taseng masi thoi hakchang yaung ya janing de aduna masi ruling bench ki site ki masi withdraw to bi speaker kuthang da dokchari taseng na kari maram ge political dialogue na purakpa khaktana purakpa yaroi haribano haitar gadi koina peace building process ta political dialogue haibasi part macha ma khatan state ki machinery sing na constitutional machinery sing na state na fail loina oidan lerga state na collapse tawduna lerga da political dialogue aise lamdam du da tawba aise soi oi thokta maram de maduna masigi soi oi roidaba topic ne haitare mas da bibiram mo sans taseng na har kanda ko yengse koi Manipur da hozik lairiba phibam se kari kamana ge kanda koina ipai pui wari de hekta ba yong na tan yin madu adu ka chap mana hozik lairis yong na tan yin ba serapla pai ba yong duna governments ne both state and central governments ne duga ngasai ge suya ya na roi da ba haudong majani du suya ya na da ne ba adu ani duna hozik oheli se kana kanda maitei ga kuki ge se ne hozik oheli aduna haudong sine hek mi won ma matam ne koi Manipur da solution por pangam dois akoi taseng na har kanda political dialogue hai se karamba mina political dialogue toroga ngamgani hai ta di laibak nuksiba mi singduna political dialogue torokanda maduna mihut oirakanda natra constitutional machinery singduna lamsi da function ohela matam da political dialogue se mai pakada hun political dialogue hai base karam kan lakani har kanda akoi gi hozik irang tholiba element me amsa eliminate tawra matungda mokoi se wipe out tor matungda sanitize to tho matungda akoi lamdam sida taseng nar khanda shanti puruk no lambi du la ka daw ne taseng na amutang khanthar heng biu speaker sir akoi ge lamdam sida praja jing se masana masagi life and property jing ak chu waina lang thu aba mikup sida matau garam na political dialogue to du ne adagi haidi masi article 21 the beer ni fundamental right masi is totally violent in Manipur terrorist freedom of expression adum leitrabani Manipur da karam fundamental rights se miyam ni enjoy toribano habase achoba question nam orabani sigi phibam jida political dialogue tawsiluba habase aduki matik achoba soibam aduga maidai gi oina political agenda leite hujik leista koi de Manipur kai be aro integrity kai be aro haban aduga kuki gi di political agenda lai makoi gi separate administration bi you have asigi jida sigi agenda sida makoi political agenda da akoina political li dialogue horuba daragadi taseng na harakanda kuki gi jo separate administration bithok khasi aduga naga sing ju nagalim da bithok khasi ne yathok chap manai maraduna haiba political dialogue se sanctiona khwaidagi matang matam chadaba masi khaktana purok paise suoi oi thokte taseng na akoi 600 square mile da dum sujin lerga political dialogue tok dur conditions si khari gino national highway da khoina chatpa ngamdraga akoina kari maram gi khoina political dialogue tok do no si sing ji hana chatpa loimak ya halaba matam da loimak normalcy ma puro matung da state machinery sing se activate tor matung da khoi political dialogue purok kadam ne Mr. Speaker sir amuk to khantan jeng biu akoi buffer zone samje le buffer zone ji da central paramilitary forces myam la e bakoi na hujik work to boi mong je akoi United Nations ki peacekeeping force model and hujik work to is state ki machinery mo work to boi mami sukta da je adoi ta ding asai ki yong do adugi power do ne stories moi order phang da have ne order phang da bani na akoi gi shanti rakha thugai ba kangbu se eliminate to no process am bol hitre akoi taseng na har kanda maitai khudim na traga kuki suna ba haibam lai roi da bani masida akoina shanti rakha thugai ba vested interest thabuk tor mi mam za akoina government ki constitution national mam do activate to thoga loisin gadam ne this is the first thing to be done masi hek to dana masi yaudana Manipur da political dialogue suoi oi thoi political dialogue haibase yeng siko akoi ki kai haitare bodolen ki leader ma khakni promote boro has mana bodo haiba jaga sida koi ki 1996 tama 2012 tama akoi ki communal complex thoi amana adivasi sing bodo ga thokpani amana bengali muslim sing ga thokpani haiba bodo ki dupa duna promote boro haiba nupa sana haiba ki mathungina Mr. Speaker sir amtan khada duna yengbiu akoi warring group ani sina politically solution poroke haiba khandragadi khutta khulai pairba anisina natraga makoini yaba misingna political dialogue to natragadi kaidong isu lamdu da shanti porok ngamoi government su kaim to ngamoi adugi situation ne hojik Manipur lai se tasengna any individual natraga group tagi mi amana represent torga Manipur gi maitai represent torga hojik political dialogue ta saruk yaba ngam mi se kanano wari sarba hek horuba gadum sengdo linde kaigina kana warring group to na yada baine taseng narakan aduna Mr. Speaker sir koi ihalan ba matam da Manipur da procedure established by law se lehen bam change asi suklai laitana mato kramna political dialogue ai de koi ke usop te yen ba thum du gumane usop ki hinjang ma then mam loi charaga aroi bel laiba koi ke thum do adu gumane atai do hana loi matung political dialogue se it's the last step to be done masina aroi ba khongthang da na si khadana Manipur da shanti porok bai se suoi oi thokte Manipur da Article 163 enjoy to ngamba government ama lehenba kwaidi mathok tarisi aduga Manipur da akoi ge constitution gi 7 schedule de yawba entry number 1 and 2 they are public order and police ki thabak se mapung phana thabak to ngamba adugumba government ama state government ama Manipur da leiraba political dialogue se masana dum leizara madu hek leiba ngamdriba hosisum leitrisin kai mangun har kanda adugi government do koi state da laita bai ani subada state sida article 355 to impose over high tardi center na so matik chaba lamjida mahaki ba constitution machinery lu sizinarga akoi lamdam sida law and order se laksil laba matam duda akoi political dialogue si tobu yani until unless adu hek to dir bhaudi Mr. Speaker sir koi Manipur da political dialogue to was so we talk te political dialogue to na ba horu mi sing do loi mak adum sengdok kani su upai suk lai le Manipur da aduna iroi loi bada akoi taseng na ngasai gi Manipur da Santi Puroknaba, Iralai, ITL ki power Tupzenba, Kotu ki power Tupzenba, Constitution ki 163 Makada, 163 Makada, fully functional of state government, Lairabata, Manipur, Santi Propagani, political dialogue, Tobungani, other thing is Sungam Loyaduna, ruling events, High Mosanze, withdraw to. Thank you.
Next from opposition veins, Dipti Khetrimayum, cell number 24. Dipti Khetrimayum, cell number 24.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am Dipti Khetrimayum Kauzai. Ngasi House Bukhalagli notion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Hariba notion asida aina ngasi Mr. Speaker sir gi ayaba laujaraga yamna simple oiba wafam khara thamjage. Ahanbada political dialogue khaktana yamna solely depend oiraga yam solely minjam oiraga political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani habasidi ayazaningde. Karigino haba matamda political dialogue si yam achoba yam powerful oiba dialogue amani ayazaningi adubu sina khwaidagi most effective tool ama oibra habadudi ayazaningde because we need public consensus and political consensus masida both the parties na yanaraga table talk ama taraga wari watai sanaraga resolution si purakadamni adubu hojik manipur gi phibam se oibana manipur gi phibam se uraga di hoje pu gi tawba udribanina resolution se purakpa ngamde maduna ahanbada aina public consensus amadi political consensus anima yauraga table talk tawnabagi wafam thamjage ani subada manipur gi hoje ki lairiba phibam se uba matamdadi aikhoi gi manipur gi assembly constituency sida yamna achauba leg ama oina uyeba there are many legs there are many legs masida ahanbada power imbalancement in political dialogue Manipur gi assembly constituency sida power imbalancement amagi yamthi power imbalancement dynamics ama se yamthina chawna uriba kuki gi miyoi tara amadi ruling party gi miyoi ya majority amadi minority tongan di divide tok thorakpanina masida power su setok narakpanina yenthok narakpanina yamna unequal oiba power dynamics ama thokpa uri masigi power imbalancement tholak pasina karida result tawri hai matamda akhoi gi legitimacy mangakpa adudagi di root cause to phazana address tawanga maktaba masigi root cause phazana address tawanga maktaba sina akhoina long term stability ama phangakpada akhoina hojipuk ngamdriba sigi maram se ama chu oriba for example this proportionate oiba favor one sided oiba favor ama peace pura e haragadi in 15 years 20 years we don't know that but amukasu tension to renew oraga amukasu ihause amukasu lakaniba masigi purakpa the imbalance power imbalancement lay na purakpa PCD yamthina short lived oiba yamthina fragile oiba solution ne habado aina ngasi house thamjage second suba pointa the role of justice achumba tauba sisu khwaidagi achauba role amaneba achumba haibagi sisu political dialogue khaktana political dialogue khaktana resolution purakpadudi yam political dialogue sidi justice to focus tawdana compromisation to focus tawragudum layeba sigi compromisation to focus tawra sum layrakpasina karida mangjare I haba matamda relief camp ta layba yum laigidraba mi siraba sing sidana mangjabana tan atopani hel laigideba masigi resolution justice phangdaba compromisation na helaba solution sidi karida lakchari haba matamda Mioi bada enmity, anger, violence, si noma sum hengal hala iba. Truth yaudraba, adutagidi legal accountability yaudraba, peaceable, kamaina, short-lived, oidoinoba. Fragile oini, masina long-term peace stability pangbagi, wakal de kona thadokbama, darka tareba. Matang subada, for example, 1994 da, Rwanda the Thokiba atrocity, Rwanda conflict. Moi kamaina restore tauki. Moi na atrocity the loreba matamda. moina kari da focus tawi justice purakpa amadi rebuild nation do amuhana rebuild nation rebuild tawrakpa nation do adu kari gi help gi tawi gakaka court widespread reconciliation program gi help gi amuhana mogi Rwanda manguraba Rwanda do amuhan hanjale eba akhoi gi Manipur gi samaina Rwanda ga su hutu abadi tutsi ga conflict thokna gi yam thina chawna thokna gi adu bo hojikti conflict to loiraga huzik peace ama phangle ne peace ama phangle political gi political so yamna achoba saruk ama yai adubu sumaina adubu sina solely means oiba haibadu di yaning deba Rwanda gi solution pusalang pa hona ba matamda social factor amadi social cohesion su darka ta agiba sumaina akhoi gi Manipur da peace pusalake harga di social factor amadi social cohesion purakpam su darka ta yeba madudagi di Gandhi na haramba malai peace is not just the essence of conflict but the ability to cope with it masina haibadi lan lep khre no mai kapna de harga lan phabana teba mi siriba mayam sidi akhoi huji lan lep khre haraga hariba mayam se sibu hujipu sarkar na lan lepe hari adubu huji lan lepe gi phibam di oina thoina udri mathangda people huzik Manipur gi praja singna pame basi karino haib matamda security amadi stability pambane hoji ngatang adum paw adum tana lere ngatang lerga labukta nongmai kapame relief camp tagi mi lauraga mi hato ame hariba conflict me amse nongmai sum hengalakli basi pharabra haibasu phaba laitriba Manipur gi prajana pamise karino haiba matamda Manipur da mai chakliba mai kokhan biu haiba khidang ne ba mas relief camp ta lairi basi masa gi yumda hanjan biu haiba wasine ba masibu sehi ani suraktor ba lanse Hauzi po political dialogue khaktana ngamni harbani na hauzi po ki udri basi kari ginoba aina ngasi supporting parents aina hangjaningi se political dialogue khaktana pusanba ngamni haribani na hauzi po la leptri bai maram si kari ginoba mathang suba point up akoina lan se pahallake hairagadi kari darka tai haiba matamda social cohesion ama darka tai masina trust build tawraga communities ani gi marakta trust build tawraga moi gi marabta wari sanaraga pusalakadaba dialogue sida dialogue political dialogue khaktana pusalakani haiba sidi taseng maki aina yajaningde aroibada political dialogue haibasi yamna vital loba tool amani ayazaningi but it also requires a holistic approach that incorporates with economical development justice accountability grassroots initiative sigi macha posak sigi basic necessity se yaudringaida political dialogue na peaceful jalakpase ngamjaroi aduna akhoina political dialogue khaktada akhoina solely depend oileragadi akhoina we are risking the neglection of broader structural and social factors masi haizaraga aina ngasigi aigi waro se loijarage aduga aroibada aina haizaning badi masigi wafam mayamsna tabiraga ubiraga Mr. Speaker sir na ngasi gi house to bukhalagli ba motion asi withdraw tong na ba haizari
Thank you Deputy. Next from Treasury Veins yam tang ba Treasury Veins ki Glady Khetimayum chair number 5 Treasury Veins chair number 5.
Dialogue is the most effective way to settle a dispute, for it enables people to understand each other's perspective even if they do not agree. Former African President Nelson Mandela gi wafam masiga loina na Speaker Sir gi ayab laujaraga ngasi House to bukat pirak liba motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjanhallakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana ngamgani haiba motion ase kakninga letana chumba wafam amo ibna motion ase bu support tawjari. Mr. Speaker, sir, Santi Gilambi the Chang Nabagi the Makta, Irangi Kongul Hana Liminasi. I coin itihaski Latam Sing Han Facton Yang Bada, Britisher Singi, Tung Sang Yang Ba, Ngamba Mid Yang Sagat Lamba, Manaba Sing Tok Haina, Taning Nabagi Wakalon Yauba, Amasung, I coigi mainland Indian Sargana, Lisang Sitna Manipur Ase, Tok Haina, Tatina Atuambi Matadona Tambiba, Matang Matam Chana, Yung Kai Shambal Kabiram Daba, Amasung. Matang chana yung khai da thok liba irang sing ningthina lotion biram daba masigi mathakta amu aikhoigi state sarkar na lisang sitna senja thumjagi kom da puthaduna mahaki maramdam ching amasum tamgi praja sing na kari tauri makhoi da kari awad apa leiri karamba thawdok sing amasung karamba thabak tawdena makhoi punsi hingi ningthina matam chan yengchin haudaba popi thaba horokpa matam da matam chan na thing haudaba popi lisang sitna tharakpa asi phawba ngasi phawba thingba ngamdaba amadi magi praja sing na lam hen tu helakpa matam da matang sana warak haudabadagi thoglak ibe irang ni hain hajani ngasi gi irang ase adu oiba taragadi May 3, 2023 dagi hauraga ngasi tha kun numit kun ni thoni shurak laba ngasi irang ase haujik phawbaloshin bangam dribasidi karigi oiriban wahang ngasi gi pakum oina ko ningsing minasi 19 June 2018 da phakhiba malemgi kaithel da 27.79 crore agidaba Chandel ADC gi chairman lokoi sai jaug dagi fagiba drug ki case asina miyamna hana ningphung ana duna chingna dun leiba drug ki case asibu angam athogi khut yauri brane haibadu mayak senghanba manba case asina mayak senghanbagi maong da uri adu oiba taragadi makhoiga khut samna duna thakiba nisagi sendong na lei nisagi marugi sendong na leiba khulai na prajada onsinduna kablakpan yumdang bana kainaraban masina ngasi irang thokliba asida fawba aikhoigi lam amasung akoibagi lamsingda crore gi drug kaya ama fari masina takpadi lal haurakliba lomda sen thungi phibam dagi di lan ase loishinnabagi lambi di leitri makoi power yam kanna paidon leiri nakan amaromda na irang ase loishinba ngamba aikhoigi India sarkarna makoigi national interest ama oriba Kaladan multi model transit transport project ki khalag irang ase athu bedalotion haningdri habasidi akoigi honorable home minister gi wafam da Manipur da thokpa irang singdi chahi ahum mari dum changbani haibna chingba amasung president amasung prime minister na khangsin ushin nadana tumin na leibagi thawong sing isna praja mayam na chingnaba ama pokhali mayam sing asigi mathakta aikhoigi hojik paliba state sarkar ase leiri kaidri haibiri article 355 356 anaba mali mande chanariba thawong sing mayam ama leiri masigi mathakta makki sarkar gi minister singna mahaki mayokta amasung leibak sigi mayokta wangang laba constitution violation tawraba si phawbada karimata haidana tolo piduna yamna nungay thami sem ama oina leibaki mafam sinba thungna maning tamna chatpa ngamdri sem gi phibam na asi phaw yauraba study law and order gi phibam di kada yoram lagani khanbiro article 20 amasung 21 national emergency gi matam da phawba lauthok tab article 20 amasung 21 yamna thina khongaung nari ngarang ngasi makta mi hat mipun gi paw mayamna tabi basin adu oiba taragadi aikhoigi irang asina asui yauna warabasida political dialogue tawduna irang ase loishinaba honabagi lomda khong thangjenba tok khong thanggendana aikho hoji khubak muktang pak palam asida maikai sinba thungna su irang haujalakliba masidai sida mana adu haikre haduna mapuna thilakpa pungno sida akhoi kayam kuin jagoi saduna leikhisi haibasi haiba wahang ase hangjani adu oiba taragadi political dialogue haibasi karino masina aikhoigi irang ase karam haina loishin gi dawri ba haiba wahang asigi pakhum oina pijage political dialogue habase mi amana miyoi singi marakta amana amagi wakhalon khangna nabagi lambi amani marse partial debate kumba amana amagi wakhalon namthanaba tawba adugumba debate nate adu tar oiba taragadi Manipur gi irang ase karam ba dialogue sing tawraga loishinba yagadage haiba aigi oiba mod khar thamjage ahan bada akoina formal dialogue tawgani Manipur da kaitharakliba law and order ase hanjinabagi damakta parliament amasung Manipur state sarkarna Manipur da law and order hanjanaknabagi damakta minister singsi marakta tawbigadaba political dialogue ani shubada akoina community dialogue tawgani mayam na ngasai dagi haibigre dialogue tawna hojik phawba loisandri se kaigino matik chaba dialogue tawdabagi ni haijanegi akoina tawgadabase ani shubagi community dialogue ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗ ꯈꯨꯟꯗꯥꯃꯤꯟꯅꯔꯤꯕ ꯀꯝꯃ꯭ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯇꯤꯁꯤꯡꯅ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯀꯝꯃ꯭ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯇꯤꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯛꯇ idea of Manipur apunba Manipur gidamakta punsinnabagidamagta tawgadaba political dialogue amasung community sing pulap punsilaga aikhoi Manipur se kaiba yade haibagi wakhalon asi sagatnaba aikhoi community punna punsingadawba community political dialogue ama tawminarba mathangda national dialogue masi sarkar amasung lal hawrakliba amasung insurgent group singi marakta political dialogue tawduna shanti puraknabagi damakta khong thangjinba hawba yanaba khulai thaba lephanabagi damakta tawgadaba political dialogue mari shubada multilateral dialogue Manipur dagi popi asi maruf phakna muthatpa ngamnabagi damakta aikhoigi mayam punna hawduna United Nation dagi mateng lawnabagi damakta tawgadaba dialogue amasung irang asida khut thingjalakliba mapalgi leibaksing da wakhal taminana ba tawgadaba political dialogue masigi mathangda track to dialogue khut thaba leple haiba matam aduda CSO singna punsillaba CSO amata oiraba CSO singna thajanaba leitriba kanglup singi marakta thajanaba puraknaba gidamakta thajanaba anigi marakta trust sagatnaba tawgadaba political dialogue makha tarakpada bilateral dialogue kanglup asi haktheng conflict ase haktheng na mayok nariba kanglup ani kuki amasung maitei gi marakta matam sangna leiminaraklaba aikhogi kuki amasung maitei singi marakta hanadagi nungsinaba do leiminasi kari tawba yage habado khanasi haidana political dialogue tawduna shanti gi lambida chatpa hausi haimna tawgadaba dialogue ama aroibada conflict resolution dialogue Manipur da khundamani ba kanglup khudingi representative amamam yawba central government amasung state government yawduna Constitution piriba law and order ningthina induna saukhatpa Manipur gidamakta unity in diversity in Manipur idea of Manipur puba political dialogue tawduna aikhoigi irang asi losinba ngamgani Manipur thoriba irang ase yamna complicated complex oya maramna political dialogue su complicated amusung complex oigani haiba yajaningi aduna matang sana matam chana tanja khangna karam haina political dialogue tawgadagi habdu hana ningthina nainaraga khanaraba matunda political dialogue khaktana Manipur gi irang ase shanti amusung mahousa gi phibam hanjanhallakpa ngamgani haibasin aigi honorable member amasu hana haibikre amuk hanna ko tawjaramge Mahatma Gandhi gi an eye for an eye will make the whole world blind aduna Mr. Speaker sir ngasigi motion asi kaniyal den chumba maram na house ki floor gi pass to wina ba speaker sir gi puni chingsinjar thank
you thank you Glady. Next from opposition bench, step Limbu from opposition bench, cell number 11. Step Limbu, cell number 11 from opposition bench.
Hello. Good evening to all the juries and respected speaker, sir. Today, we stand here in a situation where the land has been divided into two parts unofficially, where the two communities had a war between them. And because of that, we all are suffering together. As you know, in the past few years back, it's a history there where the Britishers divided the Meitei, Naga and Kuki. The Naga, they were like at the border side, Kukis in the middle, and the Meitei at the end of the zone, which leads to a communal distraction between them. Like they divided through religion, they convert Naga and Kuki into the Christian, and in the middle, they put Meiteis as a Hindu. Because of that, I believe strongly that that is the main cause that separated the community between them. Secondly, the topic itself, it says that the motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. And I strongly disagree with that, and I oppose it. The reason is because if there is a peace and normalcy in Manipur can be only achieved through political dialogue, then why not now? Why? There is no such kind of peace and peace right now in Manipur. Why? Because the government is not taking action, and moreover, the Honorable Chief Minister, what he says that normalcy will come soon, but where is this normalcy? I don't understand. Because if there's a normalcy coming, then why there's no action? He always say that action is coming, 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 but the action doesn't come all the time. He always say that action is coming, but action is not there. The reason because he doesn't have the power. The power has been taken by the central government, especially the Sri Honorable Amit Shahji. Now he is controlling kind of Manipur. The Manipur, the situation right now is very, very not good, to be very honest. And moreover, the people between the two communities, I don't think that they both will agree with the fact that the situation can be handled. Because how can you displace so many people from their roots and their houses, and you just come upon them and give them a treaty that sign that we will give you harmony, we will give you money, and how can you replace the dead people? How can you replace the life of the dead people? Is it a valid reason? Would it be? The treaty might even help like this. Suppose someone died from your family by killing by someone, and now the other person is offering you a job and offering you some harmony, then doesn't make sense, yeah? Then how can you, like, even just the topic said peace and normalcy in Manipur can be achieved through political dialogues? I strongly disagree again. In Manipur, especially the highways, when you go through the highways, you will find central security forces. They all will be standing in line. What they're going to do is they're going to check either you are the community or not. Between the community, they'll check that is it the person or not that belongs to that two community. If the person is not, they let you go. But why they stop you there? The reason is simple. Because they don't take action, they just make sure that you won't attack. But somehow, in a few years back, not a few, even like some few months back, someone from Lima Kong got kidnapped. In Jiribam, the mass murder was there. How is it going on? Like, even the security forces are there. Is it like some kind of agenda over there? Or something else? Which like make us think like, no, it can be, it can't be like, but still, at the end, what's the ultimate result come out is that nothing has been there. How is it even? The point, the simply I want to mention is that when there is a conflict, the government can take action directly with the power. India is the third most powerful country, but still it cannot fix its own state problems. Whenever there is war against Pakistan, they fight back. But it's a communal war between the community. And again, how the government cannot interfere between them and stop them on the time. On 3 May, 7:30 p.m., I was at my house, and that time, what happened that shoot at sight order was announced by the Manipur government. During that time, the internet was also banned, but still, no peace was there. How it goes worse and worse by time to time. Why? Is there something agenda between the government? Because whenever there's normalcy in Manipur, after a few 2-3 months of conflict, somehow, from nowhere, a video will come out, someone is murdered. Like, can you understand the fact that how is this even coming out from there? Like, when there's normalcy, why this kind of situation again occurs? Someone has think about this. Even from the supporter side, can you reply upon that? Whenever there is normalcy, somehow from where we don't know, the video will come out upon, is there someone who don't want peace? Is it someone from the government itself that doesn't want the peace in Manipur because they're getting benefit through poppy or many kind of extortions? Is it like that or not? So this kind of things that really make me think about this peace and normalcy in Manipur can be achieved or not. Mr. Speaker, sir, even if there is a peace and normalcy, we want to go and with the agreement, make agreements regarding this and that. But still, I strongly believe that both parties will not allow, because what Maite really wants is, they want is the ST. If not, peace should be bring back. But from the Kuki side, if you told them to stop the war, but they will directly demand a separate administration. They will strongly disagree the fact they don't want it. They will want it, and that's for Kuki side, they'll say this is the only solution to bring in Manipur. But we know that if a Manipur breaks in, there's no more peace. There will be no peace, because Manipur itself is a land. The name Manipur is given to the Manipuris. The name of the land itself given to them. And the most surprising thing was, MIT cannot buy a land in Valley region, which like really shocked me, to be very honest, because suppose a land, the people has the land because they own the land, they are the native people, and that native people can't buy in some hilly area, because even if that was their place, so doesn't make any sense that who make this kind of policies? Is it someone's fault or not? We don't really know that what's going to happen again next. And moreover, if we really want peace in Manipur, first of all, I think that we should all reunite. Reunite in the sense like doesn't mean that we have to go through normalcy, peaceful, through just political dialogue. We need even communal region. We need the community talk. We need to talk and discuss region. Where was the mistake actually we have made? The mistake, main mistakes, what we're going to do is we have to go through the policy where the Meitei say that we don't want ST. Through that we have to go through and figure out that truly and be able to know what's wrong in that. And for the cookies, we have to first, what we're going to do is we have to first, in Indian Policy Act said that if a person's live in India for 5 years, and if he submit back the passport that he owns or the citizenship to give to the government, then he can apply for citizenship. Yes, they are a legal citizen. But those who migrated from Myanmar, Bangladesh, without a valid passport, nothing, they are immigrant. We have to let them go out of the country because they are the legal immigrant. That's what, and thank you. I would like to pass the motion now. Thank you, everyone. Once again, Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Blembu. Next is also from opposition bench. Ilangbam Aboy. Ilangbam Aboy Singh. Chair number 30 from opposition bench. Ilangbam Aboy.
Good afternoon, everybody, all the respected judges, and especially Mr. Speaker, sir. Today's motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur, can only be achieved through political dialogue. Piram liba motion asi, ay thawai haksang yauna zaningde, maram asina ay opposing bench sa pamjaduna oppose tawjari bani Mr. Speaker, sir. Piram liba motion asi mayek sing na lali hai tak na bagi damakta ay goba strong valid argument sing mathang manaw na Mr. Speaker, sir gi mafam na thamjage. Ahamada peace amadi normalcy amadi political dialogue haibasi aigi opposing bench ta phamir bai chil now sing amadi supporting bench ta phamir bai chil now sing na mayek seng na taklam ne habagi ai thajaba lei maram asina aina amuke na explain tarubagi maru idana loje Mr. Speaker aduna I point lak sage Manipur da peace amadi normalcy haibasi di British na palingai matam da ge lerem drabani Mr. Speaker sir haibadi 1947 ge August ki tang tara mari da Manipur na ning kha tamlaba matung masamang ki constitution leijaduna masamang na lingak chabalam dam ama oirami Mr. Speaker sir masigi mayek laraba khudam hai babu loyom basilena sakini Mr. Speaker sir aduga 1949 gi September gi tang kun ma thoida Manipur bu baran na namlo lo sinduna Manipur gi makha da thamkrabani Mr. Speaker sir masigi mayek laraba khudam hai babu 1949 gi March gi tang kun tarukta Manipur Praja Shanti Party na Bharat government de ikiba chithi eduna sakini Mr. Speaker sir aduga hojik tada Manipur da peace amadi normalcy asi political dialogue khaktana hanjanhallakpa ngamgani haibasidi mayek sengna lalde haibudu takchari Mr. Speaker sir masida support togani haiduna tholak liba aigi chinau singi wakhalon ai ngak tabang ngamjade Mr. Speaker sir aduga ani subada hojik Manipur da thokliba conflict habadi May gi tang ahum dagi ngasi pawa chataragli bairang asidi Manipur da chanakhiba December gi date 11 2019 da ILP section adu chanakhiba du Myanmar rom dagi changlakpa kuki na terrorist sing na thugai duna changlakhiba dagi Manipur bu mache kya thokna thugai na ba hona duna lana do horakibani Mr. Speaker sir masida Manipur government na su makoi gi voter khara da bu phanglabadi ai duna makoi gi mathakte action karimata lokhalu da baduna ngasidi Manipur asida huran ba sing aduna ngamlaktuna Manipur bu mache kya thokna thugai ba pamni Mr. Speaker sir masida huran ba ni duna Manipur gi damakta political dialogue taunaraga Manipur da peace amadi normalcy hanjanhallakani haibasidi oi thoktrabo apan Mr. Speaker sir masida nungdai sing haiduna Manipur da peace amadi normalcy purakani haibasidi asa taurubagi kana balike Mr. Speaker sir aduga Manipur ki government asina haidi Manipur ki government asina mahaki nupi ahangi na sana lai na bahonari ngai atomi gi na play lai na bahonari ngai da Manipuri salak saraga le mamle Mr. Speaker sir masida political dialogue khaktana peace amadi normalcy purakani haibasidi oi thoktrabo apang Mr. Speaker sir aduga conflict asida Manipur amadi kuki ani sina political dialogue tauraga Manipur da peace amadi normalcy jalaro haibasidi mayam nei na khangnarabo apang ni aduga masida India government na mateng pangsin ba yai aduga India government asidi kanano haibadu mayek se na khangnarabo apang ni India government na Manipur gi damakta karigumba khara kadai phawa tokrage haibaduri munna thiruba matamda mangna magratan magum thokani Mr. Speaker sir haibadi Manipur ga Nagaland ga kanana na state phangba han khibage Mr. Speaker sir masina mayek singna tagli Manipur asibu India government na michang mikai na ni yeng ya habadu aduna aiba wapa masina pion liom motion asi mayek singna lale habadu takchari Mr. Speaker sir aduga India government na hojik phawa tholak liba irang asigi matangda karigomba akanbe action amata lokatpa image tangi sugu hujadri Mr. Speaker sir aduga According to 360 article number aduga IPC section amadi 364 asigi matung ina mioi babu hatpa tuppa tawba taragadi madugi mathakta siba yabagi cherak pawu piri Mr. Speaker sir adubu kuki terrorist singasina Manipuri da chamjaraba bisa praja kayabu hatuna akan batam thina hatuna Manipur praja singbu otpa naiba tawrasi phawda Bharat Sarkar na Manipur gi mathakta karigumba action ama talokataba haibasi su Bharat Sarkar na Manipur si butugaibada achouba mateng pang haibasi takchari Mr. Speaker sir maram aduna piram liba motion asi mayek singna lali Mr. Speaker sir adugi matungina adugi makada the Arms Act haibadi India da illegal weapons sing sizinaba yadi Mr. Speaker sir aduga housing oriba Manipur tholiba conflict asigi matang su kuki militant sing asina illegal weapons sing sizinaduna Manipur da attack ya sathari Mr. Speaker sir masigi mayek laraba khudam haibabu hantak tai koi kuidana hana si minister oiramba koirengi mayumda missile attack torokibaduna mayek singna saki ori Mr. Speaker sir masigi mathakta su India government na karigumba action ama talokapa udri Mr. Speaker sir masina masi haiba exing asi Indian constitution asibu Bharat government na sing phong na signary bra natragana haiba exing asi Manipur khakta da chana jaba haiba asi wahang amani Mr. Speaker sir aduna piram liba motion asi mayek sing na lal habadu taksari Mr. Speaker sir aduga ngasi political dialogue khakta na Manipur da pis amadi normalcy asi hanjalakpa sungang ngam Mr. Speaker sir ngasi gi action yaw taba Tamil film gi batogum ariba Manipur government amadi kuki terrorist gi marakta political dialogue taunaraga Manipur da pista badi normalcy purakpa ngamla Mr. Speaker sir masida India government na judgment pi duna haibadi wayen duna Manipur da pista badi normalcy asi purakpa ngamla Mr. Speaker sir masidi yong netan yen bagum thokani Mr. Speaker sir haibadi mathong maram khang da matei manao ani kanabada yumlo na bana wayen ba du thokani Mr. Speaker sir aduna ma piram liba motion asi mayek seng na lali Mr. Speaker sir aduna kanagumba kharagi mafam dadi kanadraba argument sing asina ngasi gi piram liba motion asi mayek sing na lal habadu tagli Mr. Speaker sir maram aduna house ki mamal yamlaba matam amadi Mr. Speaker sir gi chilaba matam asibu mangan bagi mauta house tagi piram liba khanabam suktok tok draba apam asibu withdraw topic hin bagi damakta Mr. Speaker sir gi sarang na pungning buching sijari amadi mayam dagi kaina na bagi bidai laujari
nanai privacy gu boda yam nungai ngam phatte it's not parliamentary language anyway mathang si treasury bench tagi malokhat sage kaisam leoning Sangai Leoraj, okay. Kaisam Leoraj Singh from Treasury Bench. Kaisam Leoraj Singh. Set number 9.
Good morning, respected judges, honorable speakers, and valuable audience. Ngasigi social scientist, political philosopher amasung National People Youth Front ki Central Committee na hojik thokliba Manipur ki political conflict present crisis asida foundation thamlaga judgment ama purakpa ngamna bagi damakta puthok pirakliba ngasigi topic Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam da hanjalakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haibasi I myself as a supporter moina hardly and the soul support tawjari haibagi foresight universal angle viewpoint pizari Mr. Speaker sir puning bundolukna chingshin ahanbada ngasigi topic asita palliba political dialogue hairiba se kanaga gi marakta tawgada political dialogue no haiba matamda India gi political delegates sing Manipur gi political delegates sing tongan ba ethnic group ki lusing basing amasung stakeholders sing gi marakta tawgada political dialogue ni haina lawgani ngasigi opposite bench ki sinaw sing na matam punamakta hojik thokliba Manipur gi kuki amasung maite ani gi wars the foundation thamlaga ngasi gi topic ase lale haibado modi wakal khantha wat ni haijeningi aikoina India gi phibang da hek tin silbo nimit adudagi ngasi thokliba crisis se sidagi ahen be tongan matam thiraba crisis kya ma thokre punamasing adusu ningsing haningi hojik tholiba crisis ase the foundation thamlaga topic ase lale haibado wakal khantha wat pani haijeningi Mr. Speaker sir aikoi gi Manipur South Asia Mahadis tamani makhatam na panjarakpa sahi lising ani henbagi puari leijaba 12th century gi ining tholoyim bagi haktik ꯃꯊꯛꯇꯒꯤ ꯀꯣꯟꯁꯇꯤꯇ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯟ ꯆꯠꯅꯗꯨꯅ ꯂꯥꯛꯂꯦ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯏꯊꯣꯛꯇꯨꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯂꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯦ ꯑꯥꯔꯀꯤꯑꯣꯂꯣꯖꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯃꯥꯏꯊꯣꯂꯣꯖꯤ ꯔꯤꯁꯣꯔꯁꯅ ꯐꯣꯡꯗꯣꯛꯄ ꯂꯩꯈ꯭ꯔꯕꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯋꯥꯐꯝ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯉꯁꯤꯃꯛꯁꯨ ꯏꯟꯇꯔꯅꯦꯁꯅꯦल कोर्ट ऑफ जस्टिस ना एक्सेप्ट तौदुना लेरिबा वाफमनी लाइबक थीबदी 1891 एंग्लो मणिपुर वार गी मतुंगदगिदी अखोइगी मणिपुर ब्रिटिश लोइलम मखादा लेरुबा मतुंग 1947 गी अगस्त की तांग 13 दा अमुक मनिंग मखा तंबा हंजिनजदुना डेमोक्रेटिक इलेक्शन पांगथोक्तुना काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर ना लेंगाक सबलमदम म ओइरकी मसिगी मतुंग 1949 गी सेप्टेम्बर गी तांग 19 दा अखोइगी इनिंगथौ महाराज बुद्धचंद्रबो इंडिया गवर्नमेंट शिलोंगता अरुण वारी अमा सानसी हाइदुना कौरगा बाय यूजिंग फोर्सली हाउस अरेस्ट तौदुना माजर एग्रीमेंट साइन तौहनकी मणिपुर प्रजासिंग अयाबस अमत याउदना नुमित अदुदगी हौदुना मणिपुर की प्रजासिंग फंगलखिबा निंगमदबगी मैचाकसिंग अदुना ngasi मणिपुर की प्रजासिंग तेंगथादुना लेरि मिस्टर स्पीकर सर अखोइगी मणिपुर से मिस्टर स्पीकर सर इंडिया की फिबान द तिनसिलबदगी दाम स्पेशल पोरेंग 1958 थमजनबिदुना मणिपुर की येलहोमी क्याबु ओटपीख्रे नैबीख्रे हातोकपीख्रे निंगसिंग याबदि दुंगै मनोरमा की थौदोक चितरंजगी थौदोक कंगलामांग की थौदोक तोंगा तोंगांबा कॉन्फ्लिक्ट कया अमा थोख्रे पृथ्वी की लैपा क्या चौखटपगी लमचेन तानरब मतम मसिदा अखोइगी मणिपुर ngasi नुंगी की मेबगी पुनसिगुमने हिंदुना लेरी अखोइगी मणिपुर संबल खाबीदबा हवाई मतोनगुमना चंगनिम सन्ना अपा अपा मचंग चंगदुना चहल्ली मसि मेकलारबा खुदमदी अखोइगी युमथंगरिबा अतोप स्टेटसिंग अतोप कंट्रीसिंगना अखोइगी ngमखैदा बाउंड्री हेना संबल युंसिलला फावबदा इंडिया गवर्नमेंट करिसु हाइदना अखोइगी ngमखैगी संबल खाबा ngasi फावबा लोइसिनदना थंबिरी मसिगी मथते मिस्टर स्पीकर सर स्टेट असिगी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी खुदिमकपु नेशनल पॉलिटिकल पार्टी सिंग तम तम ममी सामलगली मसिगी मथक्ता अखोइगी मणिपुर की नहासिंगना पुथोक्सबा ममिंग ओइना पल्लबदा वांखैफी रानीफी तोंगान तोंगान नाटकी उयुंगी फिरोल कयाबसु इंडियाना मतौ तमदुना अचौ अचौ मेसिन कया सिनदुना मसिंग यामना पुथोरकपुना मणिपुर की येरोमी प्रजासिंग असिगी सिनमिसिंग असिगी चखावसे मखोइना हिंथथदली मिस्टर स्पीकर सर मसिगी मथक्ता अखोइगी लेजरंबा लाइनिंग लाइसन कयाबसु मखोइना तमना तमना ममी सामलगली मेलन इंडिया दगी संगसिलकवा मियानचा कया अमना मणिपुर की येलोमी निंगोलसिंग असिबु ब्लड रिलेशनशिप सागनबगीदमक्ता येलोमी निंगोलसिंग असिगी इज्जत तेमसिंगनब मखोइना नोंगनबगी हेंजिलगली मसिगी मथक्ता मेलन इंडिया की मियोइसिंगना अखोइबु ngasi इंडिया की नागरिक कुमना उबा ngamdri हाइबगे मेकलारब खुदमदी अखोइगी छात्र छात्रीसिंगना अतोप स्टेट सिंग लाइक तम चतप मतमदा अखोइबु रेगिंग तौबिबा नुपी ओइबी कयाबु रेप तौदुना हातोखिबगी केस कया अमा लेरिबा पुनमक्सिगी मथक्ता मिसिंग यामलबा इंडिया की चौखटपा अपाकपा स्टेट मिसिंग यामबा अतोप स्टेट सिंगदा बर्थ कंट्रोल पॉलिसी सिस्टम थंबदो अदुगुमना करिसु मिसिंग यामसिदबा अपिकपा खुजिन ममाइगुम लमदम मसिजु यागी फिबानगदा तिनसिलुबदगिने मसिदगी खोइ शांति लेबा मौसागी फिबमदा हंजिलबके हाइरबदी प्री एनेक्सेशन पॉलिटिकल स्टेटस हानगी मफमदा हंजिलब मतमदा अखोइगी मणिपुर शांति लेवल लमदम ओइरकनेबा पुनमक्सिंग असे फंगे हाइरबदी लान होबा मी हाटपा अमना मबु हिंसा तौबना करिसु कानबा फंगलोइबा सुमनतंगी लीगली पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौरब मतमदा खक्तदा मणिपुर शांति फंगनी मसिगी मेक लारब खुदमदी साउथ सुडान अफ्रीका कंट्री दगी तोखाई ताजरगे हाइदुना सही लिसिंग कया मखोइ लान होकी अदुबु मखोइ माइ पाकपा ngamगे कायना थंगदा साउथ सुडान की पॉलिटिकल डेलीगेट्सिंग अफ्रीका की पॉलिटिकल डेलीगेट्सिंग पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तरो मतमदा खक्तदा मखोइ 2011 दा मनिंग मखा तम हंजलखिबा असुमनसु कोजोबनसु सेबरागे मथक्ता लान होकी तोखाई ताजरगे हाइदुना अरेम ताकी लान होबदो कायना थंगदा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तरो मतमदा मखोइ 2008 दा मनिंग मखा तम हंजलखिबा असुमना अखोइगे मणिपुर असिसु पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तरो मतमदा खक्तदा मणिपुर शांति लेबलम दमा ओइबा ngamakaneba ngasi wakal khantha watpa opposer ki bench ki sinawchine khanbirangani madudi lan tawba amana mabu hingsa tawba au hatpa akhoi ningkha tamnabani haiduna lan hoba sina akhoi gi manipur kari kana poroktoinoba tek kadoroba thongra amada akhoi myam pulap lan hominna lemina je aduga ising ipakta irang minna ga siminasi haiba chap manaiba ngasi gi indian constitution gi maikhum upa लांग थूख्रब लमदम फमनाइबसिंग ओपोजिट बेंच की नाउसिन खनबिरमगनी मददी इंडिया गवर्नमेंट की मखादा अखोइसे इलेक्शन पांगथोई अनो अनोब स्कीम क्या पीबीरी इंडिया ना खोइदा रीजनल इंस्टीट्यूशन मेडिकल साइंस थंबिरी सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी लिंखलई पुनमक्सिंग से उरगा इंडिया ना खोइ बुलुना तौबिरी हाबदो मददी वाखल खनथा वाटपनी हाइजनिंगी पुनमक्सिंग असिदी इंडिया की चौखलबा अतोप स्टेट क्या मेट्रोपॉलिटन सिटी ने हाइब मुंबई मफम द लेरिबा प्रजासिंग नागरिकसिंग द फंगब स्कीम अदुनेबा ngasi सोथरबा लमदम मणिपुर की प्रजासिंग असिदा फंगलिबसे खरा सोथरे खरा वारे हाइबम अखोइगी मणिपुर की प्रजासिंग असिदा इंडिया गवर्नमेंट ना करिसो हेन पीबी लेते मिस्टर स्पीकर सर अखोइगी मणिपुर असे लोशन की बनी हाई बसे ngasi ngasi maksu UN United Nations Organization na khangli masi ge mek larba khudam di akhoi gam state kaya ama bo ato so country kaya na namno lotion gi bagi rules and regulations sing leiba maram na makhoi gi article 1 close to na bagi damakta rules and regulations sing birabli puna maksing adu gi marakta akhoi ge Manipur su ngasi mak yauri akhoi ge Manipur ase maning makha tamba hanjala e akhoi se namno lotion gi bani India government ge asumba mai kum bo constitution asibu yaning de haiduna Manipur gi revolutionary wing kaya ama ngasi maksu lan hori masina takpadi akhoi Manipur se India de to khai tar pami ha ge mek lar khudang ni mamang thamjek point sing asida yumpham oraga Mr Speaker sarna ngasi maksu yelhomi kya na refugee ki bunsi gum na hingliba relief camp de hingliba punamak sing ase makoi shanti leiba mahousa gi phim da hanjalak na bagi damakta sumna khaki pambai ma oiriba legally political dialogue to base masi gi topic ase achumba amasung kania leiba
political dialogue khaktana propang amgani haibasi political dialogue khaktana propang amloi do mosram ko emam na han badaina opposed to jiri speaker sa law and order haibasi state subject ma khangni matam tu da state government na ningtina hariba irang subu control to hota tering asigi yamna luruba phim talak tanja se yaukhibne masigi mayek lara khutam haibo 2023 gi May 21 anti tourism day numita chief minister na haikibase Manipur da tangdu leita dripsi Manipur lenga ki state lenga ki intelligence phelam de security lapses na thon khibni loina na pali lenga sna madu gi teksak puno pugane na man mayek sna thambasu leikar madu gi matung tarakpada foreign hands illegal immigrants kaya ma yausilak tuna ngasigi irang se khangchok chok tor khib na tana ngasi di India gi national security di national integrity the for threat am oilakna yamna lu phim da leire masiu ma talak tanja state government khaktana har bi irang se loisin bagi ofam leiroi central government ya soba khudam su yagu dur speaker sa irang amagi warusin porok ke haragadi irang adugi root cause do khoina nitina khangbam sang hariba Manipur thongi irang asigi root cause ja central gi lusing basina khangna ngasi phawa khangsin adura sauduna leitholi union home minister amisana 2023 gi May tha dagi ngasi phawda ton by statement ke ama thole harakanda indiana magi national interest Manipur haiba lamsi budu nungsiba Manipur haiba lamsi da leiba purup sing yellow purup sing asibidi kaisu leitana khanba mong amda lana se loichiloi haina loisinna leiba mong asda political dialogue hektam torogo warasin poroken have speaker pangai haijin moi thokani motion jam laisa motion asi kadai pho lan be khab to ai masakan thamjar ke speaker sir ahan bada Manipur da khana dagi leijariba central force lising yang kayum phosing mathakta no makandran lepal leitana central force kaya ama India lenga nam irang se control tongnam ni hadna thajilaki maduda Manipur gi praja sing da han bada yam harau ki irang se control tawrogani ningtina tangdu leita purisrom da leiragani ril kem da lanjener bu sing sai koi mayum makai da ningtina hanjalaga leiragani han adumaina khanjaki tabu Assam rifles haiba forces na losing ni har kana nakal na bada tongsinu leikibdagi lana se loisin bangam da kurok thangnu lein masi central government khangna khangsin adab sadno lei madumak to hole Hokiba July 2024 da BSF ki additional DG oramba PK misana Manipur da ngasi chathari irang se pak he loisin bi yaro habagi ingidam speak rabne madudi Manipur da laiba Assam rifles sing siga kuki lalo sing apha mari leina badina Manipur da gi Assam rifles sing se hek loktuk trima khadi Manipur gi lana se warosin porpo wa organism ang spong to play krabne adu is matakta India gi security policy um khalai madudi secret oiba policy ni India gi force amta aso open misim na amta yahonda mongom da wari sanariba adi pistok toriba siswet toriba lalobsing ase sinare harakanda wari sanasi yadaba pistok tonsi yadaba lalobsing ase takai bai thaba matam kai mawang ni sathano lalobdi madugi saruk amoina 2005 ta Assam rifles ka siswet tonki ba 2008 na tripartite tok tawduna lairagli ba dum labu kuki lalobsing ase proxy army oina sinare harakanda maruoina kuki na taba sing akobda kundaramba lairamba dum lalobsing haibadi Manipur gi wari sanasi yadaba maitenu lusing ba lalobsing ase takai duna matam kai mangni sathano laglabani madu lana se tholopodagi hariba makoi masel hanan duna makoi masel loisanan duna India gi force ta open misimna yahonda bahaiba policy do maduga mapa pa sana khibdagi madu internal security su yamna kanai India gi national security makoi maduna pirpa threat su yamna handa yaiba adumba India gi aronba policy ngal maramna lana se dealing tactics hana duna lana se film gi serial yebuduna ngasi India langa yenglu laithoklim na se political dialogue toroga hektam warsin porokodom te speaker sa ani subda India da yamna koksikpam oribse wari sanasi adaba Manipur gi lalobsing haidi maitin lusma lalobsing asine makoi gi ke mayam de Myanmar da layapse myam loina khangnar bang aktane makoi ga Myanmar da lengak pa military sigadi apha mari ma lainari aduna makoi bu Myanmar am de takthona bidongta sin kuki singa se masigi mating se India lengan lobo tangai phate maduna ni sin kuki lalobsing asigi India forcing ga anak pamari laine achet mari laine makoi da mating pangsili lan gi namta koi khuju khulai kyam pisali aduga Maitai gi lalobsing haitar Manipur gi lalobsing kem da landhale maduda kariumba Myanmar gi army sna hariba chin kuki lalobsing se pressure pirak matamda chin kuki lalobsing chu Mizoram da tik ta kaidna chensin na ba ya mong amada madu policy poram phawa India langan ya le masi oba taragati chin cookie sing amdi chin cookie lalo singi michang da India langan chang dana Manipur gi michang chang gadra madu nani makoina Manipur laga cookie lalo sing manaraga mitei sing matakta lan ka matam da India langan yeng dun dum adu koi dum dubidona dum yeng dun le se madu gi maram dun sune hairiba phibam talak tanjas political dialogue taroga kamaina warosin porokadun speaker sa masi do oitra wafam ne ahum subada India की diplomacy दा Myanmar दा China ना पीबा pressure से हंतना भी डाउन दे Myanmar मनु दा China पाखल इबा थाउ थाउ में हमसे मसी थिंग हो बाइब से India की diplomacy जो तो दे बार बथाबा मुखने China ना मागी खानों सुख थंबा लमदम से दगी बे बेकल ताना बा ख्वाइदे की हमने संबल लंबी से कोई की Myanmar फारोगा सेमजा लखरेबा मसी दा India ना ख्वाइदे की निंदो पोम जिस मसी ने बा मसी ना के मसे मखिब लंबी से मसी ना Indo Pacific region दा China की influence अंगक पा फंग हेंकर कतु बिने मधु थिंग हो ना भी नमता Myanmar से वो India ना थेम बया बा थेम है हर कांदा मागी से सूदगी किलोमीटर चंगा त्रांगा लापना लेबा अदुम सिटी पोर्ट से मसी मुसेम कन इंडिया लांगा कन होजिक लांगनरी पैसा थादरी अदुज मतक इंडिया ना हांदे पाइखलिबा कलादान नेशनल प्रोजेक्ट से मसी माइ पाकना बिनमता कलादान हारिबा मफम सिगी सिटी पोर्ट सिदगी हासागी असोनगी दो लेबा पालेतो टाउन हाइबा स्टेट मनुदा लेरसे मसी यौना कोई तुरेन खोंग से जहाज थोब यानम करादान तुरेन से कन्न सेंग थबा कन्न चथरी म्यांमार यानम चतपर इंडिया से पैसा अंग पफन थादरी ngasi मधु एबा तादि कलादान हाइबा प्रोजेक्ट से माइ पाके हारगदि सागी पेटोआ हाइबा टाउन से मसिबु कंट्रोल तोरबा चिन यावना मागी इथनिक रिबेल ग्रुप सिंग मसी यानम चतपा मतंगाइ फते मखोइने यारकांदा कलादान प्रोजेक्ट माइ पाका दोइनि मरम मदुना मखोइ यानम चतपा ngasi से कोई लापथोकनाबसि याम यादा फिरमदा लेरि मखोइ से नकना दुम लोइनारगदि नॉर्थ स्टेट्स इंडिया की स्टेट्स से मसी मतम सुपदा कंट्रोल तौदुना लेगनी मरम मदुना मखोइसि यानम चतपा दुम दरकार ओइबनिना हारिबा यानम चतलेंगी तालक तांजास्ता पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौनरे हारगा मणिपुर की लानसु इराइलाइन हेत लेफन मंगमगद्रा मसिना मोशन से अकुसु लाले स्पीकर अदगी मोमरी सुबदा चाइना दा सानरिबा जियोपॉलिटिक्स से मसी इंडिया ना सु याम कन लांथिंगना बकन होनरिबा चाइना गा सक्तु मानबा अदि हरोपम तिनबा अखोगी तोरो खंदानबदा नुंगाइबा नॉर्थ मियांगी मियाम से चाइना गा नक्सन नगि हाबसे इंडिया जियोपॉलिटिक्स यामना चाउना सिंगबम को ओरिबने मरम मसिना हारिबा नॉर्थ रीजन दा लेबा इथनिक ग्रुप सिंग से खाइबुंग ताना हलगदि इंडिया ना मागी नेशनल सिक्योरिटी दा पिरक थ्रेट असे हंदई हाबसे इंडिया की लुसिंग बसिंग अचेत पथाजबने मरम मदुननि लान से लोइसिनदबसु मागी जियोपॉलिटिक्स से मखल लेनि अदुगा इंडिया की जियोपॉलिटिक्स यामना चाउना मरु ओरिबसे साउथ ईस्ट एशिया हाइबा लमदम से खुंफम सेना लेपे हारकांदा नोमो ये पावर हेंगलिबा मपांगल शक्ति हेंगलिबा चाइना ना हारिबा साउथ ईस्ट एशिया लमदम से पीरिबा इन्फ्लुएंस मसी हंथानब इंडिया लेंगान होनबसे मसीजु यामना तौफद्रबा जियोपॉलिटिक्स सरोमने ngasi इंडिया को अकोइदा लेबा अकोगी लेबाक्सिंग पाकिस्तान यावना अदगी बांग्लादेश इंडिया ने निंग तमन ग्रुपिकनी अदगी इंडिया की मसी मनांग हारिबा नेपाल हारिबा लमसे मसीदसु अकोगी चाइना की BRI बेल एंड रोड इनिशिएटिव प्रोजेक्ट से मसी मखद अंगक पफंगना बया पाइखत क्रेब नेपाल जु पाइखले बांग्लादेश जु पाइखले इंडस्ट्री क्या लेंखले डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट क्या लेंखले मसीदा ख्वाइदगी इंडिया ने निंग दोल पोमसे म्यांमार नो पाइखले BRI की अंगक प्रोजेक्ट सिंसने मदु थेंगनब ngamna होनम त म्यांमार नो लेबा चिन कुकी सिंगजे मसी मतेंग लोबो तंगाइ फते अदु मणिपुर हाइबा लमसिनसु लेरम लिबि स्ट्रेटेजिक पोजीशन से मसीनसु हाइबा लाना से लोइसिनदना थमनगि असो मरम खने political dialogue hektam loisin gadom te speaker sa aduga loisal pa manga subdaina thamjaning base retired lieutenant general konsam himalaya no phongdu ki wafam kol treasury bench members yam toina pan biam thengne mana phongdu ki wafam je kolkata ra pangtho ki ba symposium am da manipur lands political dialogue tor warison porkani phongdu ki madudi khabar ge heading wane khabar ge heading du nataba mana ma hari wa symposium da kari kari hai khepsa madu sai kun ningtin nei ba matok ta mana symposium da hai ki masing da hai bising da manglum da sangsin vibes da political dialogue amasung अंदाकल अनी मक्ते यानबम च पोरपम चंगे नकल अनी मक्ते यानब पोरको संगो ओरे मरमदना निंथिन नैनाबिरो कुप्तन नैनाबिरो मथक पंजाग्री मम संगे मसी मोसन से हम लाले ताक्सरम स्पीकर हाउस फ्लोर विड्रॉ तो
Thank you, Sanajawa. Next, from opposition bench, L. Luchingbi Chanu. L. Luchingbi, say number 1.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we can come to Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasi house ta pukhatpirak liba motion habidi Manipur shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjanhallakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani hariba motion asi hek yengbada yamna chumba malaga su hauziki oiriba iramdam Manipur asigi asengba phibam reality da kupna yengluragadi motion asi chama lalaga da wafam amani maramaduna hariba motion asi lale haiba taktana bagidama agi oiba points kradang thamjage Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasi motion asida paliba shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hairi basi hausi gi oiba context se yengluragadi haukiba English ani kulhumdoi gi me gi tang ahum dagi maitai singi mathakta mapumoina churachandpur dagi haurakhiba khulai paiba kuki singna landarakpa churachandpur gi khumu jamba laikai yauna laikai kunlom uful ondringai Bonpong Saparmaina, Kalapahar dagi Maitai Sing Taktok Tringai, Serau Sugunu, Ikau Dolai Tabi dagi automatic rifles in the Maitai Sing Talak Tringai Mamang the Oiramba Phibam Adobuni, Mahusagi Phibam Hairi Basi. Hausexo Koki Sing na Maitai Sing Matakta Land Tarakli Basini, AK rifle sniper, drone bomb, rocket, missile, Shinaduna Landarakli, Asida Sunata Nupi and the Angang Sing Bufaduna Tamtina or Naiduna Halakli, Tawong Sing Sea, Tasing the terrorist ni Haibasimadi Pumna Makna Kanglabani, Mr. Speaker Sir, terrorist political dialogue Toroga Warishan Purakani Haibasi. Terrorist bu yokhat pani so terrorist bu yokhat pa motion di sogat from thokte I strongly oppose the motion sir. Ani subada Mr. Speaker sir hangbaya bu wahangdi kanaga political dialogue tawgadori bano kuki hairiba asida challi haina lauriba hauzik thokliba lad asida hakthing na yauriba singasi pallabada thadau mar paite mizo wifi any kuki tribe ta chaliba kanglup singasini adubo mar amadi paite gi apun mani haizariba jomi nadi makhoi kuki nate amadi kuki gi mingsian ambasu yadri kuki gi mahuta jo haiga dabani hairi aduga thadau tasu amu ahum thokle kuki oide haiba thadau ama kuki oizai haiba thadau ama amadi kuki jo oi haiba thadau ama makhoi ahum sobuk yanade hairi asumna yamna chamam na duna leiri aduna kuki gi mahut sillaga warip lawba ngamgada basi eso su leite lusing basu loite loinana India government amadi Manipur government na yok tuna thamliba su tawriba lal holop kun ngamanga asiga su muknariba maitai ga wari saduna yanaba purakpa haibasima su chanaba yaba wafam nate aduna oi thoklaroi tabadi sir ahum sobada thamjaning liba wafam di hauzik Manipur thokliba crisis asi kanana sangthan bano India lengak na karigi lan kham da bano haibasi ga achoba maram kaya amasu leiri isam samna Bangladesh Myanmar amadi China gi honglakliba interesting da India gi geopolitics ki drama da maitai sing na chaithing phangbani Maitai sing bu namthana na pagi damakta India na yok tuna thamliba Myanmar da gi pro democratic forces sing ase sian na duna maitai amadi naga gi counter insurgency da sian na pagi damakta semgat khiba kuki su militant sing asina chatha hanba proxy war ma khaksune India na Manipur bu machet kaya thok na thugai raga idea Manipur bu thupsin na ba khusem gi oiba divisive policy amagi langlongni haibasi masu maitai sing na khange loina na Manipur government amadi India government gi joint monitoring group na yachan lak tuna thamgada ba so militant sing asibu koitha thadok laga maitai micham singi mathakta landa hanba pumna makda khanglabani isam sam na masi But sanari ba mina but sanaba loishindraga political dialogue tawga warishin purakani haibasimadi but sanari ba oza maiba bu na koina na kan khatpa manbagi thong oinaga tokani sir masi apang bada tiki pizaraga false of sagaran bagi thong Mari subata thamjaning liba wafamdi Myanmar gi parliament of our MP oiram laba illegal immigrants so oiba thanglen pau gaiti asina president oiba jomi revolutionary army ase India na su tawduna yok tuna thabli masigi sumathakta Myanmar gi mongloi da pokpa India ga su tawnari ba ki NO gi president PS haukim na phongdo ki bada Myanmar Bangladesh amadi Manipur gi mafam kaya yauna Northeast India gi saruk sing asi pullaga kuki singi oiba maning tamba homeland jalingam sem ba haibase fong na political objective oidi badi masigi tabak Manipur gi separate administration sem duna union territory sem duna amadi homeland sem duna ko na thangna maning tamba home Jalingam semba haibasini masigi tabak Myanmar dagi illegal chin cookies sing angak pa phangna pusilagtuna demographic imbalance sokan ba anoba khun kaya ama thoktuna area domination toksilakpa popi thaduna sel tanduna khulai laiduna narco terrorism chatharakpa settle tribe ki mingda khudong chaba lauduna lairei pa kumna hingsaram ba kaya sing asigi mathaktagi 1990s sa more dagi naga sing tak thoki bagom maitai chura chanpur dagi maitai sing tak thoki na daba atamna na tholakhiba crisis ni masi nakal ani yanata bagi thorpa crisis nate masi maitai sing bu Manipur maitai gi Thakta Manipur bu machet kaya thok na thugai na ba chatharaki ba kuki aggression ni aggression haibasi di lan thing na do na maithi papi ga damani masi laipak asigi rules of law na chalai ga damani banga subata thamjaning ba wafam ni Mr. Speaker sir Manipur da thok liba crisis asi wari saduna loishin ga damana te masi di lengak asina mapandagi changshilak liba mitop sing asya khandok na bagi damakta National Register of Citizenship implement tawduna detect delete amadi deport tawga damani Manipur da population policy ma puthokna population commission lingduna demographic imbalance thokna ba section thorang lokhat ka damani Manipur da illegal poppy plantation tawri ba singa se maru phukna manghan ga damani amari war on drugs ase national level lagi puthoratuna India gi naha singa se nisagi pak tagi kanna ba hona ga damani amadi sugi ground rule thugai ba India amadi Manipur lengak da yoktuna thamli ba su militant sing ase Logi matungina chayak piduna makoy singase terrorist ni lautok na su abrogation tawgadabani amadi Manipur ki reserve area amadi protected area singda logi wang mada thorakliba khun sing se laingak na takthok tuna yade haiba am khangan gadabani amadi yamna ngakpa mawongda anoba khun kaya ama thorakli samna hairabada Churachandpur 283 villages Kangpokpida 308 villages amadi Tengnopal 205 villages hairiba village singase angak pangna hengalakliba village singse ase Matam sana yeng sin hoduna jalingam gi manglanda area domination tawsina ba paikhalag liba thorang sing asi tawhaloi da bani Mr. Speaker sir apun ba Manipur gi saktam da singnarak pa khuding mak ama toina leptuna yekna ba singbu maiti ba pina na ba hotna gadamni aroi bada Mr. Speaker sir law mapu yong na talaklaga yonga sangtai naraga warashun purakada badate maduna mathakta panjakri ba wafam sing asina mayek sing na takle madudi Ngasigi Manipur shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjanhallakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haiba motion asi aihakna mathakta panjakriba facts and figures sing asina mayek sing na taklapanina ngasigi motion ase house gi withdraw tobina na ba Mr. Speaker sir gi puning chingsichari
Next is also from opposition bench. Hijam Pritam Maitei. Hijam Pritam Maitei from opposition bench. Set number 12.
With the permission of the Honorable Speaker, I would like to begin my speech with a reminder, and that is, dialogue without action is merely a drama and not a solution. Mr. Speaker, we must not fall into the trap of equating dialogue with resolution, because history is filled with examples where dialogue, even though initiated with good faith, either failed to address the root causes or serve as a mere smokescreen for deeper issues. Mr. Speaker, the ethnic violence that erupted in May 2023 in Manipur is not just a political dispute. It is an intersection of identity politics, historical grievances, ethnic divisions, and land rights. Mr. Speaker, this is not something that emerged overnight, but it is accumulation of decades of unresolved issues, including the competing claims of a ST status, forest rights, and territorial autonomy. Mr. Speaker, in such a multi-dimensional conflict, the notion of political dialogue as the only means for conflict resolution is reductionist. And moreover, dialogue between whom? The insurgents and Manipur government, the Meitei and Kukis, or the state or central government? Mr. Speaker, this is something irrational. How will, sorry.
Next, from opposition bench, Kulakpam Norendra Saira. Kulakpam. Mingdom tang hayo duda.
Kulakpam Nasruddin Saha.
Oh, Kulakpam Nasruddin Saha. Yam pasane ibirame.
Sige House the Pukat Pyramid motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. With the permission of Mr. Speaker, sir, Nasige House the Pukat Pyramid motion, Manipur the shanti amasung mahousa ki phibam hanjanhallakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haibase yamna lanbana maram oiraga motion asibo oppose tawjari Mr. Speaker, sir. Hojik hakim mamangda supporter bench ki members singna yamna chumbadi manba chumdi chumda wafam ki amrom thambikre. Hojik homage of India, homage of Amit Sahana, hi political dialogue khaktana Manipuri ki hana ki phibam ado hanjanhallakpa ngamgani. Adubu Meitei ki MLA sing, Kuki ki MLA sing, Naga ki MLA sing na political dialogue khaktana Manipuri ki shanti ase hanjanhallakpa ngamgani hai ki ba do hojik ngam libra. Political dialogue khaktana yaroi
political dialogue khaktana Manipur gi page purakpa ngamloi nasi Manipuri da thok liba irang ase political will leitaba masagi work tauba ngamjadaba masana masabu thajadaba leaders ke amram na thokan bani haibita haiman ba thokloi nasi Manipuri da May 3 da ki thoklak liba irang hojik phauba loisinba ngamdana leiriba ase India government gi yakai engbane India government gi yakai eng bataraga di ekhoi matau karamna base propang ngamgani Mr. Speaker sir nasi ki house da nasi nei nariba motion na se yamna lali Mr. Speaker sir Palestinian resistance freedom fighter amada nakhoina karigi Israel ga wari sanadribano hangba matamda ngakka thanga matau karamna wari sanagadoribano haibado nasi Manipuri da oirabani Mr. Speaker sir chammanana nasigi Manipuri da thokli birang ase matau karamna kuki singa aikhoi ga matau karamna political dialogue khak tawraga matau karamna peace propang ngamdabina Mr. Speaker sir kuki militant singa maitai gi militant sing maitai gi lanmi singa lalhoba singa wari sanagadoribra political dialogue tawnagadoribra maitai gi legislator singa kuki gi legislator singa dialogue tawnagadoribra natragana maitai gi lalhoba singa kuki gi lalhoba singa political dialogue tawnagadoribra haibase hojik Manipuri da yamna confusing oiraba hiramamani Mr. Speaker sir nasi Manipuri da tholi birang asa illegal immigrants mayamam Manipur da changsil lakpadagi illegal immigrants mayamam na mapu sarakpa madudagi tholakpa irang ni Mr. Speaker masibu matau karamna political dialogue khakna ngamgani Mr. Speaker sir kuki gi miyoi singna India government ga kuki gi su group singa wari sanagadabni political dialogue tawnagadabni hairiba do ekhoi Manipur gi miyoi singna yagadawribra karigumba political dialogue asa su gi group singa tawnaba taragadi ekhoi gi peace asa matau karamna hanjilakani Mr. Speaker sir ekhoi gi peace hanjilakke haiba taragadi ekhoi gi union territory ekhoi gi boundary maram chana fencing tauba maram chana ekhoi gi union territory bunga aga thamba taragadi ekhoi gi space asa hanjilakpa ngamgani Mr. Speaker sir kuki gi di maram chaba demand laibana maram oiraga kuki gi maram chaba demand haiba taragadi separate administration union territory ekhoi gi di points political dialogue tawnaba gi points haiba taragadi Manipuri gi angkhoi kai bearoi Manipuri gi hana gi shanti kai bearoi haibasine matau karamna ani asa matau karamna political dialogue tawnagadawino Mr. Speaker sir nasi ga house to pukhat piram lo motion Manipuri da shanti amasung mahousa ki phibam hanjilakpa haibase political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haibase yamna lanbana maram moraga Mr. Speaker sir nasi ga house is the withdraw tawi Mr. Speaker sir supporter members singna nasi ga house da karigumba support tawbiduna nasi ga house da karigumba motion na sa support pass tawkiba taragadi yongna tan yenbagi theory ado ekhoi Manipur da tagani Mr. Speaker sir maduna nasi ga house da pukhat piram lo motion Manipuri da shanti amasung mahousa ki phibam hanjilakpa haibase political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haibase yet na yauduna withdraw tawbinaba Mr. Speaker sagi langtaknaraba puning chingchani Mr. Speaker matang aswaida thanks
Thank you. Next from Treasury Veins, Ria Tongbram. Yao Dragonation Biroja, Ria Tongbram. Treasury Veins. Oh, yeah, say number 2. Ria Tongbram.
With the permission of Mr. Speaker, today I stand in support of the motion of the House. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. First, I would like to state what exactly I meant by dialogue. Dialogue is about listening to the person's opinions, to their own beliefs, rather than imposing our own beliefs on them. Political dialogue is about bringing a solution in which we respect the other's beliefs and opinions as much as we respect ours. We know that everyone wants to be heard. In a conversation, if the conversation has to continue, we should make sure that one person does not speak when the other person is speaking. Similarly, for bringing normalcy and peace in our Manipur, what we require is political dialogue. Mr. Speaker, sir, at the surface, it may seem that our problem, the ethnic clashes in Manipur, is because of a law and order breakout. But in the inside, if we look deep into it, it's not just a law and order breakout. Inside, there's much more to it. And that's the reason why we have to look at this case very much importantly. It's very critical for us to look after it. Main reasons why the ethnic clash has arisen would be because of the law or order given by the High Court, which considered to include the Meiteis in the ST status. The second reason is because of the eviction drive taking place in the hills. And the third reason is because of the drug trade going on in Manipur. And this is the reason why it is of grave and utmost importance for us to realize how to bring normalcy, how to restore the stability in Manipur. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe political dialogue is the only way we can achieve normalcy in Manipur. I would like to explain why I think so. The very first reason, we have to look carefully and understand about national understanding. We have to bring out a holistic approach and intervention to bring a peaceful state in Manipur. We cannot just deploy troops, we cannot use force in order to calm down a situation, because it is not just a law and order outbreak. It is more to it. It has been an entanglement of the various ideologies of the various communities, whether it be the Meiteis, the Nagas, the Kukis. They have their own ideologies, their beliefs, their wants, and it has been entangled. And it is a very critical thing, and we cannot just use force, deploy force to resolve it. As members of the opposition bench had mentioned, that it can only be resolved and it can only be resolved when we use a military outbreak. I strongly go against it, because we cannot use force to bring a solution. Yes, there might be certain instances that it might bring a temporary solution, but in the long period, Mr. Speaker, sir, it would never bring a peaceful solution. And for our own state, our motherland, Manipur, I do not believe in such a solution. The second reason, the members of the opposition bench may argue that what would happen when the dialogue is being brought, and if the persons of the opposition party, the two parties, do not come to a common conclusion? What would happen if their ideologies are sacrificed? I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, that it is a dialogue and not a debate. And a dialogue is about listening to both the parties and to bring a solution that satisfies partially both of the parties. For example, it is in Assam in 2021, 6 communities, which were the minority community Assam, brought about to the government that they wanted certain rights. The government of Assam in 2021, in order to resolve this conflict, brought about certain reforms and measures which would not only satisfy the minority communities, but also make the majority community feel that they have not been treated unfairly. And in such a way, the resolution was done through political dialogue. The third important thing, many of the members of the opposition bench measured that political dialogue cannot be the only way to resolve the situation. They mentioned about social reforms, they mentioned about the economic reforms. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, social reforms, economic reforms, all of this can only be achieved when we have discourse among one another, and that is only possible when our representatives, when our elected members, the political people, they have a discourse, and this is very important. The fourth reason, as I would like to mention, is that many of us should know that Manipur, as a state, is of very critical region because of geographical region as well as political region. Manipur situation is very critical. And we cannot use arms, we cannot use force as a way to bring down the conflict that has been going on, to bring down restability or stability to resolve the conflict. Because it would gather and seek unwanted attention. It would gather and seek unwanted attention from a third party which may not be required. And when we seek this attention, I believe what would happen if we lose even the rights that we have right now? Isn't it better to resolve by letting political dialogue, political discourse among one another? Because in the long run, it is political dialogue that will resolve the situation. Fifth, the members of the opposition bench mentioned that the topic says, as the motion of the House, is that it mentions emphasis on only. I would like to say that it is not only, yes, I agree that it's not only the political discourse or political dialogue that can bring a solution to the problem, but what is the best way to bring a solution to the problem? There's none other than political dialogue, political discourse. Because it is from political dialogue that it starts. Rather, we have to bring a solution, we have to speak about it. Rather, when we have to bring a solution for a problem in order to resolve something, we have to show opinions, and it is from our political representatives, because we are a democratic country and we should use our rights through political ways, through the right medium, to bring normalcy in Manipur. And because of that reason, I strongly support the motion. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to mention many of the members of the opposition bench has mentioned that political dialogue cannot be the answer. But they lack to inform us what could be the alternative rather than political dialogue. Because rather than political dialogue, it is only warshed, it is only the use of violence. Political dialogue may not be the immediate cause, may not be the immediate result, but in the long run, it is the bestest way. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, sir, what we want to bring is to manage the different ideas, the different beliefs of the different communities. It is about reconciliation. It is to reflect the various ideologies in an effective equilibrium. And because of that, it is not about what the Maitais are getting, what the Cookies are getting. It is about bringing and restoring stability and normalcy in state. And this can only be achieved by political dialogue. And therefore, I strongly support the motion. And I hope Mr. Speaker would move and pass the motion. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ria. Next, from opposition bench.
ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯅꯤꯡꯁꯤꯡꯕ ꯃꯊꯧ ꯇꯥꯒꯅꯤ ꯃꯤꯁꯇꯔ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯀꯔ 3 May 2023 ꯀꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯃꯥꯁ ꯔꯦꯂꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯗ ꯊꯣꯛꯈꯤꯕ ꯚꯥꯏꯑꯣꯂꯦꯟꯁ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯨꯡ ꯏꯀꯨꯏ ꯀꯨꯏꯗꯅ 12 Mayꯗ ꯀꯨꯀꯤꯖꯣ MLA 10 ꯁꯤꯡꯅ ꯄꯨꯜꯂꯀꯥꯟꯁꯤꯗ ꯁꯦꯄꯔꯦꯠ ꯑꯦꯗꯃꯤꯅꯤꯁꯇ꯭ꯔꯦꯁꯟꯒꯤ ꯗꯤꯃꯥꯟ ꯇꯧꯏ ꯂꯥꯛꯆꯅꯤꯡꯂꯤꯕ ꯋꯥꯐꯝꯗꯤ ꯃꯤꯁꯇꯔ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯀꯔ ꯁꯦꯄꯔꯦꯠ ꯑꯦꯗꯃꯤꯅꯤꯁꯇ꯭ꯔꯦꯁꯟꯕꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯣ ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯌꯟ ꯇꯦꯔꯤꯇꯣꯔꯤꯕꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯀꯟꯁꯇꯤꯇ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯟꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯨꯡ ꯏꯟꯅ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥ ꯒꯚꯔꯟꯃꯦꯟꯠꯅ ꯄꯤꯒꯗꯕꯅꯤ ꯃꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯟꯅ ꯇꯩꯅꯕꯗ ꯃꯤꯆꯝ ꯃꯤꯌꯥꯝꯁꯤꯡꯗ ꯑꯣꯟꯁꯜꯂꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯐꯨꯕ ꯆꯩꯕ ꯌꯨꯝ ꯃꯩ ꯊꯥꯕꯅꯆꯤꯡꯕ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯤꯕ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯄꯥꯡꯊꯣꯛꯈ꯭ꯔꯤꯕ ꯔꯦꯂꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯗ ꯀꯨꯀꯤ ꯃꯤꯂꯤꯇꯦꯟꯠꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯅ ꯐꯣꯡꯅ ꯅꯣꯡꯃꯩ ꯄꯥꯏꯔꯀꯥꯟꯁꯤꯗ ꯇꯧꯔꯤꯕ ꯑꯦꯛꯇꯤꯚꯤꯇꯤꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯇꯤ ꯏꯟꯇꯤꯒ꯭ꯔꯤꯇꯤ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯁꯦꯀ꯭ꯌꯨꯔꯤꯇꯤꯗ ꯀꯥꯏ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕꯁꯦ ꯑꯟꯂꯣꯐꯨꯜ ꯑꯦꯛꯇꯤꯚꯤꯇꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯤꯚꯦꯟꯁꯟ ꯑꯦꯛ 1976 ꯀꯤ ꯁꯦꯛꯁꯟ 15 ꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯨꯡ ꯏꯟꯅ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯔꯤꯕ ꯊꯕꯛꯁꯤꯡꯗꯣ ꯇꯦꯔꯣꯔꯤꯁꯠꯅꯤ ꯃꯤꯁꯇꯔ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯀꯔ ꯇꯦꯔꯣꯔꯤꯁꯠꯁꯤꯡꯗꯤ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯒꯤ ꯀꯥꯎꯟꯇꯔ ꯇꯦꯔꯣꯔꯤꯖꯝ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯖꯦꯔꯣ ꯇꯣꯂꯔꯦꯟꯁ ꯑꯦꯒꯦꯟꯁ ꯗ ꯇꯦꯔꯣꯔꯤꯖꯝ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯗ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯇꯦꯔꯣꯔꯤꯁꯠꯁꯤꯡꯕꯨ ꯃꯔꯨꯞꯐꯨꯡꯅ ꯃꯨꯊꯠꯀꯗꯕꯅꯤ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯒ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯦ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯔꯤꯕ ꯑꯦꯛꯇꯤꯚꯤꯇꯤꯁꯤꯡꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯂꯤꯖꯤꯇꯤꯃꯦꯠ ꯑꯣꯏ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯂꯧꯕꯒ ꯆꯞ ꯃꯥꯟꯅꯩ ꯃꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗ ꯇꯦꯔꯣꯔꯤꯖꯝꯒꯤ ꯃꯍꯨꯝ ꯁꯥꯔꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯍꯦꯟꯅ ꯄꯥꯝꯗꯕ ꯊꯧꯗꯣꯛ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯑꯃ ꯊꯣꯔꯛꯅꯕꯒꯤ ꯑꯆꯧꯕ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯑꯃ ꯑꯣꯏꯍꯜꯂꯤ ꯃꯤꯁꯇꯔ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯀꯔ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯑꯁꯤꯅ ꯃꯣꯁꯟ ꯑꯁꯦ ꯑꯃꯨꯛꯀꯁꯨ ꯂꯥꯛꯂꯤ ꯃꯤꯁꯇꯔ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯀꯔ ꯃꯈꯥ ꯇꯥꯅ ꯌꯦꯡꯕ ꯌꯥꯕꯁꯤ ꯑꯣꯐꯤꯁꯤꯌꯦꯜꯁꯤꯡꯅ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯟ ꯑꯦꯛꯁꯄ꯭ꯔꯦꯁꯇ ꯐꯣꯡꯗꯣꯛꯈꯤꯕꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯨꯡ ꯏꯟꯅ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯒꯤ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯠ ꯐꯣꯔꯁꯇꯒꯤ ꯂꯥꯛꯈꯤꯕ ꯈꯨꯠꯂꯥꯏꯗꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯡꯂꯤ 30% ꯗꯕꯧ ꯉꯁꯤꯐꯥꯎꯕ ꯔꯤꯀꯣꯚꯔ ꯇꯧꯔꯤ ꯂꯦꯝꯍꯧꯔꯤꯕ 70% ꯗꯤ ꯉꯁꯤꯁꯨ ꯔꯤꯀꯣꯚꯔ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯉꯝꯗꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯤ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯃꯊꯛꯇ ꯇꯝꯄꯥꯛꯀꯤ ꯂꯝꯗ ꯃꯔꯨꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯃꯩꯇꯩꯁꯤꯡꯗ 1500 ꯋꯤꯄꯟ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯆꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯂꯝ ꯃꯔꯨꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯀꯨꯀꯤꯁꯤꯡꯗ 2000 ꯋꯤꯄꯟꯁꯦ ꯏꯝꯄꯣꯔꯠ ꯇꯧꯔꯛꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯃꯌꯦꯛ ꯁꯦꯡꯅ ꯄꯜꯂꯤ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯃꯊꯛꯇ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗ ꯂꯣ ꯑꯦꯟ ꯑꯣꯔꯗꯔ ꯂꯩꯇ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯃꯤꯁꯅꯔꯤ ꯈꯨꯗꯤꯡꯃꯛ ꯑꯦꯕꯁꯣꯂꯨꯠꯂꯤ ꯕ꯭ꯔꯦꯛ ꯗꯥꯎꯟ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯁꯨꯄ꯭ꯔꯤꯝ ꯀꯣꯔꯠꯅꯁꯨ ꯑꯣꯜꯔꯦꯗꯤ ꯐꯣꯡꯗꯣꯛꯈꯤꯕ ꯂꯩꯔꯕꯅꯤ ꯂꯥꯛꯆꯅꯤꯡꯂꯤꯕ ꯋꯥꯐꯝꯗꯤ ꯃꯤꯁꯇꯔ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯀꯔ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯈꯨꯗꯣꯡꯆꯥꯕ ꯂꯧꯔꯀꯥꯟꯗ sing amasung tam ani singda group semna rakanda leibak ningbagi namada amadi khungak pagi mingda senkhai thongkhai toba mi bu maram cha dana warakpa makoina authority khudimak parakanda makoina haiba yada haibagi damakta phuba saiba toba amadi hat pan singba kya ma tawrakli masida gi hendo khra kan sida hando ikui kui dana maitei amasung maitei pangan ani gi marakta ungkhana rakliba amadi singdana naga amasung kuki gi marakta leinarakli tension sing asya matau karamna political dialogue tawrakanda peace amasung normal sida hajalaka dorno masida sungam ngamloi Mr. Speaker maramasina central force amadi state force ani pulakanda operation ama sathara sida hairiba khulai sing asya local ba recover tawrakanda matha mathongmakta peace amasung normal hanjalakani nataba taragadi singkhong chingyada kuki amasung maitei ani kapna balep khiba tarasu maitei singi marakta siben war natraga maitei amasung maitei pangan gi marakta akhoi gi communion gi oba war kya ma thorok pa yabagi akiba tujungba kya malai maramasina khulai sing se hana lokhat laba matamakta peace amasung normal se da hanjalaka doribani maramasina mosala silali makata ne Mr. Speaker 1951 da Myanmar ki sin state ki Sangai division da leiram liba makhoi gi population la se 4.5 lakh oirami aduga 2012 ki census report ki matung ina sumna tagi 45,000 khakta mo oi masina takpadi Mr. Speaker hariba matamadu da ada mu hanbagi mahuta India sida makhoi ga sanglan amadi drug singa se drug singa se business ta ora kan sina moigi oirakli ba manglan singa do adugi mathakta amaka jo Mr. Speaker thokle ba iranga se illegal immigrant sing na thogali haibagi damakte FMR lokthokiba amadi border fencing tawrani ana home minister na phongdokriba sing ase asida west tobira kanda Mr. Speaker illegal immigrant sing ati makhoi gi tobam thokpa thabak foreigner ek ki matung ina tobiba aduga terrorist sing asina India ki counter terrorism ki policy do sijanar kanda muthat piba aduga makoina union territory ama di separate administration demand do constitution gi oiba mong da yam democratic oina tohanba aduga Maraleza da ba misa miyam singi marakta reconciliation gi process asi tawraba matam da kakta Manipur da mahousa gi punsi da hajalakpa ngamgani nataba taraga di Mr. Speaker illegal immigrant sing amadi narco terrorist sing siga political dialogue to ba basa masidi maram sukta sa da mosala makha oi maram masina ngasigi mosala se amuka zulali Mr. Speaker aduka treasury bench ki honorable member amana phongdok piram by statement ama tanga panjage madudi ngasi thokliba irang ngasigi mosala sida paliba mahousa gi phibam da hanjalakpa haibasa ngasi dagi sahi kya gi mamangda Southeast Asia ge maning makha tamba Manipur ama oina leiramba isagi ina ngakseramba adugumba maning makha tamba adugugi phibam do aduna hai Mr. Speaker sir adugi maning makha tamba isagi ina ngakseramba adugumba leibak ama dugi damakta kuki narco terrorist singa natraga India government ga maitai ga matau karamna political dialogue tawna ga doribno masini sugoi oi thokloi daba mosala makhakni maramasina ngasigi mosala se aina mathakta bijakriba strong argument singa sina lal habdu mayek sina ucharabanina aranba mosala mabu afaba khunai amadi peace amasung normal sida hanjalakna bagi damakta ngasigi mosala se house tagi withdraw tawna tawbina ba treasury bench ki honorable member sing the honorable speaker target through the punishing sinjari. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Roshan. Next is also from Treasury Opposition Bench, MD Sharif Khan. MD Sharif Khan.
With the permission of respected speakers, sir, ngasi house motion the ariba khaktana haribo hayesina ngasi motion jibu hera lalhan maramna lale tak chana bida makta igi matik chaw from mamadi maram jing mathang none thamjake speakers sir Manipur political dialogue through the solution purakana and khanja batara su central government na political dialogue to matamda michan midan naiba punna tawbungam daba tongan tawbana ngasi bu Manipur solution popungam dre amni ngamsungam lo speakers sir amadi political dialogue tawruji kana gano Manipur ki political dialogue to matamda karam luching ba karam form na ba karam government tharo political dialogue to gane Manipur ki luching ba singde Facebook ta YouTube ta hunna ba ngakne ngamjaba aduduga Facebook ta YouTube ta hunna ba ngamba adredi bodu ko bagi pungkhai mena ori san ba ngakne aduduga Manipur ki political dialogue Manipur political dialogue to khai ba taragadi because sir afaba luching ba afaba government am ki matamda to butai amadi Manipur da India haibal leba ase military da rank 4 da leba ne adu India haibal ki manung leba Manipur ne pick khaba state Manipur ne adu India is our plan chau kaya da 1962 war Indo-China war da subna ki 1 month for solution Indo-Pakistan war 1971 only 13 day for solution but our Manipur small state पिक्रब स्टेट मणिपुर सिदा 600 डे हेना बैलेंस थोइबसे इंडिया गवर्नमेंट मणिपुर उसितबने अमदि इंडिया गवर्नमेंट मणिपुर थौसादबने स्पीकर मणिपुर पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग की थूना तबिदा वाथो ओसी गोरिसिन ब्रोकेन खनबा तारगदी मणिपुर लेरिबा सीएसओ मीडिया इंटेलेक्चुअल सिंग थमोय सिंग थबुक तौबताय मियाम के थबुक तौबताय मचुम चाब खल लेपि बताय मचुम चाब जी हेन गलकम मतुंगिना अखोगी मलेम की मणिपुर की ममांग कायजै अदुदना स्पीकर सा अखोगी लेरिबा सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट मणिपुर की थोलेबो वाथो ओसिदा मिडियंग चांग पतारगदी थोलेबो वाथो ओसे नोंगमद लोजिनबिया बो थोगने May 3, 2023 थोकी बो थोकतो May 3, 2025 लोजिनबिया बो थोकी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट मीटिंग चंगदबनिना थौसादबनि ngasi बोबा वाथो ओसी गोरिसिन बो पंगमद्रि स्पीकर सा मणिपुर दा वाथो ओसी गोरिसिन बो के हाइप तारगदी मागी रूट कोस हाने बताय मागी रूट कोस हाने मतम दा खोइना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग की थ्रू दगी सॉल्यूशन जी कमेना फंगनी पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग खक्तना फंगद्रा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग ना फंगनी हर मगदी ngasi मोसन जी इसामक सपोर्ट तौजरंगदबने अदु पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग खक्तना हारिब ngasi खक्ता हारिब वाइजिना ngasi मोसन जी मेसन लाहनबना मामोरेगा अने ngasi मोसन जी यानिंग द फोक चटनी स्पेसा असुक लालब मोसन जी दा असुक लालब खुदम लैत्रब मोसन जी दा आइगी डेल लाने डिबेटर सिंगना चुम्मेना पुथोक लिबसे ngak tabgam jide amadi gyan taros wakhan tabiyo स्पीकर सा मणिपुर की ओरबा हजकी वाथो असिदा वरोसिन जी कमेना पुरकने अमदी पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग खक्तन ngammagadra हाइबजे कोइन खन्न मथौता पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग खक्तन ngamgadabo ओइतारगदि ngasi मणिपुर मई चाइबा मणिपुर वारि बिसे वरम दबसु है थोइ वाथो असिना चैथें कया मणिपुर फिरि थोंग खुदिंग डिमांड तौबा स्कूल कॉलेज खुदिमक डिमांड तौबा सीएसए अखोगी मणिपुर की गवर्नमेंट मणिपुर की स्टेट की लेरिबा पावर असिना सिक्योरिटी थाजि लगा अखोना स्टेट की प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी ngak ngomdabi khudamne स्पीकर सा मणिपुर ओनली थ्रू पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तरम तारगदी हरकपदी का होना मणिपुर पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग के कानदब्रलाई जम्मू कश्मीर ngasi इंडिया तिलुब वारुबा सुना मणिपुर हाइब लेबा जे मसाई पॉलिटिकल पावर लेजिदबा शक्ति लेजिदबा करप्शन चथलबा फुरुप मसिन तोयना खतनरिबा अमदी सीएसओ सिंगुनि जेन मानदबा सीएसओ खरा अमना मिनिस्टर रिजाइन तौगने खरा मिनिस्टर रिजाइन तौबि यारोन वा nganगने सिना मरम 600 days balance होएबा balance थोक पछिदा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौगद्रुबा इंडिया के मको ओइबल लुचिंगबा ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी नोंग मतमा मणिपुर की दमदा ओखन खन लेतेबा रणबीर कपूर की फैमिली की गदिमा मीटिंग तौबा मै पुंग अनि होमना वरी सानम गमे अदु मणिपुर के थोलेबा थौदोस की दमकता मणिपुर की लाइरिबा सीएसओ लीडर अमतग मा वरी सानम गमदे मागी मतम का थोकुंग गमदे स्पीकर सा अदुना मणिपुर पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौबसे अखोई की लमदम असिदा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौरुगदबा लुचिंग लेते अमदी मणिपुर पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौब मतमदा चंगदबा कम्युनिटी मैते कुकी कम्युनिटी है कुकी है कम्युनिटी से सेपरेट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पीद्री मखैदी वरी सानारोय पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौरोयना लेखरब कम्युनिटी असिदा अखोइना हंजिन पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौगदना वरी सानागद स्पीकर सा ngasi मोशन जे मेक्सना लाले स्पीकर सा ngasi हाउस मोशन जे अखोइना मेक्सना लानबा मदी मेक्सना वफम यावदबा अमदी याम लालब मोशन खनबीदुन ngasi हाउस मोशन जी हाउस की फ्लोर विड्रॉ तौबियो अमदी अखोगी मणिपुर लेरिबा नहारोन की मिंग मरईबाग निंग की मिंग मियाम की लुटपाट तौरीबा मियाम की पुंसीरोल मल्लिबा असी अखोगी ngasi हिंगलेबा ngasi अखोई खुनाय जे मियोइबने हिंग खुनाइद्राने अखोई ngasi हिंगलेबा पुंसी अखोई हिंग ngasi पुंसीरोल जे मियोइबा हाइबा जाति जिने हिंग ngam खुनाइदना ते बिस्पसा मणिपुर हाइबा जाति मणिपुर हाइबा लंदम जे असुकी मदक जाथिबा यूएस की थोक रिपोर्ट अमदा वर्ल्ड की टूरिज्म चंग याद मफम जे मणिपुर याव खरबने स्पीकर अदुना स्पीकर साना खनथबिदुना मदि आइगी लाने डिबेटसिन खनथबिदुना ngasi हाउस फ्लोर लाले खनबिदुना विड्रॉ तौबियो अदुना ngasi विड्रॉ तौबना अखोई तुंगी मिरोल दा मदि तुंग लाखरो फीचर दा कानगने खनजदुना ngasi हाउस फ्लोर विड्रॉ तौबियो स्पीकर सा अदुगा आइगी लाने डिबेटसिंगना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग सी तौदगदि सुग्यारा यारोयने खनबि तारगदि 2042 दा आई चीफ मिनिस्टर रकने मतमदरा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौबि आगने स्पीकर सा
थैंक यू
स्पीकर सा मणिपुर आई लाने डिबेटसिन वरी इंतंग लीजगे मपा मचा मले मचा नुपाचे चही मंगा सुरे चही मंगा सुब मचा नुपाचे मपाची दाय बाबा आई फुटबॉल में भी है मपाची दे पैसा हम लेते लुप चहुम मगर ले मैं मपादा अद मपाना लुप चहुम जी पूरा बाजार चले फुटबॉल लेब चले फुटबॉल लेरे अदुग थांगनब दुकान अचापोट की दुकान में अंदरा आंगांग छिना बाबा अचापोट ले है अमुक फुटबॉल की खोप ले है अदु मैं बाबा दे पैसा दे तमिना वरी साने द मपा मचा से मांग नखरे मतम दुदा mapa macha mane ko macha pa kappe adura ba gi thangre bi dukan gi mi sing acha ru bijali football gi but bijali loin bijali adu ma kaim pam deba adugumna ngasi Manipur gi prajamyam development economy is good but people of Manipur want peace only solution one peace Manipur gi prajamyam shanti pame hana gi development economy adu kaim pam tre hojek shanti pame ing tapa mioi bana hingi be punsi mahing je Manipur hingi punsi mahing je hingai ribane pung manga pung mari dena pung taruk phok tang hingba makha ta buduna karim laitaba punsi mahing ji hinglibane pung taruk tagi yum thok matamda ma pana mi pairable lamdam su hingai rebane speaker sa aduna last but not the least bimra ambeka said that kagji kam kafi nahi jamini hakikat pe dhyan de paperwork is not enough please pay attention to the ground where this is my deadline debate thank you everyone
Thank you. MD Sharif Khan na si Minister Boy matam do khoi di hingdong mandre. Sorry for that. Yamdre. Hoji opposition bench ki ahum. Treasury bench ki amma khatangai rekwa. Dore ka dore aduna request ka sanathoi ga leri ko. Boda muba opposition ki ko anima. Ready review minute jam pi ni ko ngan bani na ko kitang pige tor mani yam chang pi ni adagi audience sing jusat pi ginu withdraw to gadra pass to gadra ngasi di audience ta leidui ni maram di treasury bench ki ju adagi di opposition bench ki jo yam mangang ni chat khre pakhani bje sa pa mi myam jing ji di NPP supporter ngak tani no move si Pasta ugidre na pakalim. Anyway, house is house. Now, matang si treasury bench tagi. Yam maroy na sai digi yam sang ngai rapi Bomika Lystrom as a treasury from treasury bench. Bomika Lystrom.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, sir. Ngasigi motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Haibasi da yauriba political dialogue to nawaro isin purakpa ngamgani haibasi na ngasigi motion na si mayek sing na tumhale yeninga later wafam ni. So I stand strongly for the motion. Ahan bada political dialogue haibase center am the state government na sanagada bani masigi ground rule amo ina hauzik laiba balance as a control to bamachangi through state and central government. Masi micham praja sing ngamgada banati amadi military sasan ngamgada banati. Hauzik laiba phibam ase maitai amadi kuki ki marakta khana banate kuki na horoglaga mitai na defense tawjaba khaktani asikum laba chin kuki terrorist singa se Government of India Section 130 of India Constitution gi matung ina makhoi bu terrorist ni haina lauthokuna action laukhatuna makhoi bu phajin thamlaba matamda makhoi gi mathak action laukhalaba kanda political dialogue se sanaba ngamgadari bani chap chaba warisina ma purakna ba hona bada center gi chawraba thodang lai haibase kanglinga laitwa wafam ni Matangda political dialogue sanaba haibase khulai yaroga sanaga banate dialogue ki table da khulai yawba yaroi haina Bharat Sarkana instruction pigadabani aduga laiba political leaders sing is CSO amuko kokomi sing asi amato ebi agenda da ngasigi lairiba issue asigi wari sanaraba kanda political dialogue is the only solution haibasina warisin purapa ngamgani maramaduna ngasigi motion asi chumgani Mr. Speaker sir Anisubada hauzik central government amite prajasing na thamliba meeting asi karino head of the state head of the constitution CM da karigi unified command pidriba amadi leiba ase law and order laitaba leiba amoireba law and order laitaba state government orgadi state government leibagi kana dabani hauzik central state government asi dissolve to bomangna tri adu karigi damak mangonda law and order di order pidraga governor da aikoina uba phangdaba law and order kaya review toraga laiba masi hangba yawa famni central na khoida sanari role ase Masigi mathakta hauzik haurakliba ihau ase lam masigi mapu yauribra haibasine 1830 to 1840 ki matamda palamba ningthauda kokizoli sing kun mukchangda fampiki masigi matungda 1962 da Myanmar da land tawbadagi refugee oina lanjena ba oina changja fampiki masidagi ngasi fawbada illegal immigrant kaya narondagi foreign policy kaya na thairaga changsilaklibaneba matamamna like 1970 da Burma Refugee Association Manipur na Home Minister da Gerald ma pisan ki madodi refugees sing changsa fampi bagi da makta thagali adubu refugee masing yambana maram oiraga makhoi gi lebam kona de haiduna lamhena pibiyo haikiba adu ngasi horokli bai hawasi adugum laba Burma Refugee Association Manipur adura adu arabadi masina mayek sing na taklima Housing Horoliba Lan Ase, Lamasigi Mapu Amatanate. Asegum Lava Kanglu Pasida, Barat Sarkana, separate administration, Tale, Haraga, Piragasu, indigenous people sing the Makoki Matata Karitoropaya Haibase, Kanga Davani Amadi, Piba Taragadi, India, the Laiva, refusing Kudimaki, Indiana, Libak Amabum, Piba Tabaneva. Nasifa Obada, Centerna, State Government Giwa Amada Tabalai Adubu, Kukizo Singi demand, security force of Topayaro Habada, Adumak Tambanga Mitchan Kibamami. Masina Haibadi central government as one side favor like Haibani, Masi democracy sa palayba amagi principle nate, Maramaduna, Layba Asida, Naka animal the chapman of a meeting ying of Aganda, political dialogue ase, Nitichum na sana raba matamda, Layba asa political dialogue the Navarros and Puropangam Gani Haibase, Mayek sing the Utkadoribani, Amadi, political dialogue principle the people and government. Adubu, Naman the Kuba Kubama Kontoktabani, Nasifa with a Prazagi, Hokaya Hokre, Satagi, Hokaya Hokre, Nakal Kudimak Hokaya Hokre, Adubu, Waros and Piga the Riva political leaders, sing the Tadaba, Udava Manapang Bagumna, Labana Maramerga political dialogue. Pudasibak pangam dribani ngasi May 3, 2023 dagi tawrakiba irang ngasi tha kun paraglesifa buda central amadi state government gi marakta political dialogue ki karigumba amata same sadri masidi democracy palaiba amagi principle nate aduka ngasi fawda phongphong sana leiba issue amana Assam Rifle gi former DG oramba amana haki leiba irang asida drone bomb missile ching basisina de haiduna adubu handa ki NIA da confirm tokre asigum lava drone bomb missile sisina de haiba innocent kangbu ase confirm tokra central government na karigi mokhoi gi mata action amata lokhatri banaba mathangda even P3 da oigera leiba amagi manung da oigera shanti hanjalaki haiba taragadi chakliba mai ase muthatlaga warosin purakadabani masi Center de Kichawa interference ama changi aduga leiba asida leiriba terrorist ki thabak toriba singa se marufang na muthakadabane Manipur ki territory ki manung da chingmai kaya poktokduna popi thaduna ngasi fawbada nattaba thaba kaya tawduna Manipur ki territory ki madung da narcotic FIR anoba golden triangle ama lingba sida India government na ayaba piraga lingkhatpaga chamana thokadori mani mansu manari bane masi lona yaba thabang nate eco masina popi thabasna ecosystem kai halakpada natana natural disaster environmental disaster tholapada chawba thodang lori aduga ngasigi lamdam asigi youth sing amadi leiriba angang naha ahal khaidana nattaba lambi da chatuna lam asigi lamdam asigi chawkhatnabagi lamda yamna thinda hangadori bane ba Midaina jing kitang kokthokpada nan land forest area ne haibiba adubu ngasi fawbada lisang sitna chatharaliba chingmai kaya koktholiba sidi land forest area natabra naronda lambi kaya assemblyba sidi land forest area natabra aina haijaninglibadi ngasi fawbada political dialogue ase sanadabana maram oiraga waroisin ase purakpa ngamdabani political dialogue sana waroisin ase purakpa ngamlamdabani haiboraga ngasi gi motion ase ai phone oppose tawjaramgani adubu ngasi fawbada political dialogue ki karigumba amata same sadri maramuduna motion ase tasengna chungani Mr. Speaker sir even P3 do igera leba amoda igera political dialogue tana waroisin ase purakadori bani aduga khudakta irang ase horopa matamda Bharat Sarkana Kokegi minister MLA tara yamna karigi sarkar paina BJP gi mayokta levi bano haiba matamda ngasigi irang ase khudato losin ba yabaneba central government na kumba karno oriba sina hemi ka tholokpada ngasigi Manipur gi irang ase di khudato losin ba ngamgadawribani dialogue ase thengdare hayagasu masinatana Manipur da warosin purakpa ngamloi Laiba ase law and order like the Baleba more. Law and order like the Bana Maram or terrorist masing hingalale, Kulai by masing hingalale, Masina amaga, Hana duna irang as a hena sagala libaneba. Maram aduna ngasi state asida state government gi order like tre, Maram aduna ako house center government da, yam kana pressure biba darkatai to political leaders, CSO, amuko kokomina. Masi center pira matam center da ako na kana pressure pira bakanda political dialogue ase niti chum na mai kai ani wakta yingla bakanda ngasigi waroisin ase purapang ngamgadari bani leiba ase law and order like tabana tawning ba tawbada athing ba thamdre aduna senabina balita ba inkol adudi sanjabo ra paisa masana tabani masigi motion asi tasenga chungani Mr. Speaker sir, so I would like to request to our prime mover and the speaker of the house to pass the motion, and thank you all.
Thank you, Bhumika. Mathang sidi opposition bench tagi ahum lorga loiduiba. Aduna ahan bada kauthok sai si Khumuksam Srinivas Singh from opposition bench. Khumuksam Srinivas Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me the opportunity to express my views on the motion under discussion. Ngasi House ki floor da pukhat pirak liba motion. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue haibasi. Treasury bench bu oiro, opposition bu oiro. Manipur da peace pam daba, Manipur bu nungsi daba kana amat yaubiram loy haina thaze. Adubu wakal khanta hogdabadagi Manipur miyam ki punsi amambal lambi da chat khigadra haina jingnazabana. Today I stand strongly against this motion. Ahan bada terrorist ka wari sanaba haibasi prithibi ki mafam amat da chatna daba wafam amani. Manipur High Court na writ petition amagi matung inna April 2023 da thorakhiba order adudagi haurakpani haina claim tawba. Aduga masigi onna taina badana micham prajada sophisticated weapons kaya ama sizinarakan sidesida May 3rd 2023 dagi haurakhiba mathong maram su khang daba irang asi icham chamba political disagreement amanate mase terrorism ni. Manipur da lairiba issue asi state government ki failure khaktamak sunate mase national failure amani Indiana democratic nation ama oina constitutional values ngak tabadiki thorakpa yamna ikai ningai oiba wathok amani constitution bu hek ngak traba irang mayam ama tholakhini lawlessness bu hek oiraba wathok mayam ama tholakhine ba kaigi maramgi damakta government se lairiba no haibase ekoi amuka hanna ningsing minasi Aikoi miyoi ba haibasi social being ni Aristotle na man is the social animal kaina ga haibiramidana aduna social being ama oibani na society ama da hingminna ba puna leminna ba haibasi tangai phade togada bu society aduda ing na nuksi sana na leipak mara tapna shanti leina leige haiba taragadi society ado organized oiba amadi mathok tai haiba organized society ama leige hai taragadi definite territory ama laigadabani population laiba tai hariba people sing dugi conduct to regulate tongna bagi damakta law mathau tarakaneba hariba law se laitraba matamda ne hingsa tholakadori se mana apamba lambi da chatna ba matamda irang haiba se tholakadori baneba hariba law asibu enforce tongna ba law sibu semna ba miyam gi punsibu ngak na ba lanthum se kanna ba government se lairi bani haiba se aikoi miyam ningsing mina se ba adubu Manipur da thokliba irang asik karino haiba se loina kauthok minaraga government na tawgadaba major tax anisa tawbra haibase yeng seba aina government gi failure ni haijabagi maramdi Manipur da mi lising humpu henbagi mayum makai mai thadok phikre maram asina tai madudi Manipur sarkar amasung India sarkar na miyam gi property ngak pangamdre ahan bagi magi primary tax se fail oire ani subadana mi chahum henbagi mapunsi kem khre masina takbadi India government both center and state government se fail oire haibaneba Sir, aduga makata jarakpada logi mityeng da yengoba taragadi Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita 2023 ki section 113 da terrorist act haina tongan explicitly defined tawraga lei hariba terrorist act sida terrorist kamai tawraga thengnagadabu no haibase yaujaduna leiraba ngataneba hariba act se yengjaraba matamda kuki militant sing se aina terrorist ne haina house asida thamjabani I'm not talking about all the entire community. I'm not claiming them to be terrorists. Hariba militants sing du khata terrorist haina claim tawjabani aduga terrorist encounter tawba haibase law na tawgadabaneba masi law sibu khongau nari hairaga political dialogue tawgani haibagi wakhanje karigumba hek leiraba adu taragadi sarkar leibagi mathau tusukta tade law semu bagi achasu leite haib Of course, I agree that you can do political dialogue with the Kuki community, but not with the terrorists haibaneba legitimate oiba leader ga aikoina political dialogue tobadi yai togada bungasai treasury bench ki member amana panbigi ba matamda suda leiriba militant singsiga tongana muka wari sanaraga haibagi wafam ama yaubigi haribo wafam adusu withdraw tobiyo haina thamjari Mr. Speaker sir makhata jarakpada akoina terrorist pu legitimize tok thok pa haibase yamna laibak thiningai neba ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯕꯨ ꯑꯦꯟꯀꯥꯎꯟꯇꯔ ꯇꯧꯕꯒꯤ ꯃꯍꯨꯠꯇ ꯂꯣꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯨꯡ ꯏꯟꯅ ꯆꯩꯔꯥꯛ ꯄꯤꯕꯒꯤ ꯃꯍꯨꯠꯇ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯦ terrorism cannot and should not be legitimized by inviting them to the negotiation table haibasineba aduga ani sujarakpada Mr. Speaker sir kuki militants singi demands yam clear ni solution first peace letter sine moina haise solution ji kaino separate administration hana piu aduga peace ti masa mathanta laksagadabani haibani wafam simakti non negotiable oi aduga we cannot compromise the territorial integrity of Manipur aduga Manipur di article 3 season naraga irai laina thugai be yaba state amasu natte haibase hoi notominasi masigi makha tajarakpada Manipur da hingsa la heloi ge haiba taragadi aikoina lai harau bagi tangka ama ningsing ba yaeba lai harau ba matam da aikoina thogal jagoi haina jagoi ama katli Thogol jagoi sigi athagi manungi oiba wahan thokta leipa ama khunai amada karamna shanti lakani haibase yaweba kamaina yawriba no haiba matam sida thogol jagoi sabagi maram se leipak ningthau punsi nungsang na ba leipak mara tap na ba ningthau punsi sangaga leipak mara tappaga chahong ahong na ba khunjau leichau na ba thogol jagoi se katpani haiba yamna phajaba wafam amane ba masidai sida politically economically socially loina yawre akoina kamain tawraga khunai amada peace lakani haiba matamda hojiki context ta yingagadi leipak ningthau punsi nungsang ba haibase politically government se stable oigadabani mapangal kangadabani haiba aduga ani surakpada economically su pali economically dana chahong ahong ba haiba society amada peace lege hai taragadi economically sound oigadabani economically sound oidriba makai society amada peace lairak ba haibase wana thokani haiba aduga hariba mayamase achieve toroba matungda leipak mara tapakani haibaneba hariba phajaraba wakhalon mayamasi ekoi youth mayamsi chungsin naraga akhang ahei mayamga tanari hairaga cooperation amadi coordination tawraga leipaki tungi damakta aphaba wakhalon kaya ama khanagadabagi mahutta naha kaya drug laichu duna laikre aduga hojik lairiba irang asi May 2023 dagi horakhiba irang asina akhoigi youth ayambana militarize tawkhre haibase thamjage Mr. Speaker sir ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯏꯔꯥꯡ ꯑꯁꯦ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯈꯤꯕ ꯇꯥꯔꯕꯁꯨ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗ ꯄꯤꯁ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯊꯣꯛꯇ꯭ꯔꯕ ꯋꯥꯐꯝ ꯑꯃꯅꯤ ꯃꯔꯝꯗꯤ power without authority is very dangerous ꯃꯔꯝꯗꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ CSO organizationꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ power ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯂꯩꯌꯦꯕ not only for the Kuki community ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ peace ꯂꯥꯛꯀꯦ ꯍꯥꯏ ꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ bias ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯌꯦꯡꯉꯒ ꯁꯨꯡꯌꯥ ꯌꯥꯔꯣꯏ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯩꯇꯩꯅ ꯆꯨꯝꯃꯤ ꯅꯣꯏꯅ ꯂꯥꯜꯂꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯒ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ argument ꯗ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯆꯠꯅꯔꯒ ꯂꯩꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯅꯨꯡꯗ peace ꯂꯥꯛꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ side ꯑꯅꯤꯃꯛꯁꯤ ꯌꯦꯡꯉꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯃꯩꯇꯩꯒꯤꯁꯨ ꯑꯔꯥꯟꯕ ꯂꯩ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯀꯨꯀꯤꯒꯤꯁꯨ ꯑꯔꯥꯟꯕ ꯂꯩꯌꯦꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ CSO organizationꯅ ꯃꯄꯥꯡꯒꯜ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯀꯜꯂꯛꯈꯤꯕꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯝꯁꯦ ꯀꯩ ꯃꯔꯝꯒꯤꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯁꯤꯗ lawlessness ꯂꯩꯈꯤꯕꯁꯤꯅ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯒꯅꯦꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ lawlessness ꯁꯦ ꯂꯩꯇꯅꯕꯒꯤꯗꯃꯛꯇ ꯂꯣꯗꯣ enforce ꯇꯧꯒꯗꯧꯔꯤꯕꯁꯦ government of Manipur and government of Indiaꯅ ꯇꯧꯒꯗꯕꯅꯦꯕ Indiaꯒꯤ ꯁꯔꯀꯥꯔꯁꯦ ꯀꯔꯤꯅꯣ Article 74 ꯅꯦꯕ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯒꯤ ꯁꯔꯀꯥꯔꯁꯤꯅ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ Article 163 ꯅꯦꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯄꯥꯋꯔ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯦ ꯀꯗꯥꯏꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯥꯛꯄ ꯁꯣꯔꯁ ꯅꯣꯕ ꯀꯣꯟꯁꯇꯤꯇ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯟꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯥꯛꯄ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯁꯦꯟꯇꯔꯗꯒꯤ ꯄꯥꯋꯔꯁꯦ ꯄꯤꯕꯤꯔꯛꯑꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯒꯤ ꯃꯑꯣꯡ ꯑꯃꯁꯨ ꯎꯖꯩ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯁꯦꯟꯇꯔꯗꯒꯤ ꯅꯤꯒꯗꯕ ꯅꯠꯇꯦ ꯀꯣꯟꯁꯇꯤꯇ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯟ already 163 ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤ ꯀꯣꯟꯁꯇꯤꯇ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯟꯅ ꯄꯤꯕ ꯄꯥꯋꯔꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯁꯦꯟꯇꯔꯅ ꯄꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯄꯥꯋꯔꯁꯤꯁꯨ ꯀꯣꯟꯁꯇꯤꯇ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯟꯅ ꯄꯤꯕ ꯄꯥꯋꯔꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯨꯡ ꯏꯟꯅ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯥꯋꯔ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯕꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯗ ꯂꯣꯏꯅ ꯐꯪꯖꯕ ꯉꯥꯛꯇꯅꯤ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯕꯒꯤ ꯃꯍꯨꯠꯇ ꯇꯦꯔꯣꯔꯤꯁ ꯀꯥꯡꯕꯨꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ political dialogue tawba haibse oithoktoba wafam amni maram masina ngasigi motion se withdraw tobinabagi damakta honorable speaker ki pukning singsinjari thank
you next Chitreswar Maibam from opposition beings Chitreswar Maibam from opposition beings Hoji debaters amakhatang ngaire loigadabo ko
ꯑꯍꯥꯟꯕꯃꯛꯇꯗ ꯇꯦꯡꯕꯥꯡ ꯑꯌꯨꯛ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯏꯄꯥꯕꯨ ꯏꯀꯣꯛꯅꯅ ꯈꯨꯔꯨꯝꯖꯔꯒ ꯇꯤꯟꯕꯤꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛꯁꯨ ꯏꯀꯥꯏ ꯈꯨꯝꯅꯕ ꯎꯠꯆꯔꯤ ꯃꯤꯁꯇꯔ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯀꯔ ꯁꯔ ꯄꯤꯔꯝꯂꯤꯕ ꯊꯝꯂꯝꯂꯤꯕ ꯇꯣꯄꯤꯛ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗ ꯁꯥꯟꯇꯤ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯃꯍꯧꯁꯥꯒꯤ ꯐꯤꯕꯝ ꯍꯟꯖꯤꯜꯂꯛꯄ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒ ꯈꯛꯇꯅ ꯄꯨꯔꯛꯄ ꯉꯝꯒꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯇꯣꯄꯤꯛꯅꯤ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯇꯣꯄꯤꯛ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯇꯁꯦꯡꯅ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯁꯄꯣꯔꯠ ꯇꯧꯖꯕ ꯉꯝꯗ꯭ꯔꯤꯕꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯝꯗꯤ ꯈꯛꯇ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯋꯥꯍꯩꯁꯦ ꯌꯥꯎꯔꯝꯕꯗꯒꯤꯅꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗ ꯑꯁꯨꯛꯌꯥꯝ ꯁꯥꯡꯂꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯁꯤꯗ ꯀꯔꯤꯒꯤꯗꯃꯛꯇ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯐꯥꯎꯕꯗ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒꯅ ꯁꯣꯜꯕ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯉꯝꯗ꯭ꯔꯤꯕꯅꯣ ꯀꯔꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕꯗ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒꯅ ꯁꯣꯜꯕ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯉꯝꯒꯗꯕ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯝꯕ ꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤ ꯑꯇꯩ ꯀꯔꯤꯁꯨ ꯅꯠꯇꯦ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯀꯝꯃꯨꯅꯤꯇꯤ ꯑꯅꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯛꯇ ꯃꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯇꯣꯉꯥꯟ ꯇꯣꯉꯥꯟꯕ ꯔꯤꯄ꯭ꯔꯖꯦꯟꯇꯦꯇꯤꯚ ꯄꯨꯟꯖꯜꯂꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯋꯥꯔꯤ ꯁꯥꯟꯅꯔꯒ ꯀꯃꯟ ꯒ꯭ꯔꯥꯎꯟ ꯑꯃ ꯄꯨꯊꯣꯛꯑꯒ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯊꯕꯛꯇꯨ थोलिबा क्राइसिस मदुगी सोल्यूशन म पुथोकपदबेनि मसिगी पुथोलिबा पोसे नेशनल दा कम्युनिटी दा नत्रग लोकल दा तोबो याय अदु मणिपुर थोलिबि इरांग सिदा यंजरगदि मसि कम्युनिटी क्राइसिस तोइना तौरगनि अदुगा अखोइगी सपोजर ब्रेंस ना हंबिरंबा political dialogue खक्तना solve तब ngamgani irang खुदिमक political dialogue खक्तना पुरकपंग अमीन हाइबि वफमदो आहान लालेना प्रमाण पिबा पामजै मदुदी 1992 गी Los Angeles गी riot 2011 गी London riot अमसुंग 2019 अमसुंग 2020 गी Chilean protest करम थोकि हाइबसे निसंग बियो दुगा करम solve थोकि हाइबसे मसिदो खंद बसुमे 2011 गी London riot fatal suit तौबा मिसक अमबु पुलिस ने नोमैना कापतना हालब मतुंगदा थोकिबा राइट असे judiciary reinforcement तौर मतम solve तब ngam के 1992 गी Los Angeles गी राइट असे पुलिस ना black man अमबु पुलिस मरीना black man अमबु तमथिना फुरो मतुंगदा थोकिबा racism गी राइट असे federal law enforcement तौर मतुंगदा solve तब ngam के 2019 अमसुंग 2020 दा थोकिबा Chilean protest असे कमाई तौर को solve तोकी हाइबा तारबदी सपोदर की बेंच ना खंबी दुना यंबियो अनोबा constitution law अमा सेम दुना solve तोकी बने मसिदा political dialogue नु solve तोबंगम दबो अथोक मयाम पिट्रिबिद लेरे अदुगा हाइबिरकनी world war फाव द political dialogue नु solve तोबंगम मेना अबु तसेना world war से कमाई solve तोकी बनो हाइबा तारगदी military cylinder तौरब मतुंगदा अंगम फोटुना political dialogue की मरम द वारी सानर मतम तोकी बने तसेमति मसे political dialogue नते military cylinder na maram warga thokiba lotion kiba lanfam am oigada bane aduga ngasai mamang da supporter events na yamna quote na yamna haibirame modudi an eye for an eye making the whole one blind na mahatma gandhi na haibiram ba hayado aina masida haijani modi aina mahatma gandhi na haijari wafam se la le haijabi wafam nate masi yamna chume mahatma gandhi ase india da na tana pitribi pumba gi luching ba mani mahakna balance natabanan balance asabu support tawrna bagi makta phukana gi bani makta amasung aman amabu laman khumna duna mahan tan bagi thok se thok tan bagi makta yamna kan honor ma misang amane adu hadak 23rd January param para divas pangthokiba ma ki mapok numit ko khani kai khumnariba netaji subhash chandra bose kiming ta daba kana yarom gane hoi ta daba di yarom moi adu khang daba di yarom bai netaji subhash chandra bose india gi freedom da yamna chawa chawa thodang amdi rawe मसीमक्सु अयन हाइजन यमदुदी हाइबा लौरिबा थोक्रिबा रायोट्स म्याम थोक्रिबा लान म्याम इंडिया द थोक्रिबा मणिपुर थोक्रिबा म्याम असे political dialogue न solve तब ngam गदब ओरगदी असयाम मिसि म्या कैदोबगी मालेम सिदा थोरमि न हाइबसिने अदुगा तसेना सी वाजि कैनोदि ओरे अदुबु इंडिया अमसुंग मणिपुर दा ब्रिटिश लैंगांग न थालोमि बसे अखोइना तानकिबा पोसक अमत नतेबा मखोइना चचरगेना कखलकपदगी चतकिबा पोसकने करिगुम्बा अखोइना तानबा ngam पोसक ओबेर तारगदि असयाम सांगलबा सही सामयाम से कैदोबगी सुम लेरमि बुन हाइबसिने पिथोमि पोसक असे ब्रिटिश ना पिनिंग दना पिथोम पोसक ने लोइनम लैंगांग से कखलगा पिथोमि पिसक ने अदुगा सुयंग व्यू मिस्टर स्पीकर सर Article 371 clause C the Manipur the tribal areas in the Mamagi tribal affairs ki tonganba administration namadi pizza duna dumak lagli masi lain kari ga muta separate administration taliban haibse masi su khandab ama change aduga India haibalinga ase federal junataba unitary junataba quasi federal oibalinga ne masi na takpi maramdi ngalingai matamdigi मिफुम खुदिंग मन खंगदुना लाएबा अखोइना खंगद्रबसु अचो सांगनदि खंगदुना लाए मरमदि करिनो हाइबा मतमदा थोलिबा थोदो खुदिमक से पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग खक्तना सॉल्व तब ngमोय महात्मा गांधी की लिचिंग मखादा थाजदना तुंग इदुना चतप मिसंग मोइजबा तारगसु मणिपुर से कनाना लोक्सन की हाइबसे मिफुम खुदिंग मन खंगद्रबा वफम अमनेबा अदुना क्वासी फेडरल रिलीजन जे थममे थममिमगी मरमदि थोलिबा इरांग सिंग असिबु शासन तब ngमनबा मखोइना तौनिंग ममोंदा तब ngमनबा samna harba aina haiba yaraga de aphawa saba aina haiba yadraga namfu sawa ekta tawagi thongse masi tawnaba tawba yanaba gi tamsung chathaduna lak le habse ai jagan thamjene Mr. Speaker sir Article 356 ta India gi president tawdu leita taba state amabu president rule thamagi hagado piduna lai adu Article 355 ta na sumna sungpali maramdi kari karam asumna supali madudi state amagi tangdu leita daba phibam sing se central na solve tawda me haiduna Ah, na jin wa pham di cookie la le hare cookie na mu mai te je mu la le hare kana ta na ga dori bano ba cookie na mu mai te la le hare mai te na mu cookie la le hare na kana ne kim fung khudi mang na di ama la le na loina thangjin na re ba adu ba ina literature di gi wahai kharadang wari kharadang lejen ye mayam de madu di virgin gi any ta any lesna Tronas pu ha le ba du ga Rome foundation to gi mami ma tam ba ho khi ba ta siang na mak any les sa Trojan war matung da Italy da lak pu fosak ne ba mafam du da khunda le ta du na le raga mafam du gi ram tu moin occupy ta roga Tronas pu Italy gi Tronas pu ha tu na Rome foundation to gi aso ba thoda ama lok pa gi mami ma tam ba gi mami to adu da ut le ba miyo ba gi lichat ta miyo ba gi puari da masi ma de dum chathuduna yauduna la e madudi masana masagi top top maram pamjaba masana masagi top top le fam pamjaba se hongna sani namfu do gera namfu na tabadu gera Mr. Speaker sir masi thamjriba thank you
Aroiba learned debaters from opposition bench. Langamba Yumnam. He is from opposition bench. Langamba Yumnam from opposition bench.
With the permission of Mr. Speaker, in the opinion of the House, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. The motion is absolutely wrong and needs to be withdrawn from the House. Therefore, I stand here to oppose the motion, for which I request you to permit me to put forward my arguments before the House. Mr. Speaker, before proceeding my arguments, let us first define what this motion means. Peace is a state where clashes, conflicts, and insurgencies are resolved and does not occur, such that it ensures safety as well as security of the communities in the state. Next, normalcy, according to this motion, refers to the restoration of a stable economic as well as government affairs, such that it is not affected by the crisis of conflicts on various parts of the state. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, political dialogue, according to this motion, refers to a structured communication between the two conflicting communities to bring negotiations such that it is resolved without any violence and peacefully. Mr. Speaker, in terms of bringing normalcy in Manipur, we need to discuss, does this normalcy mean the normalcy which occurred when there was the kings, when monarchy was in place in Manipur, or does this normalcy refers to the one that occurred before the May 3rd event, which was an unfortunate event of 2023? Mr. Speaker, as we all know, the monarchy system where peace was there between the valleys as well as the hills could no longer be revived back. So let us remove this problem. Let us now focus on the normalcy state where it occurred before the May 3rd event, where Meitei as well as the Kuki communities lived together, especially in Churchampur. Mr. Speaker, this normalcy itself is an unfortunate event which is not feasible in this state. The reason being that, can honorable members from the opposition bench guarantee me that through political dialogue, this 70,000 internally displaced people, especially from Churchampur, can return back to their own homes in Churchampur, where their houses have now been burned down, where those lands have already, where their houses is no longer there? Can they return back to Churchampur and live peacefully there with their neighborhoods, especially with the Kuki communities, Mr. Speaker? Next, let us talk about political dialogue. I agree, and we all agree from this opposition bench, that political dialogue indeed is one of the solutions to bring peace and normalcy in Manipur, Mr. Speaker. But what we are standing against is that it is not the only solution, and it cannot be the only solution, because the complexities in Manipur is too much, that such that only on the table, due to some paperwork, it can't solve it at all. Let us talk about political dialogue, whether it can even occur in this state right now or not. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, the demand of the Kuki community, they state themselves is a separate administration in the form of a union territory with legislature. And the Meitei community insists on not breaking the territorial integrity of Manipur. 1/6 is on separate land, 1/6 on the unity of the territorial integrity of this very place. Mr. Speaker, this brings us to a deadlock such that both the communities refuses to step back to have a compromisation. Political dialogues, as honorable members from both the supporting bench as well as the opposing bench already admitted that it needs compromisations from both the communities. Mr. Speaker, currently both the communities refuses to step back on their own stand. Therefore, political dialogue itself is not feasible in today's date, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, let us talk about peace. Mr. Speaker, let me remind of an event that occurred in Manipur itself, the Kuki-Naga conflict that occurred in 1992. Honorable members, everyone, as we all know from knowledge, we know that it was solved through political dialogue. But is it really solved, Mr. Speaker? Let us take an example. Its epicenter was More, where the Naga-Kuki conflict occurred. Mr. Speaker, due to that very conflict, till this date, after having been a decade, the Naga communities have their own villages was already overtaken by the Kuki community, and till this day, they cannot even return to their own homes, Mr. Speaker. How can political dialogue alone solve and bring normalcy in Manipur, Mr. Speaker? This is a prominent example. Next, let us talk about this political dialogue again. Honorable members keep on repeating that political dialogue is the only solution, It is not, Mr. Speaker, political dialogue is not the only solution. A prominent example is the Bosnian War of 1992 to 95, where the Bosniaks, the Kurds, as well as the Serbs, they all had an ethnic conflict, which led to mass atrocities as well as genocides in Srebrenica. This was tried to be solved through a political dialogue known as the Vance-Owen Plan of 1993. However, Mr. Speaker, it led to a failure. Instead, it was solved through an accord in 1993 through a peace resolution with including military interventions of NATO as well as post-war improving programs such that both the communities where there is divisions and where there's conflict needs to be resolved, they were given on various programs such that they were peace at all, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, military intervention is also very much necessary. Let us take in today's state itself, Mr. Speaker, more than 50,000 personnel have already been deployed in Manipur, but till this day, Mr. Speaker, there is no peace at all. In the bordering areas, there is still gunfights, and we hear it every day. We hear so much dead that there has already been 200 deaths, Mr. Speaker. Until this day, today, we are taking it as a normalization. How can we take this as a normalcy, Mr. Speaker? Now, talking about peace, Mr. Speaker, if we remember of this Naga-Kuki conflict, not only that, let us also remember about this Israel and Palestine conflict, Mr. Speaker. They signed an accord in 1993 as the Oslo Accord, 1993, between the Israel and Palestine conflict, Mr. Speaker. But till this day, we know that there is a conflict and it has not solved at all. So political dialogue alone cannot solve at all, Mr. Speaker. The motion is very much wrong. It also needs a lot of actionable reformations such that it is also implemented, not only taking it on papers and saying we can do this. It is not an election manifesto such that the political parties, the political members lie to their own people, promising them of a utopia which is not possible at all, Mr. Speaker. Today, we need the ground harsh reality. We need to check on the ground reality such that actions are being done and through which it can be proven. Now, we realize that political dialogue in today's date is not possible at all, but we also agree political dialogue in some time in the future, it shall occur. But today, we are not discussing whether it will occur today or not. We are discussing whether political dialogue alone can solve or not. And today, we, the honorable members from the opposition bench, deny that it alone cannot solve. Mr. Speaker, let me also remind that it's not only of territorial disputes that is occurring in Manipur, it is also of economic inequality that occurs. The main reasons the Kuki community, they claim is that development are occurring in the valley areas and the hill areas and the rural areas. There's no development at all in terms of transportation or in terms of education or in terms of job sectors. Mr. Speaker, this is a failure of the government, and they need to solve this socio-economic problems needs to be solved such that peace can be brought up, Mr. Speaker. Only then will they be ready to talk. An example is the Bodoland Accords, Mr. Speaker, that occurs in Assam. It is not a political dialogue alone that solved it. It also included a 1,500 development package. Only then there was peace in the very area, Mr. Speaker. Now, lastly, honorable members, Honorable Prime Minister as well as the External Affairs Minister also admitted that the conflict in Manipur is due to influx of illegal immigrants in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, this can be only solved when the border fencing is done properly. 388 kilometers which is left unfenced. When it is fenced, only then it can be solved. And hence, due to these various reasons, the government, they also need to take actions. They need to take measures in bringing peace, and at the same time, all the communities, the neutral parties as well as the other communities should also be ready to have a political dialogue. And only then will peace and normalcy in Manipur be achieved through political dialogue. And it is not the only solution, not only political dialogue, but it also need other measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Hojik si debate si lore. Aduna sai House the motion ji move to bigiba first mover and recase. Minute kya lobby ke ahum logira manga logira. Minute ahum lobby ro. Next na thoksom sanathoi ready lebiu minute ahum logo daba. Judge singi jury singi marksi tinjan binanaba organizing secretary kari mayam lokshin biro si loraga jury singwa khara khara ngang ni adu bomong da loishin biu khudakta lauthok si natradi NPP corruption to wai mo hai ni aduna lokshin biro jury singji cha ahok bomom bitha di phani speaker yauna now Enriquez, please take your time. There is not more than 3 minutes.
Speaker Sardaki permission logger kanda. Koi supplement point oina makasa thajarakpada. Koi House dang asisa koi hagi samang na move to duna satharakliba. Koi ngasi House ki motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Hai besidai khana rakliba koi debate asidai da koi opposition side longi observation koi yam kum na tare adu hek han bata badadi sumba manba sumdi sumdaba am adu ki summa thakta self contradictory oiba observation mayam ma khoi na phangjai si khakte sunatana makha tara koi na yam su nongning ba poina moina panjarabada opposition side longi koi honorable members singna ngangbiramba haibiramba poinama koi political dialogue asi usoki loisalakpada yenba thumgumbundane haibirami ado lakse ningli ba wafamdi loisalakpada yeliba thumduna khut hama kanda usop to chaba to kadawrimni aduna political dialogue sina hairiba solution asi loisalama tungdu daida koi shanti hanjalakna ba Manipur mahousa gi phibamda hanjalakna ba honamina si haiba wafamse thamjage aikoi mamangdagi opposition side longi honorable members singna thambirakliba hangbirakliba wahang sing asi koi taro ro kanda ikoi di koi ngasi gi house da phambiriba proceeding chathabiriba yaubiriba learned member khudimo ikoi treasury bench longi maikai da gidi yamna awang ma thak ta khanjabani adubu ngangthurakliba wafam khuni ma kupna taro ro kanda motion asi da yauriba peace hai je kanano kaina hangakbugumba political dialogue se kanaga tawnaga da buro kaina hangakbugumba hai re wahang sing ase taro ro kanda opposition side longi honorable members sing ase ikoina awang ba thaki miyoi singni na khanjaru budu thajaba khitang koi da mangbagi phibam lei paukhum amo oina pijarabada motion asi da yauriba peace aji kanano kaina hangbirakpodu akoi mi mamingda thonba adugi peace shanti du nate akoina laksaning lebo wafam di khangdragasu amuktang waro wiro speaker gi through the pakhum bijage akoi Oxford English Dictionary na piba peace sai base freedom from disturbance natre haragana a state or period in which there is no war haiba madugi peace tuni khangjan biyo ngasi dagi aduga political dialogue si kanaga kanagi marakta tawnaga da buno haiba du dei tielaba matam loisalakpagi remedy sida aina panjadragasu agi mangna ngangbi kheba koi treasury bench longi honorable members sing na macha khaina thambigre loisalakpasi da laksaning liba wafam di Manipur sidaida thoibe irang asidaida haktheng na akoigi masibu control tawgadaba yengsen gadaba Indian government Manipur government makoina tumina laikhiba asi pendabagi damakta solution porangna bagi damakta makoina initiative lobira kana political dialogue tawnabiu aduga Manipur mahousa gi phibam da hanjen hanbiu haijabani ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯈꯪꯉꯤ Indian Constitution ki article number 355 ki matung ina Manipur da thoibe irang asi ekoi external aggression ni haiba makoina phongdokhiba wafam na mayek singna takchare maram asina Indian Constitution ki article number 355 ki matung ina Central government is responsible for protecting states from internal disturbance and external aggression haibache Bharat Samvidhana piduna leiraba wafam amani masi khangna makoina tabak amata tawdagai thawoina yengduna leiriba asi tahon danabagi damakta aikoi mari leinaba stakeholders sing phaminara kanda tawba yaba political dialogue tawminara kanda Manipur bu mahousa gi phibam da hanjel hanna bo honasi haiba wafam se thamjaraga aji khakta sunatana aikoi ahan bada opposition side long ki honorable member sing se masing yambiram bani adubu motion sidi oppose tawthura kanda last sumambadagi amamam satnagi ani satnagi sum se chakui sum hangawre masina dum taksara bani aduna motion naji pass tawbada matik charaba motion nama oibna masigi motion nasibu house floor gi pass tawbina bagi damakta speaker sarge amadi house puning singchinjare thank you.
Thank you, Rikesh. Now, opposition bench ki leader, Thoksom Sanathoi. Sanathoi, take your time. Minute home.
With the permission of Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, as a leader of the opposition bench, Honorable Speaker, sir, ngasigi support the bench the phambiriba members in ngasigi house the pukhalkliba motion asi iram the Manipur asi the lairiba praja singbu lan lamjing nana honorakpa asida aroiba aigi concluding remark oina ngasi iram the Manipur bu lan lamjing gadaba asidagi kalhauna nabagi aigi concluding remark Honorable Speaker, sir, gi mafamda support the bench na thambiramba statement sing question tawjaba oina Honorable Speaker, sir, gi mafamda mathang nau nai thamjage ihan han bamaktada ngasi iram the Manipur da thokliba structural amadi cultural violence ki core issue asi kari no haibasi miam punna ihan han bamaktada khangminaba yamna mak darkar tai ngasi iram the Manipur da thokliba irang asi ki core issue sing adudi ihan han bada illegal immigrants ki issue opium cultivation ki issue narco terrorist activities singi issue aduga recently suspension of operation ki wathok issue sing asina maram oiraga iram da Manipur da ngasidi achauba wathok sing asi thoglakpani. Honorable Speaker, sir, we all the members of the opposition members, we do agree the fact that political dialogue is the must, but the question arises over here is that kana political dialogue tawgadawrib no haibasi achauba wahang amani. Honorable Speaker, sir, support the bench the phambiriba members in the jarimba wahang di ngasigi political dialogue asi center amasung state lengaka aina yada mawongda yamna ningtamba leibak amada illegal immigrant oina sanglagliba mi sing asiga political dialogue tawgadawribra ani subda center amasung state lengaka drug thariba poppy plantation tawriba mioi sing aduga political dialogue tawgadawribra ahum subada India ki leijariba Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita aduga formerly IPC amadi criminal procedure court pu legal system pu khongau naramaga narco terrorist activities sing they involved tawriba terrorist singa iramdam gi leiriba center amasung state lenga ka political dialogue tawgadawribra haibasi achauba wahang amani hairiba board asi support the bench the phambiriba members na understand tawpham thoi aigi ani suba point ta nahan makai support the bench the phambiriba members na tumduna leiruraga ngasi mak makeup thoklaga political dialogue haibagi wafam asi topiu masigi sabsabu khudam haibu I would like to remind this house to the especially to the members of the supporter bench is that 23rd October 2023 the Ministry of Home Affairs na already rudimentary oiba mawongda tripartite peace talk ama violence thadok ma haina mutually decision ama lawkhrabani where decision to the violence thadok ma haina lawkhiba taragasu ngasi makfauba violence thadok taba asina clearly political dialogue tawraga iram the Manipur da shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjanhallakpa haibasi oithok tabu wafam amani haibasi clearly state tawbana maram oraga motion asi aranba motion ni haina thamjabani. Honorable Speaker, sir, I get ahum suba point ta KNLF ki president Tiger amasung Hizang Misona social media da yamna openly and loudly ngasi iram da Manipur da thoklibi irang asi perpetuate ta honnadaba honagadavni haina social media da clear and openly hairaba phawbada asigumba aggressor singbu leiriba center amasung state lengaka political dialogue tawgadabani haiba targadi my question over here is that India is a sovereign country in which Manipur is a part of it, and India never accepts security threat as it is. And moreover, support the bench the phambiriba members na iramdam gi India gi leiriba constitution bu khongau na ba kaidong nung da sinbiganu. Honorable Speaker, sir, last but not the least, my appeal to all the supporter members of all the supporters bench is that Article 371C of the Indian Constitution na Scheduled Tribe category the piriba special protection amadi safeguard aduna maram oiraga illegal immigrant cookies sing asi ayambana iramdam Manipur da thomjilaga iramdam da assimilate tawraga scheduled Article 371C of the Indian Constitution na Scheduled Tribe category the piriba special status the maram oiraga illegal immigrants sing asibu incentivize tawraga ngasidi illegal immigrant ge negative fallout ama oina iramdam Manipur da ngasigi irang asi thoklakpani supporter bens the phambiriba members sing na thamjaramba wafam da constitutional amendment asi political dialogue tawraga constitutional amendment ama tawgadavdi hai Honorable Speaker sir supporter bens the phambiriba members sing na India ki constitution bu hana marit chumna India ki constitution bu yamna munna understand tobiu karamba India ki constituency ki provision da constitutional amendment asi political dialogue tawraga constitutional amendment tawba yai habasi karamba India ki constitution ki provision da khairamba ke Honorable Speaker sir maram asina ihan han mamak da India ki constitution bu khongau na basin biganu India, the country India is beyond and above everything. India ki constitution bu khongok na basin biganu India ki constitution bu understand tawraga iramdam gi leiriba country sibu govern tawriba constitution sibu respect tawraga different provisions sing constitution makha da thamlimliba asigi framework ki manung da satlaga India ki constitution bu aran ba maung da iramdam gi leiriba praja sing asibu karisu lairik la shu haitaba karisu khangdaba miyoi ama oina guide tawbiganu Honorable Speaker sir maram asina supporter bens na ngasi Pukhalakliba motion iramdam Manipurda shanti amasung mahousa gi phibam hanjanhallakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana oithokpa ngamgani hariba motion asi mathakta thamjakriba already aigi introductory remark aduga concluding remark asina different dimensions tagi yengba matamda aran ba yumfam yawda motion amo oibana ngasigi prime mover na ngasigi house the move tawramlaba motion asi amukka han reconsider tawraga aikoi amatoina tungi khunai gi damakta yamna chaukhatpa iramdam Manipur peace and harmony oiba iramdam Manipur amagi damakta ngasigi house the pukhalakliba motion asi amatoina unanimously withdraw tawraga iramdam Manipur yamna chaukhatpa peace and harmony leiba iramdam Manipur ama sabgal asi haiba wafam asi thamjaraga Honorable Speaker sir dagi kananabi athang nugjari thank you
Sanathoi mayamju house ki member ngatani lengsin biri se sai how de loina loi tabiri ni nako speaker aiju ani maktai adum ama wintawi aidi aiju withdraw togadra natraga motion ji pass togadra gyanam ta deba aduna hojik si lengsin biri ba mayamna ai ahan bagi motion ji pass tobining bangai khudam thagapiyo House ki motion ji pass to bining bangai khudam thangapiyo okay ang ta khanbiu da house ki motion ji pass to bining bangai khudam thangapiyo ikai binu kaino si house ni kaino okay yare waro bibi adre lakpiri ba leibiri ba house ki member me amji ki khud thangar pasi yengjiraga motion ji pass to pam the gi mong de leire aduna hoji motion ji withdraw to gadra habi wafam mulai and as a convention speaker oina aina ngasi gi motion house ki motion ji kai khali noi kai khali pass to ninge ba aduga aseng bagi hayadi magi treasury bench su opposition bench su yankanda no opposition bench ki mi myam chakhibje masi hayadi house tagi withdraw to ba nata the pass to ren pay ba kai khali okay Manipur ki speaker adagi India ki speaker adu dadi khangdre ko misam khayam naib dong tong na mali ai di debate ki ni na ne achum masum logjirage motion je pass to jidre withdraw tore khoi mak teli to bo loidringai gi sida sum jury sing no mai mot khara pining ba leini bihum juthui aidi angang sing akhoi debater sing sida su kanai dana ko aduna ahan bada khoi ujano ni kai khumnajar bajano ni na matam kitang lobi gatra uza.
Thank you, everyone. Mr. Speaker, Oibigiba, amasung ay colleague jury members and participants and audience. I respect Uchari. I'll take about 5 minutes. I have an NPYF initiative. I am not Tagachani. Karigino have Matamda, Wangang the Bahibse, Kunaya Magitangai for the Nachang Bamacha Masiba Kuna public culture Koi. Hen and why repeating a sea, Mahiro in a how we sing na Yam the Toy Yauna, Ngambiba. Aduga maming panjadraga su aina yam impressed wa giba opposition gi bench ta su yauzei aduga tragedy bench ta su yawi yam nungai ekhuzu learning oiba moment ama phangi aikhoi gi manipur dang si khoi ngangnari basida yamna nungnang ba madi yawi debaters sing sida aikhoi si karam haina hingogadagi haibagi concern ama, and I think that reflects that we are living with a sleeping conflict, what Johan Galtung calls as negative peace, and I would call it sleeping conflict. Anytime it can wake up and put you in trouble. That's a very, very concerning situation. Second point, peace purakpa gi matang sida debate haibasi khana naba yana naba gi competition gi model puthorakpani sida puthoi sidi maroina akoina house da assembly da parliament hek puthok padu maina di puthokta ba bill gumba su oina tawi adada ina opposition bench amasung treasury bench da hangni treasury bench ki problem sina tawgodori ba peace dialogue asi kana gano haibasi akoi gi mover na khadi attempt tawrami adubo mover na tawrami di amna pakti pak pa chawba aduga pointed with the Bahaitare. I think that was a big lacuna in the entire process as raised by the treasury bench. Makogi wangang loy kuding magna ayambana tawduri ba dialogue si kanagano karino karamba issue da tawduri no haibasigi bill si ta puthorakta ba si treasury bench ki awacha ba mani ana khali. Opposition bench ki problem sina karigino harakanda wangang loy mayam ji thola ga member mayam ji agreement tawna ba Adaidi peace ki building process to basi dialogue ki manung chandi hainaba oina honarak pasi yawi adudagi bathak da su amuk opposition bench tadi lairaga conflict haibasi di wari yotai saraga tawbadamni haibagum basudum haibi yawi adana masigi akoi ki yamna finally akoina argument tawbadab area du da treasury bench amasung opposition bench anima ki weakness khar uba phangi mado akoina matung tarpa debate sing da khar semdo haningi haibasi mathamni aroi bada treasury bench amasung opposition bench ani sina soi ki baji kadai dono haragati tawriba issue asi political dialogue asi meitai ku kuki gi oina khaktang ubadong toi karigino haibi topic sira di bill sira di pandi meitai su kuki su adana magi canvas asi amna pick na ugi ba haitare hena chawba problem amana muk Manipur gi wari ji khanar pamatana meitai gi wari ona tawna ngangba dawna tawbasu members sing sida uba, and it actually disheartens my entire political consciousness because you're shrinking your own ideas about the idea of Manipur. Masima bench anida ikan hainingi topic asida bill asida community amatagi maming pande adona khanar pamatamda ngasigi bill asi khanabada meitai amsu kuki gi wari oina chatkiba asisu aikoi gi miyang sandaba members singi wakhalni haina idilose masima miyam gi mihut oina khara section hangi haibsani maramdi miyam gi mihut ni haidana ngasi lairiba mayam sesu miyam da pen da bakya lainariba matamni aduga peace amasung dialogue tawna ba haibase aigi wakhalda infrastructure and hainingi aikoina dialogue tawna doriba political process ma tawna doriba sigi my environment ma changeba madu aikoina infrastructure hana kobiyai khudamoina e da public culture ma leiba khunai ma han batai aikoina ngasai opposition bench ki member amana sukana haibi khiba akoigi lamsida wangang ba yaraktaba phaba punba tawba aki akhangi phibam ma lakpa siguma mayam se akoigi public culture directly threat tawi adana aigumba researcher amana di sigi public culture kanjanabagi wakhalon si amna phawi aduga ngasi member oiriba singnasu adugi public culture dubu kannabagi damakta miyam ni mihut oina thakali bani haibase kauba yade haibasini Ani shubada, I coin a peace, amasung dialogue tone of hives abstraction the tone of yati. Yam the platonic of a process, amenity, Masidi am the pragmatic of a process, many Madudane institutions, innovations of institutions to address the problems that we are confronting with. Number C, I quay member, amasung a kunais constantly the democratic worldviews in Sequena, Hengat and Batai. Kudamoina Manipur Giwani Sanabada Furu Makatagi Wakal Kalaga Saba, Natragana, political movement Tawutra Kanlup Naibamong the Toba, Punama City Democratic Worldview Yaudaba Wakaloni, Maramaduna, Haidiba Worldview sings the democratized Tawdaba Taragadi, Ikoina Pamliba, peace process dialogue was it Tobangamde, Karigan Hydematic Saba infrastructure ado. Equal late Hainalawi. Ahum Subada, I hang a Pukachaning idea, Mana Hosik ethnocentric homeland you from Yankan like Kamlup Naibale Park Semga the Buni Haidana, as I debated Amana Supalami, I in a swagi public speech the Amangzabani, otherwise the Amakatan Haining Badi, I koigi, Kamlup Naiba Wakal Kanbasi, Maike, Amakatana Kanba Mande, Maike Kayade, Kanaba, Aduga Kamlup Ki Miang the Gi Kunayam Sungrani, Toba Sina, I koigi. Matam sang level political culture do the amna chawba chai thing piba si ai khoi gumba mi amada di amna nuai zadaba wazaba phawi maram di ai khoi gi future si yamna mak sleeping conflict ama gi maikai da sangsilakba hekta makeup tholakpa da hekta hanarak ba yaba phibam ma semgat pra habi aki baduna maram orga ai khoi gi marakta leriba khenaba sing asi leiraga su ai khoi gi marakta manaba kaya su lei haibasi su ai khona kawba yade Haibasina, I could give Kenabasing as the absolute way day, Haibas and Hasina, Kalani, Haibadri. Aduga, Wakalon, Kaluki Wakalon, some Sangsin Kibasina, Amamba Tanel Amada, Amamba Surung Amada, Sumak Sankiba, Amamba Surung Adre Sankiba, Natana, Surung Dugi, Manung, the Chum Tang Makong Ti, Bagum Toba, political ideologies, Mam Kalup Naibamong, the Polak Pasina, I could give political future as Sikari, Wagati Habsi, Yam Mummy Haibatari. Maduna Nasitin Biriba, member sing Amasung Kunayasina, Naina Biba Matamda, Adugi, Langar to the Nabagi, Machak sing, infrastructure sing, Sangat Pasina, a Koi Manipur can get already Haibasi political party sing as so, me and Sana Yang Labadi Leba say, Shakat Pangani Haibsini. Loishalam died in hiding Base, I Koina, Kanluki over Wakalda, I Koina Yangba, I could political worldview sing si community the learn picture like pase matam go chuna daba philosophy matam go chuna do political ideas oirak pasina Manipur dang asidi masigumba wakhalon sing se manghan nabagi adugumba yamna ningthiba political worldview sing democratic culture amasung sigumba debate chathariba public culture se semgat ba mathautai public culture asi aikona kalhauda ba taraga dictatorial ba khunai lo namra changkini adu akoina matam sangna sagalakpa adu mangasai palliba democracy 1947 constitution 1949 the lotion ki bagi wari punuma tugi adugi nungnang ba sing ado makha tanamak adumak leikhigani haibagi thazaba chingnaba adusu engonda fawi aroi bada aikoina ngasi piriba ideas sing ase aina haibana chummi haiba langadru thugadra natragana gi langadru tholaga chatna bayaba political worldview amada aikoi thajagadra haibasi hangba taragadi aina khanjabada political sciences su yawba aikona su khara hena nainajaba aikogi aikona political propositions ama thamba matam siresida akogi value amadi yawpham thoi hariba value asi yariba makhai malem sida leriba amasung humanity ba khunai singsina yagada political value sing adu puthokpa aduna institutions singi mathau oigadabani miyang leaders singi mathau oigadabani aduna hariba value system adu puthokpa yana dabak tamudri political dialogue ama tawba mathau tai haibase political dialogue ama tawdaba taragadi karigidamakta problem lakani haiba society ado militarized torokani society ado conflict holakani aduna mugnari ba mayam se aikhoina democratically lotion si hairabadi aikhoida wari shabang ngambagi awat apa hangnaba ngambagi adugi innovative oiba thauna ado leitrabadi aikhoi masel phunaba hanaba amasung aduga ironana khoi khunaya se lanmi sing langoi chankibana tana thoidok po option leiroi haiba wakhalona sida aigi oinadi ngasigi motion se yamnamak support tawjai. Thank you very much.
Next, Ma'am Srima, Madam Khalovi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected speaker of today's debate, respected jury members, and people in the audience. Ihan makta de hagna iko kumna kai kumna butchari. Thudokna ai haningai lekte akhoi ozano ni ne yam phazana debate sigi process amasung award pa soiba yam point out toraga thambirame yamna harauzai kaigino haiba matamda sumaina yamna ningba kairaba yamna thawai nungaitaba matam asida akhoi gi haurak liba inkhalak liba akhoi students sing haitare mukhoina yang launa sigumba debate asida masing yamna participate toraga fazaba idea me am puthok pirak pasi urakanda Manipur se ashama di uri habase haksi na thaje asigumba debate competition asibu sinbi bagi damakta NPYF pu hanna thagachari debate se khakta sunatana essay competition amasu sinbi habasi ha khangjai essay competition dugi just ha oijabanina yamna thagatba phongdokchari tungda su debate essay competition ain hapsang jaring badi poetry ki competition su to view extempo speech ki competition tu so view karigino haiba matamda ningkha tambagi wahai wata sing sidi saireng gumba art kumba da phongtokpana hena sakti leibani masi ehak thamjage aduga saireng amusung art pu yam pamjaba mioi ama oina nupi ama oina ehak saireng amakhak ai isagi ju thamjaramge aduga madu thamdringai du da ehakna shero shairi se ehak yamna pamjai masigi inspiration se angang ringai de su pamjare tobu 2019 da ehak Jamia Millia Islamia Delhi da refresher course amakhak ehak December thada yauzarui Jamia da aina refresher course ama yawus da akhoi nadi Muslim gi institution Islam institution ne khoi khan ma khallaga changu bado aduki matik aidi aran ba wakhal ma oirame aduki matik democratic oi aduki matik nongai aduki matik humanitarian ethos yauna ma khoine pangthoi madudari da classic amai tawge da refresher course ki resource person se laktaba numita shero shairi tawe adugi shero shairi kharaduna aingon kayam yamna ithil pige habada ngasi su adugi ithil duna thawai nuai taba ningba kai bagi wakhalo lakpa matamda shero shairi paraga adum phagat pa yai adu mioi bagi punsi se nuai ba ngakta natte ningba kai ba lakani awa ba lakani madugi matamdu da poetry arts in akhoi bukan mangam mi haizari ba masi akhoi yamna luna lobum thoi गालिब न सुमाइना हैरामी हमदा आई उर्दू दा हाइजगे गो उम्र भर गालिब यही भूल करता रहा धूल चेहरे पे थी और आईना साफ करता रहा मैं आप खंगबिरंगनी आई अमतंग हाइजगे गो पुंसी सुबा गालिब न अरान बथबा अमा सोय बथबा मा दुम तौ लेरमेबा माइदा मोलगा मिसेन दो कन्न तागा सेंगदोक लेरमेबा Senegal in the Haramis. A documentic article and Yavada. Shigi, Shire, poem, sentence, any cactusina, a koi punsikan mangam Hazariba. Magi power say. See Haraga is Habaka is ever saying about Tizaram gay. Yam Tienba saying a say, I give Wakalda, Hapta Amani, Hamani, see some luck the Rogal Libani, Adubu, Nasigi Shigumba, platform Sida, Hana presento, we hidena, saying a say, Hana. Consolidate to body, ngarang, a secret consolidate to body, a swabi yaruga sumayamna, nakpigan. I guess hearing a say, Ming Tonjadre, Mayamna Dumsana, Yegaga, Ton Bibasi. Nang na kalakna, mitaru riba egi haksanga say. Kanana kangani, nongba. Yon tok lamba suyai, Nayatara amada, lambigi tidai the leptuna. Napi sintaru ranu aibu nungsi haiduna singya uraga kunya kungangi taklaba lambi uraga nangna pangkre hariba kunaya si uraga sinthana ba khao nangi napido nang ai kwa matap ama lana khisira huzikpo natraga khutlai ama lana sira lauro matam yore thing tharoni warep ado ngai ruranu kauthok lo khaluranu haibadi yamna lai adubu ngasi su ngairam khini mama kharadi musi musiba podon do paiduna sukhan halaklaroreba masasingbu kunthok kayagi wari li khoge khudam kaya pi khoge iramdam se aigi iramdam ni hainabagi damak thoidokna thiraroi si nang aigi I kanane heli sengba leimaida takhibada turiel senthakibada maheu rol dagi sintharak liba imai ben singi ikhengna nganglainaraba lehause hena nganghanbada nang aigi ina khetnana mateng pangloi mayam puno pukrumje
Memgi sailing sida debate su kai su lo yaure matang sidi kai kumnajar bai gi uza nuksijar ba uza kunjo
kai kumnajar ba ngasigi debate sigi speaker lengsin biriba guessing aduga debaters akhoi oza noniga akhoi madam gana loi haidok pirame ai di thoina hainingari te ado aina haijaning baje ngasigi debate se debaters je kharadi yam phagre hoi sai oza nonin haibadu maina akhoina manipur gi hauju leriba topics da hairi ji manipur da shanti amasung normalcy hanjalakpa haibani community ani je khatna bagi wana te koina hairi je ado maitaiga kuki khatangi waina pubadona sum tawkhre madu khak natabida debater khadi yam phajana performance pi akhoi kana ni heli haidoino na haibada khanbam khangdaba mikup yawki aduna karigumbada kanagumbamna position taraga aidi ta dega na haiba matamda maduna nakhoigi performance ta reflect tawgane na khangano akhoigi ngasigi daw ne khandopiyo kharadi yam phajana tawki hoi angang pamsa ma yam nuksibam kho yawi open debating competition oibina lakku erangani aduma yam nungsi ma na ngang bado aduma khoigi chimpha purga ngang bado na toba mathangda yam phaba debater oire khine khalli adagi de kana gumba kharna masa yam phajana horokun pamsa ngo yawgi mai do mo yam ta do malamaga khara tor tokhiba ngo yawgi masu ngang ba pronunciation ke yam ngai ta bado adagi khitang preparation to the word pa khara yawi mathangda hena phaba akhoigi kanoma debaters sing oirakane na khanje NPYF na ngasi tawrakli basi topic si akhoigi pass to border tawdabadu nataba aina khanjabadadi ngasai wazana su takpi gibaduni akhoi lambi makhak thirakpa male manipur se ngasi ware hana thengnabiramba hana leibiramba akhoigi manipur gi matam amagi hoi conflict marakta oiresu awana marakta oiresu suk yamna wabadi akhoi chahi tare khundak matamda tagi badu natana suk yamna wabadi thengna kidri manipur da aduga maitaina asuk yamna upai leitaba asuk yamna pangan somna manba masak amu thorok pasisu handak kisine maitai singsi agidi amuktang akhoi historical responsibility akhoi thauna lingzen adu akhoi wakhal miyeng nauna amuktang define to bachange na khanje nasai gi dro jano ni takpiram baduni akhoi debater singjina maitai khatang sum haiba manba ada manipur gi ransti wala sing gi marak tasu duga maitai gi population sing gi marak tagi ju maitai khaktagi wa sum ngang baje maitai nu siroi je haibadina te ko maitai na maitai khaktaba sum nu siradina aidi manipur je punna leimina ba yado mande maitai na maitai khakta nu sirei ngai kuki khakta nu sirakani naga su naga khakta nu sirakani pangan ju pangan khakta nu sirakani na khalle ide aduna maitai singna pukchel chau thokpa ma big brotherly attitude ama mityeng se aduga asuk kuiba sahi lising kaya asda aikoina kalakhiba lamdam je sidida aikogi pukchel chau thokpa khara pulap konsin bangamba sikon naukon bangamba aikogi wakhal miyeng ama khak changi na khanjai masi haibada maitai singi khalloi je haiba natte ado aikogi nuksibadi isa nuksibadi thamoida thamaga ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯃꯥ ꯃꯄꯥꯁꯤꯡꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯆꯥꯕꯨꯗꯨ ꯌꯣꯛꯈꯠꯄ ꯏꯆꯥꯅ ꯆꯩꯕꯗꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯈꯔ ꯈꯔ ꯇꯧꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯐꯒꯅꯦꯅ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯈꯟꯖꯕ ꯂꯩꯖꯩ ꯑꯩ ꯋꯥꯈꯜꯁꯦ ꯂꯥꯜꯂꯝꯕꯁꯨ ꯌꯥꯏ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯁꯨꯝ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯅꯤ ꯀꯣꯟꯅ ꯐꯔꯛꯈꯤꯅꯤ ꯁ꯭ꯋꯥꯏ ꯃꯇꯥꯡꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯁꯨ ꯑꯣꯖꯥ ꯅꯣꯅꯤꯒꯤ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯗꯨꯗ ꯁꯞꯄꯣꯔꯠ ꯇꯧꯖꯒꯦ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯁꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯅ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯁꯞꯄꯣꯔꯇꯔꯗ ꯍꯦꯟꯅ ꯃꯥꯔꯛ ꯄꯤꯈꯤꯕꯒꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯄꯣꯖꯤꯁꯟꯗ ꯃꯥꯔꯛ ꯄꯤꯗꯕꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯗꯤ ꯂꯩꯇꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯤ ꯄꯤꯌꯣꯔꯂꯤ ꯑꯣꯟ ꯃꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯄꯔꯐꯣꯔꯃꯦꯟꯁ ꯕꯦꯁꯗ ꯄꯤꯖꯈꯤꯕꯅꯤ ꯃꯥꯔꯛꯇꯤ ꯑꯩꯁꯨ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯁꯞꯄꯣꯔꯠ ꯇꯧꯖꯅꯤꯡꯉꯤ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒꯀꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯁꯦꯁꯁꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯐꯥꯎ ꯏꯅꯤꯁꯤꯌꯦꯠ ꯇꯧꯗ꯭ꯔꯤꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯦ ꯒꯣꯔꯃꯦꯟ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯅꯁꯨ ꯏꯅꯤꯁꯤꯌꯦꯠ ꯇꯧꯗ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒꯁꯦ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯠ ꯒꯣꯔꯃꯦꯟꯅꯁꯨ ꯇ꯭ꯔꯥꯏ ꯇꯧꯗ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯠꯀꯤ ꯂꯨꯆꯤꯡꯕꯁꯤꯡꯅ ꯀꯔꯤ ꯈꯜꯂꯒꯅꯣ ꯈꯪꯗꯕ ꯃꯑꯣꯡꯗ ꯄꯨꯂꯞ ꯄꯨꯟꯕ ꯌꯥꯗꯕ ꯃꯑꯣꯡꯗ ꯋꯥ ꯉꯥꯡꯕ ꯍꯦꯛ ꯇꯥꯖꯩ ꯃꯗꯨ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯇꯣꯛꯍꯟꯖꯅꯤꯡꯉꯦ ꯉꯁꯥꯏ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯕꯗꯨꯅꯤ ꯃꯩꯇꯩꯁꯤꯡꯅ ꯃꯩꯇꯩ ꯈꯛꯀꯤ ꯈꯟꯕꯁꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯈꯟꯕ ꯃꯥꯟꯕ ꯃꯑꯣꯡꯗ ꯊꯕꯛ ꯇꯧꯕꯁꯦ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯍꯣꯡꯗꯣꯛꯄꯤꯌꯨꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯑꯄꯤꯜ ꯇꯧꯖꯅꯤꯡꯉꯤ ꯃꯩꯇꯩꯁꯤꯡꯗꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯕꯨ ꯁꯦꯝꯒꯠꯂꯛꯈꯤꯕꯁꯦ ꯑꯇꯣꯞꯄ ꯀꯝꯃꯨꯅꯤꯇꯤꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯀꯟꯇ꯭ꯔꯤꯕ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯟꯁꯨ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯌꯥꯎꯏ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯕꯨ ꯍꯦꯛ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯖꯕ ꯏꯇꯤꯍꯥꯁꯇ ꯃꯩꯇꯩꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯏꯄꯥ ꯏꯄꯨꯁꯤꯡꯗꯨꯅ ꯆꯩꯊꯥꯔꯣꯜ ꯀꯨꯝꯕꯥꯕꯗ ꯏꯔꯝꯃꯤꯕ ꯅꯤꯡꯊꯧꯁꯤꯡꯗꯣ ꯃꯩꯇꯩ ꯅꯤꯡꯊꯧ ꯉꯥꯛꯇꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯏꯅꯤꯡꯊꯧꯁꯤꯡꯗꯨꯅ ꯄꯥꯜꯂꯝꯕ ꯉꯥꯛꯑꯝꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯝꯗꯝꯁꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯀꯟꯐꯝ ꯊꯣꯛꯏ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯁꯤ ꯀꯟꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯁꯤꯗ ꯈ꯭ꯋꯥꯏꯗꯒꯤ ꯆꯥꯎꯕ ꯊꯧꯗꯥꯡꯗꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯃꯥꯡ ꯊꯥꯅ ꯂꯧꯃꯤꯟꯅꯖꯩ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯈꯛꯇꯪ ꯃꯩꯇꯩ ꯈꯛꯇꯪ ꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤꯕꯒꯤ ꯋꯥ ꯁꯨꯝ ꯉꯥꯡꯉꯗꯤ ꯂꯩꯕꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯄꯨꯟꯕ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯔꯣꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣই ꯄꯨꯛꯆꯦꯜ ꯈꯔ ꯆꯥꯎꯊꯣꯛꯃꯤꯟꯅꯁꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯋꯥꯐꯝꯁꯦ ꯊꯝꯖꯔꯒ ꯑꯩ ꯃꯇꯥꯡꯁꯤꯗ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯖꯒꯦ
ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯑꯔꯣꯏꯕ ꯑꯩꯒꯤꯁꯨ ꯋꯥꯐꯝ ꯈꯔ ꯊꯝꯃꯒ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯒꯦ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯇꯦꯟꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯒꯦ ꯑꯩꯗꯤ ꯁꯥꯡ ꯉꯥꯡꯕꯅ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯗꯤ ꯃꯤ ꯄꯥꯈꯠꯅꯩ ꯅꯣꯡ ꯈꯣꯡꯗ꯭ꯔꯤꯐꯥꯎ ꯊꯥꯔꯣꯏ ꯉꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯇꯦꯟꯅ ꯉꯥꯡ ꯍꯟꯗꯛꯁꯦ ꯃꯃꯥ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯥꯛꯇꯀꯣ ꯄꯥꯈꯪ ꯏꯟꯈꯠꯂꯛꯄꯁꯤ ꯂꯦꯞꯄꯤ ꯆꯦꯡꯄꯥꯛ ꯆꯤꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯞꯄꯒ ꯌꯣꯝꯃꯒ ꯄꯤꯀꯣ ꯃꯈꯨꯠꯁꯤꯗ ꯐꯅꯦꯛ ꯃꯆꯦꯠ ꯇꯨꯀꯤꯕꯤ ꯃꯇꯥ ꯐꯈ꯭ꯔꯕ ꯃꯆꯥꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯥꯏꯕꯛꯇꯨꯗ ꯃꯅꯝ ꯅꯝꯃꯒꯅꯦ ꯏꯃꯥꯒꯤ ꯅꯤꯡꯊꯦꯝ ꯂꯥꯟ ꯆꯠꯂꯨ ꯅꯪꯒꯤ ꯈꯨꯟꯖꯥ ꯉꯥꯛꯎ ꯅꯪꯒꯤ ꯅꯔꯩꯄꯥꯛ ꯅꯔꯝꯗꯝ ꯉꯥꯛꯑꯣꯏꯗꯅ ꯃꯄꯤ ꯆꯗꯨꯝ ꯇꯥꯔꯒ ꯕꯤꯗꯥꯏ ꯇꯧꯕꯁꯦ ꯍꯟꯗꯛ ꯎꯔꯤꯁꯤ ꯅꯠꯇꯅ ꯑꯇꯩ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯁꯨ ꯎꯔꯣꯏꯕ ꯑꯉꯥꯡꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯨ ꯆꯠꯂꯝꯒꯗ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯈꯪꯗꯦ ꯃꯔꯛꯇ ꯆꯠꯂꯒ ꯅꯨꯡꯗꯥꯡ ꯇꯨꯝꯃꯤꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯟꯇꯔꯅꯦꯜ ꯗꯤꯁꯄ꯭लेꯁ ꯄꯔꯁꯟꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯐꯝꯗꯨꯗ ꯑꯃꯨꯛꯇꯪ ꯆꯠꯄꯤꯌꯣꯕꯀꯣ ꯑꯄꯤꯛꯄ ꯑꯉꯥꯡ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯃꯃꯥꯗ ꯅꯤꯡꯉꯥꯏ ꯇꯧꯕꯁꯦ ꯏꯃꯥ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯕꯨ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯉꯩ ꯌꯨꯝꯗ ꯍꯟꯗꯣꯏꯅꯣꯅ ꯀꯞꯄꯤꯕ ꯃꯃꯤꯠꯇꯒꯤ ꯃꯄꯤ ꯇꯥꯕ ꯅꯠꯇꯅ ꯄꯥꯎꯈꯨꯝ ꯂꯩꯇꯦ ꯈꯔ ꯆꯥꯎꯕ ꯑꯉꯥꯡꯁꯤꯅꯅꯦ ꯌꯨꯝ ꯃꯩ ꯊꯥꯈꯤꯕ ꯎꯕꯗꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯏꯃꯥ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯕꯨ ꯌꯨꯝ ꯁꯥꯕ ꯉꯝꯈꯤꯗ꯭ꯔꯣꯅ ꯃꯃꯥꯗ ꯋꯥꯍꯪ ꯍꯪꯉꯤꯀꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯁꯨ ꯃꯃꯥꯅ ꯃꯃꯤꯠꯇꯒꯤ ꯃꯄꯤ ꯇꯥꯕ ꯅꯠꯇꯅ ꯎꯄꯥꯏ ꯂꯩꯇꯦ ꯃꯍꯤꯗ ꯈ꯭ꯋꯥꯏ ꯇꯥꯡꯕꯁꯦ ꯁꯪꯒꯣꯝꯁꯨ ꯇꯥꯡꯉꯤ ꯃꯍꯤꯅꯤ ꯈꯣꯏꯍꯤꯁꯨ ꯇꯥꯡꯉꯤ ꯃꯍꯤꯅꯤꯀꯣ ꯌꯨ ꯐꯥꯎꯕ ꯃꯍꯤꯅꯤ ꯇꯥꯡꯉꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛ ꯊꯛꯅꯕꯗꯨꯁꯨ ꯃꯍꯤꯅꯤ ꯇꯥꯡꯉꯤꯀꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯃꯤꯠꯇꯒꯤ ꯇꯥꯔꯛꯄ ꯄꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯍꯤꯁꯦ ꯁꯤꯗꯒꯤ ꯍꯦꯟꯅ ꯇꯥꯡꯕ ꯃꯍꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯤꯊꯤꯕꯤꯗ ꯂꯩꯇꯦ ꯃꯁꯤꯗꯤꯅꯦ ꯊꯃꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯀꯠ ꯌꯥꯎꯋꯦꯕ ꯄꯦꯟꯗꯕꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯀꯠ ꯌꯥꯎꯏ ꯇꯨꯡꯒꯤ ꯄꯨꯟꯁꯤꯔꯣꯜ ꯎꯗꯕꯒꯤ ꯌꯥꯎꯏ ꯅꯥꯍꯦꯠꯄꯤꯕꯒꯤ ꯌꯥꯎꯏ ꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯀꯥꯏꯕ ꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯊꯨꯡꯗꯕꯒꯤ ꯌꯥꯎꯏ ꯍꯟꯗꯛꯇꯤ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯇꯥꯈ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯃꯤꯠꯀꯤ ꯄꯤꯁꯦꯀꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯊꯝꯖꯅꯤꯡꯉꯤꯗꯤ ꯅꯣꯏ ꯅꯍꯥꯁꯤꯡꯗ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯦ ꯇꯧꯁꯟꯅꯕ ꯑꯃꯠꯇ ꯌꯥꯔꯣꯏꯕ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯛꯁ ꯌꯥꯎꯕꯤꯒꯦꯁꯨ ꯇꯧꯁꯟꯅꯗꯧꯗꯤ ꯌꯥꯎꯕꯤꯒꯅꯨꯕ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯛꯁ ꯇꯧꯔꯒꯦꯅ ꯈꯟꯕꯤꯔꯒ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯛꯄ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯦ ꯇꯧꯁꯟꯅꯒꯗꯧꯗꯤ ꯌꯥꯎꯕꯤꯅꯨꯕ ꯄ꯭ꯂꯤꯖ ꯂꯥꯜꯍꯧꯕꯁꯨꯅꯦ ꯇꯧꯁꯟꯅꯒꯗꯧꯗꯤ ꯂꯥꯟ ꯇꯧꯕꯤꯅꯨꯕ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯋꯥ ꯉꯥꯡꯖꯔꯤꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯨꯅꯦ ꯇꯧꯁꯟꯅꯔꯒ ꯉꯥꯡꯗꯧꯔꯗꯤꯅꯦ ꯉꯥꯡꯕꯤꯕ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯛꯀꯅꯣꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯨ ꯊꯣꯛꯆꯔꯛꯑꯣꯏꯕ no mayra pai bi june toxiner ga mayra pai di sok di tobino ba chief minister we bi june toxiner ga we do di tobino ba serious tay no ga da matam ne aduga dialogue nung lok adu ada lan tong na ba khona ba tong na ba toxino malem da tog do kem yaw putti siguma marak sida sigumba phatta ba jing sina ख्वाइदगी चाव कानब पी है अखोई खंगद वानी पृथ्वी फाउगी मैम मी होगेर लम होगेर मैम से सिगुम्बा अवा अवाब से थेंगनर कान फाउगी गाक्तनेब अइने चाक लामबदे हेत मीने थक थक पिजरगा अइने चाक लामदु फगबगने साब फंगदना कोई धी धीदना वांगै वारगा फंगदना सराम चदतनदना खगंगनबना साबा लामबा कोखिबजे सिगी लामबा कोपगी अइना फंगिबा ज्ञान जिगने मीना सलोंग पिजरगा अइना लामबा फगिबदुगो याम थी खेननी अदुनी आई वांट टू गो बियॉन्ड दैट गुड्स एंड इविल्स क्राइज अन आइदी आइगी मोट दिने हौजिक सी लान नुंग कइगे तौसुनु के सुकाइ देबा अखोइना तौगदबा म तहौसेबा in order to save our future हौजि अतै द मियेंग अमुक थंबिरु नहादम द थंबियोबो within a very short time moijini mantri werakadoriba police werakadoriba adagidi ukil werakadoriba doctor engineer wakado longmi sinmi oido mayam je moiniba akhoi matam ji kuiraktreba moijing jina serious horaba yes we can save Manipur khoi Manipur kan mangam neba aduna hojik sida khoina angang sing sida kari yahun ngedege da punsi haiba hanju haloidaba punsi ji unretenable journey ko life se amu handage ga ya ponte sum chakhi bajin loigi doini adugumba haloidaba punsi ki khongchat tuda punsi haiba pochida saruk mari khag yom na yauriba kari no hai kan the personal life aigi punsi rolama isagi oba ani subada family life imung manungi punsi rolama ahum subada professional life aina toriba thabak se sigi punsiro lama mari subada social life khunai ga aiga lainariba mari sigi punsiro lama sidani leipak nimga loi yaurs mari se khoi angang sing da hoji amat ta leitre mama pa sing na ju nong muta angang lai pau mak phangu pisa pizar thabak tawni ha ba professional life sidani hoji khalis professional life to khalu ke sukai di ko adubo aina tulob lupa lakh ama sarade I lakh amaga lising kun gi thabak toromge aina tulob lising yang kai sardi lising humpu gi thabak toromge ji each of the individual na khalag bole ba kamai chakole duino adu di pung tra de office ka ni ar de ma pande ka tar na pung manga da ni ar ga taruk ta halalo re ahen ba surami ba thabak to aigi khunai ji da kathokpa leipak ta kathokpa aigi kathok chaba duneba adubu ni dana bread level theory aisa jaraba Manipur dana tara de ka ka da utra ma thoi mkhai ka ni manga da da ohum khai halani lising yang kai chawa mi duna phangiba mai tolob se lising kutra hurali ni ma chai du lising kun mukta neba ako university oja sungai ne tolob chawr puri lak ani ni mkhai tham the class kun khalor ga lai thok le ga di ma chai tolob du lising bu pha pon te hurali ne ba simyam se Sigi huran do mayam jina ne bakoi lebak chakutri ji si professional life to understand to the company aduna aina khanjaba da khoi angang mayam si padan amtang hojiki punsirol mari ji yom ga sem ji ba nom loi khong da turar ne ba Manipur will be golden peacock in the world in future loi turar dong ni dialogue ai kari lan gai loi turar dong ni kena video Japan tourism na nungti mai gi singni nungti juar ha ni juar sahi do 1617 har ni see the development see the progress aduna id angang je pajan am the same je silai si mama pa ta ni timbi je aduna ne debate gi haido ngang is angang je pusana the same ji imung ji pajaba imung am to hen ji nupa nupi leminari bisi nungchi na leminabiu hoji nupa me amni nupi yang koi tumin thungan thoga telephone to bujam yawi message ge tha ba ko mama aduna mai nu pa du sena ba angang ga sena sang ponte adu mai jum to di program ta ne ba lebak se ko aduna personal life sida noi yam phajana khang ko personal life sid nangi communication skill ngasi aina ngangjari je se akhoi gi my communication skill da group communication koi ade interpersonal mi ngang na sangna ba aina ngang da ingon di yeng video di kai de gi listening skill lai doinu mi na ngang da ina mun na yeng daga de ai confidence kai de gain to doinu aduna mashi yam phajana aigi personal life ta communication skill legadabani listening skill lega taringi gyan hen kala kadoini kitang ngangba yamna tabas yam marui ko siam sangre tension jage adigi critical thinking hoji mayamna adu dara du tonari je nang sigi somda toriba geopolitics di mai neba sigi geopolitics mai ne di si nei na du numit humni nei na rulo roi adugo sigi impact lai tabra ai di bhari de leini ai di pakhalimni kuki ga khoga te tongna biji de khara phai kui dana China ga Russia ga na Myanmar gi misang ga rebel me am jina America misang ga India ju kabak yaur ga kapner kadren kan khali hoji me am khang da bon khulai no biji angan pada lak jani sophisticated oi khulai pa lan tong na ro da di khulai di passion roi ne ko kari gi noida China su magi akoi gi China gi keno si mai lambi sum magi state of Malacca ina ko mayam na Malacca Strait haiba Indonesia Malaysia rom da chatpagi lambi si masu America na control sat tok saladin nungai roi na mana America na maming thom da string of Pulse na mazu lambi isingi semi ba ayo ba ma Myanmar de Sri Lanka de ke adegi Cambodia de sum kap khiba India gi su Indo Pacific region the India same is South Africa yoduni adai sigi uji transition road ka je khoina phagi manbo ni yoduni Europe yoduni sa man Russia ju semi ba China ju semi ba aguda multi development bank na le multilateral development bank na IMF ka hariba World Bank ka hariba adagi BRICS ki ju magi BRICS ki ju bank le dina China ki ju new development bank ka le Asia kanogi Japan ju ADB Asian development bank ka le dina si multilateral development bank se sigi paisa mayam se akhoi je Manipur project tare se moi China ju yauri ni Japan ju yauri ni World Bank ju yauri ni loi thadari ne ba si malem gi oina masigi paisa gi karbar ji munna ba ji da ko lam ama ji nanghal ladi lam ama ji lan tok salaga nemal ladi ga in to da Trump ne ko ji hari do any exchange values the dollar sin nai honora ga di China da 100% tax lo ni ha se sam da piyo po se chani yo ni ga se sigi paisa gi karbar ji gi po se sina ju lan to ngai masak ya muwe tori ne ba manungda ade hojil lambi myam je maramdi Indian Ocean ji paisin na bo honarakpa ade mai lambi ji clear oina na bo honarakpa quad kaina leiri ba sagi Indo Pacific region ji gi phajana India ju save tong na boina America ne India ne Japan ne aduga maroina Australia ne pumno quad kain leiba akhoi gi security kaino ni body ni ko si myam jing ji tong na ri ba sigi lan ji da ko laibak thi bai ta ra khoin lei saluri ba jaga ji da mosai gi debate jungang bi gi ba sidwe hai gi do mana maming seran to na ma hai gre sumi sidwe du na rang khain de lei duini sidwe dei sangjil lak pada palet wa hai ba du na chin state na lei duini chin state da gi na Mizoram ta bok ti by road lak tuini ba ko aduna chin state lu na tok da ya da maram am lei Mizoram India na lu na tok da ya da maram su lei ko adu bu athu matam da aina sum khanjaba dadi lan ju lep ko dong male kena somdu unkhanari se sida akhoi manungi problem macha ji sum ya laga thamaga India na kaido nung da strategy hot pang moi bu ko ana moi da compel to pai tare lan ji loisin na bagi ko siga loisin draba moi somda to ko do potu do moi matha am thi sani hoji ngarang mathang na han do aduda jet fighter ayang ba sophisticated yam pairaga PDF ki game ka thuai ba reisi plan horam ni anu India ju lalo buju khoi sogali military junta ju sogali India sogal po kuso ko je fa sogal khra boni khoi gi thau puna ba jahaz vessel kun ga brahma pi ni free da kaino submarine bo pi ni kaino China ju dum tori ni India ju rebel mi changi China ju dum changi America ju dum changi ada khoi gi asomgi lalo me am jing som dang ai de chang dana lotsa bani na moina ju khoi lalo bu chum kap khot to bani ne India ju oi jabani na luna sum to bani na lan du ek tong na kan da han le chenjen mo mong dong chenjen le di ko akhoi ju mi sai le dum thung ra ni ona ai di kaim to de ji phau khra wan jale heng tam ngam de ne ko ado sine si oi gre thamjaning ji hojike dumaina communication skill listening skill adai maru in critical thinking ko adai noi the positive thinking am to noi na de kwai di maru ba poti uza kun jo khoi na ngai te da yam na pak sana ngang sing da gyan tan ba je problem solver instead of problem creator khoi me te ji problem creator wo bi problem solver wo bai te political party manung de problem lahande ho number bari yaw ne ba problem lo shanda ba ta ba ade imung de ne problem wo yende to bu pi yu ma am le nu pa ju ade problem solver wo ga da ba problem ma lai dore ha de tho lo shan ba ho na ga da ba se masigi magun ji am wang magun na mane ba sinoi na ha da se lo ba imai pa ka phan ga no imayum de problem wen ga no ba a problem solver wo ba ko aduga positive thinking leiba ko si aigi personal life ki khwaidi maru ba pot amani aduga sagi family ki dudi family da leiba yum nung kai dudi darkar leite da madi pot ne ba cement gumba yot gumba jinga gumba ni na imung ai family haise ai nupi ima baba angang nubi kaka leiba me am du thamoi gi mari do nung sei na beba tawlana ami kai kumna na arai leita tanadana awana saruya minadana nongmuta mek hainadana puba imungse masi loi leiradine family are the units of the state are the unit of the nations are the unit of the world masa dum chawkani on imungi punsi role sisu phajana khangbi bako profession gi eng sahaija gre thabak pu torodi kana bakra di dum pibiyo ba rajniti tawrsu lebak miyam gi khara kana na ba dum to biyo ba isa gi loga da bani adugo akun begi social life city aina yum yam wang dana car makhan tong dana low ingon pang lei da leiraga ko number 4 karbar to begi angang sing ui uiraga HIV positive oidana siri miyam si aina talibu wealth siga khunai gi welfare ga ani si khara gyan tabiraga kunai ga nakshan na le dine afaba kunai su dum moigal leba aduna lan tawning tawsinu ama tawning tawsinu Singapore pikraponi Hong Kong ji pikraponi paying chokoliji Bhutan makta da khoina bari de helimina Bhutan jina sahi taram ki matung thekat khip de mo moi miam jing ji magun ji si yam thi wang reba anu idea khoi angang sing se apa ba magun chen na bane am to hona si nong mane lan oi gera oi roi ra lan tor ju dum kan ni tawdra ju dum kan ni kok pu pharaba puning bu pharaba mind se ju pharaga di ai khan mada khoi Manipur kan bangam ne jam kan tha jai ko Manipur soidana kan bangam ni Manipur ki future lei aduna masi haijaraga kitang matam sang lori ji mak tinjam loinam ni ai lobira mane khali punang pu khoram jari asoyangam yor sunga piu adu mayamna aiju se support yam tokjam ne ba mayamno ikai ba ni khangde khuri thang thang kat tab du tu ba adagi formalities ju tobam thok ba ko khoine samjan buju angang jing the culture ne si ju ko akhoina thaina ka debate ngang mo chal ko matam da ga di as hek the house ta gi na house manjan matam di oja ahan jing du na speaker wo bi ko ado yamju nungai phajana su phai aduga compete nga akhoi debater sing je जुरी गदि याम वारंगनी इकेन खेनदबस लोइनमक्से अदुना याम नुंगाय मयाम लेंदना लेबिस याम नुंगाय political party yawi banina mangolo view haija tare election jun lakshan lakpani ko regional party hairaga region gi khara khanbi ba iramdam khara khanbi ba darkar hoi ko regional party ni hairaga Delhi gi prabhu me am du khuning kang kang yeng bai thabak sim ni tu ozin thamjage. Thank you very much. Microphone ze organizing committee de sinazari. Thank you very much.
mayam hojik se event se loisalakpaga loinana mark se hojik adding up tawri adunang mayam ngaktang wars wana ngaiminanaba ningsingjari.
Sigi debating competition sigi makong mathang tabam to lauthok sage ahan bagi first prize si thoksom sanathoi singh mana lobby re mana score to was 228 ni mazi opposition bench ni ado second da Ria Tongbram Ria si Ria ai Ria je tarakane dum khal 226 ni supporter ni third ta Moirangthem Amarjit Chani ga kunmari ni opposition ni ado consolidation prize da Namairakpam Rikesh Maitei 222 phangi adagi Mayengbam Mangal Singh 221 phangi aduga Umar Nongjai maju 220 phangi supporter ni Laisram Chanajauba 214 phangi opposer ni Glady Khetrimayum 214 phangi supporter ni Dineshwar Purichabam 213 ni opposition ni Kumuksam Srinivas Sanitara phangi aduga 8 position da Laisangthem Luching Bichanu 209 aduga 9 da sida 8 positions the MD Isarat Ali Ziauri maju 209 phangi aduga 9 da Thoksom Roshan Singh 208 phangi aduga 10 da Joyশ্রী Haishnam 203 mayam gi prize ji February gi first week ta ese gi loisalpa duga punna pigane na organizing committee gi maike di habirei aduga prize di yam piktre first prize da 30,000 ni second prize da 20,000 ni maitero ndam haijarake first prize da lising kuntra ni second prize da lising kunni aduga third prize da na lising tara ni consolidation prize zu lising ohum ni puna maksi thamjaraga February gi ahan basayonda organizing committee na lepi bada ngasi gi lengbi de wismana hara haro lapiu akhoi la amdraju dum la amdre na khanbiu puna bu khoram jari
Thank you everyone for coming and joining this event today. I hope it was a great event. And as we come to the end of this event, it is time to express our heartfelt gratitude. May I now invite Thaunauzam Nivarani Devi, General Secretary, NPYF, to come up on the stage.
Thank you. Ngasi se yam nungai NPYF na sumaina debate competition ama sinjabase yam grand success oibra na khajai ayi wakhalonda ado NPYF na makhatana youth mayam gi damakta platform pizagani competition mayam ama matung tarakpada su mayam ama singani aduga political party mayam na hunaring ai NPYF na youth mayam ama leptana semgani haibase sigi achetpa thajaba pizage duga now on behalf of NPYF Manipur, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our judges, speaker, participants, party members, media persons and everyone who made this event a grand success. Let us carry forward the insight we have gained today to create a brighter, peaceful future for Manipur. Thank you for being a part of this meaningful initiative. Wishing you all a wonderful day. Thank you.